You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear,
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio. Welcome to True Crime Radio Tales. I brought together an 8-hour collection of 18 mystery, detective, and crime drama shows from the golden age of radio, all of them based on true crime stories. Most of these you've probably heard of before, if you're a diehard OTR fan, but there are a few lesser-known ones in here as well. As always, all audio has been remastered and optimized by yours truly. Let's dive into the first batch of true crime radio shows. 21st Precinct was a police procedural drama that ran from 1953 to 56, starting out as a summer replacement for My Friend Irma. It was produced in cooperation with Patrolmen's Benevolent Association of New York City and adapted actual crime stories from the policeman's point of view. Ironically, there is no actual 21st Precinct in New York City. Initially, there was the character Captain Kennelly, played by Everett Sloan. Then he was replaced by Captain Cronin, played by James Gregory, and then Captain Keogh, played by Les Damon. Other regulars in the cast were Ken Lynch as Lieutenant Matt King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters, and Santos Ortega as Lieutenant Gorman. In The Bird, a call from an apartment building about a gas leak leads the police to an empty apartment where the leak is coming from. After they shut off the gas, they find a hoard of cash in the oven and evidence that the tenant was running a gambling racket. This one aired on October 6, 1953. Next is The Jersey Parallel from The Lineup, a really great police mystery drama that ran from 1950 to 53. The stories were fictional, but they were loosely based on true cases, so this one is borderline true crime, but I've included it anyway. In this one, a crazy killer has murdered 7 people, and Lieutenant Ben Guthrie, played by Bill Johnstone, and Sergeant Matt Grebs, played by Walter Mayer, must track him down before he can kill again. It aired December 7, 1950. Then we have a great episode from Dragnet, that great hard-boiled police procedural drama that starred Jack Webb as Sergeant Joe Friday. Each episode was based on actual Los Angeles Police Department cases, in cooperation with the LAPD. In The Big Informant, Friday has been assigned to burglary detail to get a gang of safe robbers who have hit over a dozen places in the last 2 months. There are no clues or leads about their identities, and it's Friday's job to get some leads and solve the crime. A really great story showing the step-by-step procedure that they use to bring the robbers to justice, and it aired on March 22, 1953. Next is a famous unsolved crime from history called Good Evening, My Name is Jack the Ripper from Crime Classics. That really unique and well-done docudrama created, directed, and produced by Mr. Radio himself, Elliot Lewis, from 1953 to 1954. This one's set in the year 1888 in London, and this dramatization of the grisly Whitechapel murders is told from the point of view of a young woman, not long after the 3rd murder has been discovered. This is also the final episode of this great show, airing on June 30th, 1954. And then we have The Deadline Murder from The Big Story. Now, this show was another unique true crime show, dramatizing real-life stories from a different newspaper reporter every week. And at the end of each show, the real reporter was brought on the air and given $500 by the show's sponsor. In this one, a rather grisly tale, a woman's body is found buried in the city dump, and it is determined that she had been buried alive. The story was covered by Rolf K. Mills of the Minneapolis Morning Tribune. A really gripping and exciting story, one of the best ones from this show in my opinion. It aired May 19, 1948. Time to listen to these true crime radio shows, and I'll see you in a little bit.
First Precinct, Sergeant Collins. You what? Smell gas? Where is it? East 70 what? What for? You haven't found where it's coming from? That's right. Get the people out. See if you can locate where it's coming from. No. Oh, that's all right. We'll take care of it.
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
You'll have assistance right away. Yes, sir, right away. No, just stay where you are. The officers will be there right away.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. It was Tuesday morning. I'd been on the job since 8 when I turned out the platoon for the day tour. After I read and signed reports, I went on patrol of the precinct with Patrolman Farrell as my operator. As we turned off Park Avenue into 72nd Street, a signal 32 came over the air. 618 East 75th Street. Ambulance and emergency squad responding. Sounded like a gas case. I told Farrell to make the run. When we turned into the block, I could see that sector car number 1 was on the job. So was the sergeant's car. There was no sign of either the ambulance or the ESD car. 618 was a 5-story tenement building. A few passers-by and neighbors were beginning to gather on the sidewalk. There's the spot, Farrell. Pull in. Yes, sir. All right, let's go. Right with you, Captain.
That's either ESD or the ambulance coming now.
Yeah. Keep the sidewalk clear, Farrell. Keep off the stoop.
That's all right, folks. Will you let it go, yeah, huh? Will you please get off the stoop?
Big here, Farrell.
Yes, sir. Oh, I can smell that gas out here. It's thick.
Farrell.
Yes, sir.
Keep people away from those doorbells.
Yes, sir. Now, look, I told you to get off the stoop.
Sergeant Collins. Captain Kennelly.
Second floor, Captain.
All right.
What do you find out there? I don't think it's good, Sergeant. Send the people down. I want the building clear. I'm sending them, Sergeant.
Sergeant.
You're back, Captain.
All right.
Anybody home in there? Open up. It's the police.
Where is it, Sergeant?
Beats me, Captain. We haven't been able to locate it.
We better locate it fast.
Open up
Spot
in there.
and send the building up.
Open up in there. There's nobody's home, Captain. We've been hitting every door. I sent a man up to 3rd and another to 5th who are clearing everybody out. It's not on this floor. Coley! Did you locate it? He's on the 4th floor, Captain. Whole hall smells of gas. No telling where it's coming from.
Who put in the call?
Super. He's up with Coley. Tenant smelled gas in the hall.
How about the main feed line?
I sent glass into the basement with the super's watch. Turn off the valve.
Good.
Now, come on, folks. Don't stand there and talk about it. Out on the street, please. Get on the sidewalk. Did you open your windows, folks? And have your doors open? Out of the building.
All right, come on.
Yes, sir.
Anybody cover the 3rd floor yet?
Just quickly and away up, Captain. I told those people to clear out. Not them.
Let's try that one.
Smells pretty strong here.
Police officers, open up in there. Police officers, open up.
This could be it, Captain.
Open up.
Coley! Come on down here. Bring the super with you.
Well, this is it, I'm sure.
What do you want to do, Captain? Push the door in?
Yeah. All right, let's go. Together. Again. Now.
Is that it, Sergeant? You think so? Yeah. Let me see if I can kick it.
Go ahead. Try it again. Yep, this is it, all right. Keep low. Coley, hit that window. I'll get this one. Here's the... Sergeant, get the stove.
I got it. Shut off, Captain.
How's the other window, Coley?
Sure, Captain. This looks like the culprit, Captain.
Yeah.
Coffee boiled over. Put out the flame. Sure ruined a good coffee pot.
Well, that looks like about it. Coley.
Yes, sir.
Take a look in that room. See if anybody's in there. Let's try this one, Sergeant.
Only one burner was on, Captain. Looks like an accident. Nobody in here.
Coley, anybody in that room?
Yes, sir, nobody.
Well, the ambulance and the ESD just got here. You can head them off, Sergeant. We don't need them.
Yes, sir, right away.
Say, Coley, where's the super?
I left him out in the hall, Captain.
Well, I want to talk to him.
Yes, sir.
Give this room a chance to air out.
Who is it down there, Phil? Yes, Sergeant.
Mr. Campisi.
What do you see in the ambulance? We won't need him. Coffee boiled over. Nobody hurt. Yes, sir.
You want to see me?
Yeah, this is Captain Kennelly, Mr. Philip Campisi, Superintendent.
Glad to know you. How are you? Real mess this turned out to be. Real mess. Well, it could have been worse.
I headed off the ambulance and the ESD, Captain.
Good. Hey, listen, was it necessary to kick the door in? Look at that. The panel is split, the lock is busted. Ain't worth much of anything now. What did you expect us to do, Mr. Campisi? There might have been somebody overcoming here, or a spark could have blown up the building. Well, that's all well and good, but I'm the one that's got to explain to the landlord. I'm the one that's got to ask him for a new door and new hardware. This could never be fixed, never. Even a frame is shot. Look, what's the name of the tenant here? The tenant? Yeah. Oh, the tenant is a fellow named Harrods, Alfred Harrods. Listen, is any damage inside?
Just to the coffee pot.
Ah, well, that ain't the landlord's. That's his, Harrods. None of these flats furnished. Tenants got to furnish their own furniture and furnishings. Where is he? What do you mean, where is he? Where'd he go? Well, listen, as long as he pays his rent, he can come and go as he pleases. I don't keep track of him. Can we take a look inside? I just want to check for sure there's no damage. I got to call the landlord, give him the whole story.
I guess it's pretty well cleared out by now, huh, Captain?
Yeah, I'd imagine. Landlord's going to hit the ceiling about this door. Still smells pretty bad of gas in here. Oh, it's all right. You don't have any idea where this tenant could be. Well, I told you. Did you call the police? Yeah, that was me. Mrs. Truro on the 4th floor come down, knocked on my door. She said she smelled gas in the hall. Well, I came upstairs and I checked immediately. Sure enough. Well, I couldn't tell where it was coming from, though. I had the same trouble as you, so I called. Mm-hmm. Well, who knows what could happen in a situation like that? You got to call. Don't look like there's any damage to stove, huh? Listen, Mr. Campisi, this whole thing was very lucky. Yeah, very lucky. New door. The place could have been blown sky high. I want you to call the station house when this tenant gets home. I want to send an officer over here to talk to him about going out and leaving a pot of coffee on the fire. Talk to him myself. Well, you call the station house. Yeah, okay, I'll call.
Hey, Coley. Yes, sir. Go downstairs and tell Farrell he can let the tenants up now. It's all over.
Yes, sir. He should be given a piece of somebody's mind. Where does he work? Well, I don't know. He's, a salesman, I think. He sells things. Yeah? What? Well, I don't know. I never asked him. He paid up 2 months' rent in advance when he moved in, so I wasn't too curious. How long has he lived here? Oh, 3, 4 weeks. You know he had a phone put in? It's the only phone in the building. Besides mine, which the landlord stands good for. If the guy can afford a phone, I don't worry too much. Did you see him this morning? No, I don't budge out of my place. Not unless I have to.
I still smell a little gas in here, Captain.
Well, check that burner again.
Yes, sir.
Looks off to me.
It is.
Well, open up the oven.
Yes, sir. Well, what do you know?
Hey, that's a fine thing to keep in the oven. Papers. What is it, Sergeant?
Policy slip.
Let's see that. No wonder the guy looks like a millionaire.
Here's some cash, Captain.
Hey, is all that good?
It's good.
I never saw so much money in a lump. Looks like we've got a policy drop, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Well, listen, I didn't know what the guy did. Don't hold it against me that he lived here. Tenant is a tenant until he proves himself otherwise. Coley.
Yes, sir.
Let's see what else we can find around here, Sergeant.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Give Sergeant Collins a hand.
Yes, sir.
Let's start over here. You never know about some people. Numbers game in my building. You just never know. On discovery that the flat in which there had been a gas leak was occupied by a person in apparent violation of the gambling laws, I instructed Sergeant Collins to notify the desk officer at the 21st, who in turn would notify the office of the division commander, so that plainclothesmen responsible for the enforcement of gambling laws would be sent to the scene to investigate. As this notification was being made, a more thorough search of the premises was conducted by patrolmen Coley and Farrell under my supervision and in the presence of the civilian witness, Philip Campisi, the superintendent of the building. In a closet were found 2 electric calculating machines and tally sheets, in addition to the policy slips and the cash.
80, 800, 20, 35, 45, 6,
7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like a gold mine. $2,857, Captain. All right, Coley. Enter the amount in your memorandum book. Hey, now, here's an opportunity. Let's all go to Belmont. We could still make the daily double.
You want to sign my book, Captain?
Yeah.
Here you are, sir.
Hey, what's all the production? Are you afraid this Harrods guy might say you shortchanged him? Well, we just don't want to give him anything to say. Pal.
Yes, sir.
You got all that stuff together?
Yes, sir. You'll need a bushel basket for all these policy slips, Captain. Boy, this guy was running some bank.
Mr. Champese.
Yeah. What happens to all the money?
Oh, it gets turned over to the property clerk until the court determines who's the rightful owner. Well, listen, could you give me some consideration? You know, if I didn't put in the call, you never would have found it. When did you say this Mr. Harrods moved in here? Oh, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago. And he told you he was a salesman? Yes, sir. He didn't tell you anything else. What do you mean? He didn't tell you what he sold? Well, listen, I didn't know anything about him. What can I do?
Now, listen, Captain.
Are the plainclothesmen on the way, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. But one of the tenants told me he saw the girlfriend of the fellow who has this flat standing outside in the crowd.
Oh, yeah. I forgot to tell you about his girlfriend. Is she still there?
She was when I came up. I told Farrell to keep an eye on her.
Take charge here, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Mr. Champese. Yeah. Man, what a day. You live to be 100 and never see so much excitement, huh? How about a smoke, Cap? Give me that. Oh, I'm sorry. The gas. Excuse me, I forgot, Cap. Well, you better remember, or you'll never get anywhere near 100. Come on, let's get downstairs. Although the flat in which the gas leak had occurred was obviously a policy drop, there was no conclusive evidence that would lead to a conviction of either Harrods or any of his associates, despite the large amount of cash discovered, the calculating machines, the policy slips, and the tally sheets. Both the policy slips and the tally sheets were from previous days' play, and it's a good idea to have evidence showing the play was made on the day of the arrest. It was my thought to keep the girlfriend of Harrods under surveillance until the plainclothesmen arrived. Then, as they thought best, they could question her, take her to the station house, or attempt to follow her in order to connect him directly with the evidence. On the way downstairs, I told the super of the building that I wanted to stand outside on the stoop and talk to him, apparently in connection with the accident. I warned him not to look in the direction of the girl, nor point to her. All right, I'll do just like you say. Count on it, Captain. I hope I can. Farrell.
Yes, sir.
Don't look in her direction, but which girl is it?
See the gray Plymouth coupe parked at the curb there?
Yep.
She's standing right next to it, Captain. The blonde, about 25 years old, 5'4", has on a beige coat.
Yeah. That's her, all right. I seen her go up to visit him time and time again. I asked her not to look over there. I didn't look. I just glimpsed. Just talk to me. What do you want me to talk about? Weather? That'll do. Well, looks like it's going to turn into a nice day after all, huh? You know, when I woke up today, looked out the window, I had my doubts. Listen, Captain, what happens to the $2,850? Does he get that back? I told you he does, if he can prove it's lawfully his. Oh? Well, who is it you're waiting for? Detective? Plainclothesman. What's the difference? Plainclothesman? Detective? I always thought they were the same. No. Plainclothesmen are assigned to enforce gambling and vice laws. Oh? Detectives investigate all other serious crimes. You know, I never knew that. No, I suppose a lot of people don't. Oh, you'd be surprised. You'd be very surprised. Have you seen her here very often, Mr. Champese? On occasion. On several occasions. When? Daytime or at night? Both. But my wife, she knows everything goes on around here. My wife says she's here all the time. Day, night, afternoon.
She's turning to go, Captain.
Yeah, I see her. Any sign of the plainclothesman?
No, sir.
What are you going to do? This is getting to be a situation. Stay here, pal.
Yes, sir.
You too. Excuse me, please.
Yes, sir. Hey,
Pardon me. Miss, wait a minute.
Me?
Yeah. What's your name, miss?
Who are you?
I'm a police officer.
What do you want to know my name for?
I want to know,
Gloria. Gloria Nathan.
who's your friend in that building?
What building?
618 East 75th?
I don't think I have to tell you that.
It's Al Harrods, isn't it?
No, it isn't.
Well, who is it then?
Nobody.
Well, why were you standing outside there?
Well, I was just curious. I'm entitled to be curious when there's excitement going on.
It's Al Harrods, isn't it? He's your friend.
No.
You came by to see him this morning. When you were walking down the street toward the place, you saw the police there. You were worried. You found out the gas leak was in his place.
Listen, I don't know any Al Harrods. I told you that. I was just standing there because I was curious, that's all.
Look, Gloria, you don't want to get into trouble, do you?
I won't get in trouble.
You will if you keep telling me one lie after another.
What can you do to me? You can't do anything to me.
Would you mind walking back to the building with me?
Of course I'd mind.
Well, let's walk back anyway.
I haven't done anything. I don't see why you're picking on me just because I was curious.
Oh, there's a few things we want to get straightened out.
If you want to get something straightened out, that's no business of mine. What's it got to do with me?
Mr. Champese.
Person's entitled to be curious.
You called me, Cap? Yes. Is this young woman a friend of Al Harrod's?
Yeah, he's a friend of his. I seen her go up there.
That's a lie.
Plenty of times.
I never even heard of any Al Harrods.
The plainclothesman, Captain.
This is getting to be ridiculous.
You're telling him?
Hello, Captain.
Thomas, how have you been?
Fine. Understand you struck gold.
That's right.
Look, all this is well and good, but what do you want with me? I've got a right to know.
Sure, you've got a right to know. We're going to take you to the station house. One of the plainclothesmen went upstairs to take charge of the premises, while the other accompanied the young woman, Gloria Navin, and I to the station house. A policewoman was sent for to make a search of the suspect. In the meantime, Patrolman Coley and Sergeant Burns returned to the station house with the money found in the flat. This was turned over to the desk officer and entered in the blotter. In about a half hour, the policewoman arrived and made a search of the clothing and purse of the suspect. Nearly 1,000 policy slips and about $400 in cash was found on her person. While the policewoman sat nearby, Gloria was questioned in my office.
Well, now, look, you know what's going to happen to you, don't you?
No, I don't know. What?
As soon as we get through talking to you, I'm going to take you out there to the desk and book you in. Then you're going to ride down to court and talk to the judge.
They won't keep me. I've got the number of a bondsman. All I have to do is call him.
That only lets you out until the trial. What good's a bondsman going to do after you're sentenced? You're headed straight for the house of detention. You ever been in there?
No. No, I haven't.
No, I didn't know. That's why I asked you. You know you can get a year out of this, Gloria?
No, he wouldn't be that tough. I'm never that tough in these kind of cases.
That's the captain.
It'd be a suspended sentence or a fine, maybe. You know that.
Well, I don't know. The judge is going to say to me, he's going to say that you cooperate, officer? And what can I say? All I can do is tell him the truth. All I can say is, Judge, she wasn't a bit of help. Her boyfriend had this policy drop, but there wasn't a bit of conclusive evidence up there. She had all the incriminating evidence in her possession. She wouldn't help us at all. I've seen people stand up there. They think, who you hurting making a little book or writing a few numbers tickets? They think the most they'll get out of it is a slap on the wrist, and wham, they get hit right between the eyes. And it doesn't make any difference what you think or what I think about it. Gambling is a violation of the law. The way things are, pressure's on the judges, too. They let somebody off easy in a gambling case who get criticized. They've been handing out some jolts down there. Isn't that right, Captain?
Yeah, so I hear.
You wouldn't give me a year?
You want to take the chance, it's up to you. All I can tell them is that you want a bit of help.
Supposing I want some help. I wouldn't want to do a year. It's not worth it.
Well, like I said, all I can do is tell them the truth. But it stands to reason you'd get a lot more consideration if I could tell them, for instance, that you helped us knock over a big policy bank.
He'd kill me. He'd just kill me.
Who?
Al. He beats me up for no reason at all. What would he do to me if I gave him a reason?
Well, it wasn't your fault that he was stupid enough to go away and leave the fire burning under the coffee, was
No, but he's not going to look at it that way. You don't know Al. I'd like to help you, but you know how it is.
Well, that's too bad. I'd like to help you, too. Shame we can't do anything for each other. Let's book her in, Captain. No sense wasting any more time.
Come on, Gloria. This way.
He wouldn't be that tough on me, the judge.
I can't tell you what's on the judge's mind. This way. No sense making any predictions. It all depends.
There's nothing to do but take my chances.
Stand right up to the desk, huh?
I want to book her in, Sergeant.
What's the name?
Mavan. Gloria. How old are you, Gloria?
24.
Address?
321 Lewiston Avenue.
In Manhattan?
In Manhattan, yeah. Listen, the only thing I'm worried about is what he'd do to me. Al, I mean.
He couldn't do anything to you if you never saw him again. But if you're that crazy about him, what's the use of talking?
Who said I'm crazy about him?
Where were you born?
In the Bronx. Listen, I'm not going to do a year for him. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
That's what I've been trying to impress on you. Who's going to look out for you if you don't look out for yourself?
Any prior arrests and convictions?
One arrest. No conviction.
All right, what do you want to know? Am I a friend of Al Harris? Yes. Do I work for him, too? Yes. What else?
Is there any way he could have known about what happened at his place today?
Only if I called him and told him. That was the only way.
Where was he?
Around. Making his collections and meeting his runners. He couldn't have known. There's no way.
Where is he now?
I don't know where he is now, but I know where he'll be at 2 o'clock.
Where?
He'll be at a bar and grill in Yorkville, 736 East 85th. He meets a couple of his collectors there every day. They turn over their play and the collections to him.
In the bar?
No. He parks his car. They all got keys to the trunk. He just sits in there while they drop the play and money in the trunk of his car. When he comes out, it's all ready to drive away. He just sits in there and drinks beer. Is that what you wanted to know? I told you. You going to save me that year?
Like I said, I'll tell him the truth.
Okay. Oh, he'll get out on bond and he'll beat me up. He'll just beat the living daylights out of me.
All right, if you're worried about that, we'll see that you get protection. He won't lay a hand on you.
Listen, please worry about your own job. If Al wants to beat me up, that's between me and him.
We took Gloria back into my office, and she supplied us with all the information she was able to furnish. It was decided that Thomas's partner remain at the flat in the event Al Harrods returned there unexpectedly. At 2:45, I accompanied Thomas to the vicinity of the bar and grill on East 85th Street. Gloria could give us only a hazy description of his car, and we were unable to spot it parked on the street. A little after 3 o'clock, we walked into the bar and grill. Gloria had described Al Harrods as a short and rather heavy-set man. She said he would probably be wearing a plaid sports shirt, a type for which he had a passion. There's a fellow in a plaid shirt back there in the booth.
Al Harrods, did she say?
That's the name he used.
Al bored, Captain. I've been wondering where he was the last couple of months.
You know him, huh?
Real well. Well, hello, Al.
Oh, hi.
Stand up, Al.
Hey, listen, I'm clean.
Come on, stand up.
All right.
That's the way. I guess you are clean.
You could have taken my word for it.
You know, I was just thinking about you the other day, Al.
Oh, were you?
I sure was. This is Captain Kennelly.
Oh, how are you?
You don't mind if we sit down, do you, Al?
No. Help yourself.
Thanks.
Plenty of room. Captain, did he say? You're a cop, too?
That's right.
What have you been doing with yourself lately, Al? I haven't seen you around.
Well, that last 90 days in Rikers Island cured me. And I said to myself, Al, it don't pay. Hang up. That's no hotel in the mountains over there on Rikers Island, Dump the racket.
How you getting along?
Fine. Just fine.
Live around here?
No, I'm over Jersey now. Oh, what are you doing here? You still working out of this division?
That's right.
You too, Captain?
He's commander of the 21st Precinct.
No kidding.
Captain, this Al is an example of how a good boy can turn out to be an honest citizen. You stick him a couple of times, and he learns the racket doesn't pay. You're living in Jersey,
That's right.
You working?
Oh, yeah. I'm breaking my back every day. Working for my wife's brother over there. He's got a poultry business.
You don't say.
Yeah, up the crack of dawn every day.
Well, what are you doing in the big city?
Oh, just came over to see a fella, a friend of mine. You want something, Captain? I'll get the girl over.
No, thanks.
So I cured you, huh?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm walking that tightrope now. I'm on a square and I love it.
Well, didn't I tell you? You wouldn't believe me.
Well, I believe you now, Mr. Thomas. I'll never forget you.
Won't you, Al?
No, sir.
I've been a long time in this job, Al. It's not many guys you run into who can make you feel that you accomplished something. You make me feel that way, Al, and I appreciate it.
I appreciate it, too, Mr. Thomas.
Captain, this guy's made my day. You wouldn't kid me, Al.
Well, would I lie to you, Mr. Thomas?
No, Al, I don't believe you would.
No, not me, brother. I learned. That's for the birds. Well, I gotta go.
It's nice to see you, Al.
Yeah.
Just a second, Al. We're going too.
Oh.
Captain, if I know this guy, I'll bet you he's hustling policy slips across the river in Jersey.
I'm telling you, I'm out of it. Since I finished that bit on Rikers Island, I'm out of it. After you, Captain.
Thanks.
Maybe I play the numbers once in a while.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's not so bad.
But cook 'em? Not me, brother. I had my stomach full of that. That's for the birds. Well, here's my car.
Yeah, it sure is for the birds, Al. And you're a vulture with a 20-foot wingspread.
Yeah.
All right. Open up the trunk of your car.
Hey, but what's going on?
Go on, open it up.
Al, we hit your place on 75th Street. We got you $2,800 in cash and a go-kart full of policy slips.
Put the key in.
Well, what are you stringing me along for, a 20-foot wingspread?
You were stringing yourself along, Al.
Oh, you could be frank.
Well, look. Another gold mine, Captain.
It's mental cruelty let me think I conned you out of it.
All right, close it up. Be careful, Thomas. Watch that he doesn't fly away. He's a bird.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. Where's this? 3361. How was he shot? How many hold-up men? Just one. Which way?
And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly. Featured in tonight's cast were Mandel Kramer, Bill Quinn, Bill Lipton, Joan Loring, Bill Zuckert, John Sylvester, and Jack Orison. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take you now behind the scenes of a police headquarters in a great American city, where under the cold, glaring lights will pass before us the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. This is The Lineup.
We can take this row right here.
Well, will this take long, Lieutenant?
Not too long, Mrs. Wheeler.
I have to do my shopping for the weekend.
It won't take long.
Did you catch the man?
We don't know. We picked up everybody in the area that has a record or looks suspicious.
I hope you have got him.
Well, it would be
May
easy.
I have your attention,
Awful
please?
thing to have a man like that running around loose.
You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name, and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identifications, call out the number. If you're sure or not too sure of the suspect, have him held. The officers who took
How
your
many
name
are we
will
going to
assist
look
you. They're
at?
seated above.
Half a dozen or so.
Please be prompt with your questions or identification. When the prisoners leave here, they are sent to the bathroom and dressed back into their jail clothes. It makes it quite difficult to bring them back after they leave here. The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get a natural tone of voice, so do not pay too much attention to their answers as they often lie. Bring on the line. All right. Move up to the end of the stage. Right on up to the end. Keep it moving. All right, turn and face front. Hands to your sides. Look straight ahead. You take off your hat. Okay, number one, Leonard Foster. Disturbing the peace. State your age and where you live.
I'm 42 years old. I live at 109 West 88th Street. And you know darn well I wasn't disturbing the peace.
That's the charge, Leonard.
I was walking along, minding my own business, doing nothing. I get hauled in. For no reason, you haul me in. You ain't got a charge till you say I'm disturbing the peace. What am I disturbing, I want to know?
5 arrests, 2 convictions.
Yeah, a long time ago, sure.
Petty theft, possession, vagrancy.
Yeah, I know what I done. I done 180 days for what I done, but I ain't done it lately.
Just answer my question.
I get held rolled in with disturbing the peace because I ain't disturbed nothing. I give the arresting officer a little trouble, sure. Because I know you got nothing on me.
Leonard.
And he tags me with a phony charge. Just because you can't pin nothing on me. And you want me down here.
All right, that's enough.
Okay, I'm down here, but I ain't done nothing.
You all through shooting off your face?
Some guy shakes a screw loose and shoots up the town, so you're hauling everybody with a record. I don't go around shooting nobody.
Number two.
Or disturbing the peace.
Shut up. Number 2, Edward Clark.
Hello, Sergeant.
Where do you live, Edward?
Same place,
Tell
Sergeant.
the people.
215 West 110th Street.
Where do you work, Edward?
Oh, I'm between jobs.
You've still got 10 months to go on your parole.
Yeah, look, we all know why we got picked up.
Yeah, for nothing we get picked up.
I told you to shut up.
I know my rights.
All right, get him out of here. Come on,
I want a lawyer.
Run him down to the tank and let him cool off. I'll move.
Okay, but I know my rights.
All right, Edward. What were you doing when the officer picked you up?
Walking.
Where?
No place, just walking, nothing else to do. I didn't shoot nobody. I never even come close.
Okay, number 3. State your name and where you live.
John Eggleston, 110th and Orange.
You've got quite a record, John.
Not for killing nobody.
You know about the killing?
Sure, some psycho gets wild with a gun and kills everybody in sight.
He killed 7 people, wounded 3.
Pretty psycho.
Number 4. State your name and where you live.
Thomas Cashin, 53376.
You were picked up a long way from home.
I'm a wanderer.
What were you doing when the officer picked you up?
Window shopping.
You were picked up a block away from the shooting.
Yeah, I even heard it.
But you kept on window shopping.
None of my business. Sounded like backfires to me.
You don't know the difference between backfires and gunshots?
Me? Well, how would I know?
1938, arrested on suspicion of armed robbery. 1939, breaking and entering, served a year and a day. 1941, suspicion of murder. Same year, convicted and served 3 years for armed robbery.
It'd make a heck of a movie, wouldn't it?
Number 5, state your
None of
name and
these
where
men
you
are the one you're looking for, Lieutenant.
Sure, now. How about the rest of you?
I
don't see him.
No, he's not up there.
Some of these men.
You said you were leaving your girl.
Sergeant Greb.
Yes, Lieutenant.
No identifications. Run on the next bunch.
Oh, I'm beat.
Yeah. Well, I didn't expect an identification on any of those boys. The man we're looking for probably doesn't even have a record.
Well, we better get him in a hurry. The whole town's yelling for an arrest.
He's a mental case. No doubt about that. No motive in his killing. Shoots anybody indiscriminately. 7 people. Just walk down the block and shoot him.
Have you looked at ballistics report?
Yeah. Ties in with what the witnesses said. Said it was a big gun. Luger automatic pistol.
Yeah, machine pistol. Well, what do we do?
I think he's still in that area. Look, it figures that he lives somewhere around there.
Why does it figure?
Well, that gun he had was a pretty big gun. Couldn't possibly carry it in his pocket. He's not going to walk very far with it before using it. I think he walked out of his house or wherever he was staying, started down this block. First person he saw, he killed him.
Maybe he drove a car.
No, that's no good. If he had a motive, sure. If he had a reason for killing those particular people, if he planned it. But no, this was just insane, wild massacre. Was anybody he saw, anybody on the street?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, look at the first person he shot, a 5-year-old boy playing on his roller skates. Walked up to him and killed him. 10 people he shot like that. 7 of them dead, maybe an 8th. No, I'm convinced he probably sat around in his room, this thing eating at him, made up his mind, walked out, started down the block, and went crazy.
Well, if you're right, you've narrowed it down to a pretty small area, and somebody in that area must know him and be able to recognize him and tell you who he is.
We've got a fairly good description from the witnesses. Nobody recognized him, but they all gave a fairly accurate description. Let's give it to the police artist. Let him draw up a picture. Where are the witnesses now?
I've got all 5 of them down looking at the mug file. Mrs. Wheeler keeps yelling she's got to do her weekend shopping.
She mentioned it to me several hundred times.
She's probably got a grouchy husband.
Yeah. Go get him, Matt. Now, if you'll all just sit down, please. This is Mr. Collins. He's going to listen to your descriptions of the killer and try to reconstruct his likeness. Mr. Case?
Yes, Lieutenant?
As nearly as you can, will you again tell us what this man looked like?
Why, certainly. He was...
Just a minute, please. Now, the rest of you, if you have anything to add, speak up. If you disagree, say so immediately. All right, Mr. Case.
He was about as tall as the sergeant.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he's about that.
You're about 6 feet, aren't you, Matt?
Close, within a quarter of an inch.
And he was thin. He was wearing a white shirt.
Just a minute.
Yes.
You said he was thin. How thin? What would you say he weighed?
Oh, I guess about
160.
Oh, thinner than that. My husband weighs 160. He was thinner than that.
Well, he could have been. I'm not a very good judge.
No, more like 150.
Mm-hmm. You all agree?
Well,
Yeah,
yes.
about right.
He was wearing a white shirt, Mr. Case?
Yes, white shirt and dark pants. I don't know what color pants.
Brown, I think, brown.
He was just wearing a shirt, no coat?
That's right. And in this weather, too.
That makes it look more like he didn't walk too far. Shirt and brown pants. Huh?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Anything else?
I can't think of anything.
No, I can't.
The rest of you?
No, I can't think of it. No.
All right, now this is really important. How many of you got a really good look at his face? Good enough so you could give an artist a description fairly close. Raise your hands, please. Everybody but Mrs. Wheeler?
I only saw how he was dressed, Lieutenant.
All right, Mrs. Wheeler. Now, we'll start with the complexion.
Lieutenant.
Yes, Mrs. Wheeler.
As long as I can't help
All
now.
right, Mrs. Wheeler, you can go get your shopping done.
Well, I can't do much good here.
No, you certainly can't. Goodbye, and thank you, Mrs. Wheeler.
Well, you'd think I didn't want to
Will you
help.
show her out, Matt, please?
Yeah, sure.
Now, would you say the man had a dark, medium, or light complexion, Mr. Case?
Well, I'd say it was definitely dark.
Yes, it was.
Okay. Dark hair?
Oh, yeah. That's
It
right.
was cut very short. You couldn't miss it.
Would you say he had a long head or a short, round head?
We had a very thin face. The head was long. Very heavy eyebrows. Dark eyes.
Oh, wait a minute. They weren't so heavy.
Heavier than yours.
Well, not
Oh,
like John
certainly
Lewis,
heavier
but
than mine.
heavy.
Look, I got a good look at him, too.
Oh,
Now,
for
just a
heaven's
minute,
sake.
wait.
Well, I
Wait a
just wanted
minute,
to
will
try
you
and-
please hold it, hold it.
A little more on the nose.
Yeah, he's right. On the bridge of the nose. Not so straight.
Lieutenant, could I be excused for a second?
Well, sure, go ahead, Mr. Case.
We've been in here over an hour, Ben.
Okay.
Squad room is crawling with reporters. We'll have to give him some action soon.
Don't you think I'd like to give him some action?
Now, don't get jumpy.
That's nearly it. That's pretty close to what he looked like.
I think he had more of a pointed chin. You know, it stood out more.
I don't know. That's pretty close.
You've disagreed with everything I've said.
Look, lady, I'm sorry. I just don't think his chin
You
was...
don't think anything. You just say no.
But
It don't look like that.
No.
Say what you like, lady. Get as nasty as you want. I don't think
Please,
he had
now,
to...
please, look, I know it's tough for everybody,
It wouldn't be so tough if this here monkey
Now,
was...
wait a
black-
minute, please, wait a minute. I heard one of you say that it looked pretty much like the killer.
I said.
If the chin was more pointed.
Yes, all right, but it's close.
Yeah, it's
close.
close.
All right, then.
I hope I didn't take too long.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Case. Take a look at the picture, please. You think it looks like the killer?
Yes, that's very close. Now, if you'll just change
Thank you, Mr. Case. Get the picture, Matt, and let's get out of here. Here it is, boys. This is as close a description as we could get on the killer. Each one of you take one and start circulating in the area. Show it to everybody. Newspapers already have these, but they won't be out for a while. Hand them up, Quine.
Right.
Come on, man.
Right.
Well, where to?
We'll start at the scene and work south and north.
Hey, I just thought of something.
What?
I haven't had breakfast or lunch. I'm starved.
It's an event you wait for 12 months. The grand finals of Horace Heights' original Youth Opportunity Program. And next Sunday night's the big night for 1950. The most talented young Americans Horace Height has ever discovered in his famous nationwide auditions will be heard competing for the championship and the $5,000 grand prize. Arthur Olson, 17-year-old piano sensation from Minneapolis. Sidney Barabas, the brilliant young coloratura. Jesse Owens, baritone, who left his shoeshine stand to win one of Horace Heights' quarterfinal rounds. You'll find them and the others on CBS next Sunday night when the Horace Height Original Youth Opportunity Program comes your way on most of these same stations.
Yes, sir? Something I can do for you?
Police.
Oh, yes, sir. About the killing, huh?
That's right.
A couple of policemen were in earlier. I didn't see it.
This man. Ever been in your store before?
Well, I don't recognize him.
You sure?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think I've ever seen him before.
You run the store alone?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Want to bowl a few games?
With your head, sure.
Oh, that's very funny.
There's a bar over there, Matt. You take it. I'll talk to whoever's in charge of the alleys.
Right.
Hey, you want an alley?
No. You ever seen this guy before?
You a cop?
That's right. Ever see him?
No. He the guy that killed all those people?
Yeah.
What a terrible thing that was.
How long you been working here?
Me, I run the place. Well, I hope you catch that guy. Ain't safe with a guy like that around.
How many people you got working for you? Just the people who might have seen this man if he came in.
Well, let me see. There's Marge. She's the one over there serving the beer.
Uh-huh. Who else?
Let's see. I got one waitress and two bartenders working in the bar.
The bar's being checked.
Let me see. My wife, Marge, the waitress, two bartenders, and my wife. Well, that's all that's working here outside of the pinboard.
Okay, let's talk to them.
Sure. Talk to my wife first if you want to. She's the one at the cash register.
Uh-huh.
When I opened the place, she took over the cash register. It figured. Tell me, you married?
No.
Congratulations.
Everything's 7 blocks north, everything's 6 blocks south, and it doesn't look like we're going to get a thing.
I'll try this one.
What, the barber shop?
Yeah.
Hey, just have a seat, gentlemen. You next.
We're the police. We want you to take a look at this picture.
Police? Sure, let's see.
Ever see him before?
Yeah, I think so. It looks like him. I got his hair yesterday, if it's the guy I'm thinking of.
Who is he?
His name?
Yeah, his name.
His name, I don't know. He's only been in here 3 or 4 times. He likes his hair short, like in the picture. He done something?
Yeah, he's done something.
Funny guy. You know, he's always talking about the army, about all the battles.
He talk about where he lived?
Oh, he never talked about where he lived. Just about the army and how he wanted his haircut. And how he didn't like the people in this town. What'd he do?
He killed some of the people he didn't like in this town.
He was the one? He killed all those people today?
We think so.
Holy gosh, I cut his hair.
And he didn't tell you where he lived?
He said nothing, but I know, at least I'm pretty sure.
Where?
A rooming house, block down the street. I seen him go in there once with the groceries. This side on the corner, at the end of the block.
Thanks.
How do you like that? He killed all those people. I cut his hair.
Yes?
You the landlady?
Yes, that's right. You want a room?
Police. We want to talk to you.
Oh. All right.
We'd like to come in.
All right. What's wrong?
Shh. Keep your voice down. It's about one of your roomers.
One of my roomers.
Take a look at this picture.
Oh, him. What's he done?
Who is he?
Name's Fitch, Arthur Fitch. What's he done?
Is he in?
Yeah, it's been a couple of hours ago. Still in his room, I think. What's he done?
Where's his room?
2nd floor, 1st door.
Where's your phone?
One on the wall. On the one we got, you'll have to pay a nickel.
How many other people in the building?
It's just me. We got one vacancy. Everybody else is working.
I see.
Do you mind telling me what this is all about?
We want Arthur Fitch on suspicion of murder.
Murder!
This is Sergeant.
Murder?
Captain Waldo.
Keep your voice down.
Hello, Captain. This is Sergeant Greb. Ben and I are in a boarding house on 103rd Street, 314. We think I got a man. Yeah, that's right. Name Arthur Fitch, a barber identified him. According to the landlady, he's up in his room now. No. We'll wait for you. Bye, Captain. He'll cover the area.
Look up, that.
You'd better go outside, lady. Get off the street as quickly as possible.
But my place.
Lady, you've got a murderer upstairs. You want to stay here?
All right.
You go outside, Matt, and wait for Waldo. I'll stay here.
Oh, good Lord.
Don't move.
Don't shoot us, Arthur.
Better put it down, Arthur.
I'll kill you all if you move.
You don't have a chance, son.
I never do. Somebody's always trying to hurt me. I never have a chance. I said don't move.
Oh.
All right, Arthur.
You think you're smart, don't you? You think you're pretty smart. I heard you talking on the phone. I heard you when you came in. I saw you coming down the block. I knew you'd get here sooner or later. Just haven't made up my mind what to do yet. Just haven't made up my mind. I feel so bad. Everybody makes me feel so bad.
We don't want to hurt you, Arthur.
You don't. You're lying.
We just want to talk to you.
Want to talk to me, huh? You want to talk to me, then you want to go out and tell people things about me. You want to make people talk about me. You want to make them hate me.
We want to show you how to get out of here, Arthur.
Show you what to do. Help you make up your mind.
You're lying.
We just thought we could help you, Arthur.
You want to help me?
That's right.
How? How can you help me? Nobody around here wants to help me. Not since I got here. Nobody likes me. Just like that other town. Everybody's saying things about me, planning things. How can we get Arthur out of town? Arthur's no good. Let's run him out. I showed him.
We'll hide you, Arthur.
I don't believe you. I don't know you.
Well, sure you do. We've helped you before.
You have?
Sure. We don't want you to get hurt.
We'll hide you so you can't get hurt.
You've helped me before?
Sure. Don't you remember?
No.
Oh, we've helped you lots of times.
You're a policeman. You call the police.
Ah, we just said that.
Yeah, so we could fool them. Get you out.
You've helped me before?
That's right, Arthur. We'll help you this time, too.
When did you help me before?
Lots of times when you were in trouble. Remember all the times you were in trouble?
And how you got out of them, Arthur? How you got out of trouble? We helped you. You haven't forgotten us, have you, Arthur?
Will you get me out of this trouble?
Sure, we'll show you the way.
Yeah, please. Please help me.
Come down the stairs.
All right.
Now, you've got to hurry.
You're going to help me?
Sure. Like we helped you in the Army. All the times you got in trouble.
You were in the Army?
Sure, we were in the Army.
What's that?
Well, it isn't anything, Arthur. Come on now.
No, Mrs. Evans, come up here.
Better do as
Hurry
he
up
says.
or I'll shoot the whole bunch of you.
Yeah.
The stairs will go to my room so I can think. They won't hurt me while I got you.
Where is he, Lieutenant?
He's got the landlady upstairs in his room. He's got the machine pistol, too.
Whole area is surrounded.
He's a complete paranoiac. Really came apart at the seams. Thinks everybody hates him.
What do we do?
And he's killed 7 people already. We can't take a chance on that poor landlady.
We almost had him. Just another second, and we just about had him talked into thinking we were his only friends. I doubt if he'll trust anybody now.
Come on, let's get outside.
Oh, here comes Captain.
Now, wave him back. The more cops Arthur spots, the more desperate he'll get.
Oh, we just can't let him sit up there. There's no telling
I got an idea, Matt. Stay close to the building. According to the landlady, that's his room right above us.
No way to get up there.
And there's a building across the street. If we can get into the 2nd floor... Quine, go get a rifle.
Can you spot him?
No. I can see right into his room, but I can't see Arthur or the landlady.
Probably sitting down.
If he'd only get in front of that window.
Yeah, we can't wait. No telling when he's liable to start using that gun.
Then we're no better off than when we started.
We are if somebody can get him in front of that window.
Well, how's that going to be done?
And I'll worry about that after I see whether I can talk my way into his room.
Ben.
Can you think of a better way?
No, but how about me trying it?
You're a better shot than I am.
Okay.
I hope you're a better shot. Remember, if I do get him in that window, I'm the fat one. Arthur.
Who is it?
Your friend, Arthur.
Why don't you go away?
I still want to help you.
Why do you lie like that? Why don't you admit it? You want to kill me.
You've got to trust me, Arthur. I know a way to get you out.
Now listen. Listen, you better leave. I've got Mrs. Evans in here, and I'll shoot her if anybody tries to get me out of here.
Please. Please go away.
Then just look out the window, Arthur. You can see the way to get out yourself.
I don't want to look out the window. Go away, I'm warning you.
Then just let me talk to you. I can't hurt you by just talking to you.
I don't want to hear anything you gotta say. I feel bad.
Oh, you. Arthur, if I can prove I'm your friend, if I can prove I've helped you before, will you trust me?
You can't prove that.
Well, let me talk to you. I'll prove it.
It's getting late. It's getting late. I gotta make up my mind what to do.
Arthur.
How can you prove that you want to help me?
If I can prove that I helped you other times, will you believe me?
I won't say.
You said if I could prove I was in the Army with you, you'd let me help you.
Were you in the Army?
With you, Arthur.
In the war.
Yeah, that's right.
Infantry?
Just like you.
I was in the Army for 5 years. 7 battles. Were you with me then?
That's right. I helped you all those times.
Oh, yeah. Oh, terrible times. I was decorated.
Yeah. You did a wonderful job.
Yeah. I got the Purple Heart. I was wounded.
Well, I know. Don't you remember in the hospital? I helped you.
Yeah. Somebody else was with you. Another man. You both helped me.
That's right.
Oh, you don't know what it's like in war, Mrs. Evans. He'll tell you. All that killing. Have to kill him or get killed yourself.
I can help you out of this, Arthur. Just like those terrible times in the war.
How?
Just look out of the window.
Out of the window?
Yeah. I got a car down there. On the street. Right below the window.
I don't know.
Oh, they'll never get you.
I don't know.
Well, you've got a gun.
Yeah.
Well, look out the window. Look at the car.
You'll come with me?
Sure. I'll help you.
Why do people always have to hate me?
We'll climb out of that window, get in that car.
I made them all sorry for not liking me.
Well, you see the car?
No, I don't.
It's all right, Mrs. Evans. All right.
I didn't see the car.
There wasn't any car, Arthur.
I gotta tell you something.
Go ahead.
I feel terrible about something. I gotta tell you.
All right, Arthur.
I'm really ashamed. But I never really was in the Army. I just made it up.
The Lineup, where before you pass the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again next week when we again bring you The Lineup.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name, and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the witness.
The Lineup, starring Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Ben Guthrie and Wally Mayer as Sergeant Matt Greb, is written by Blake Edwards with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Lee Patrick, Elliot Reed, Wilms Herbert, Howard McNear, Sidney Miller, Clayton Post, Joe Duvall, and Virginia Gregg. The Lineup is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. Every Friday evening on CBS, the handsome young cop, Danny Clover, brings you his latest adventure patrolling the theatrical district of New York. Broadway's my beat, says Danny, and his stories involve Apple Annies, chorus girls, society women, gamblers, theatrical producers. All of the picturesque characters that are found in Times Square. Be listening for this fine mystery series, Broadway's My Beat, Friday evening on most of these same stations. Dan Coverly speaking. This is CBS, the Star's address, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Chesterfield brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to burglary detail. For the past 2 months, a gang of safe burglars have been operating in your city. In that time, they've hit a dozen places. You've got no lead to their identity. Your job? Get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
was Tuesday, August 10th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Wisdom. My name's Friday. We were on the way back from lunch, and it was 1:17 p.m. when we got to room 45. Burglary.
Joe, you got any stomach pills?
No, I haven't. You got trouble again?
Yeah. I don't know why I always do when we have lunch at Sal's. Must be that cheesecake, Joe. It happens every time.
Well, maybe if you just stick to one piece, huh?
The way Rosie makes it, you can't stop there. You know, that Sal could make a fortune if he'd realize it.
What do you mean?
Well, you know how in some places they have a little bowl of mints by the cash register?
Yeah.
Well, if Sal had put a bowl of stomach pills, he could clean up.
Yeah, sure.
Anything in the book?
I'll take a look.
How about it?
Yeah. There's a call here from Ernie.
Our informant?
Yeah. Says he wants to see us this afternoon.
Say what it's about?
No, just says to meet him at that coffee place over on 7th.
Sure hope he can come up with something we could use it.
Yeah. We've taken a lot on this one, haven't we?
Yeah. The way the papers talk, you'd think we were in with the thieves.
Now, from where they sit, it probably looks that way. We sure haven't been able to stop them.
Yeah. You hear anything more on that last run from the stats office?
Yeah, nothing. They've run the M.O. over and over. We can't make it. I saw the skipper this morning. He's sore, too.
Yeah, it figures they're leaning on him, too.
Well, there's got to be a break somewhere along the line. Their luck can't hold out forever.
Maybe they don't know that.
Did you check the FI cards from last night?
Yeah, they're doing it now. They might come up with something. How about Rubles and Toll? You heard from them yet?
No, they're running down that report from the liquor store owner. Doesn't look like it's going anywhere either.
I'll get it.
Right.
Burglary, Smith. Oh, yeah, did you find anything? Uh-huh. Where was that? Uh-huh. How do you spell that last name? S-O-N? Right. Okay, thanks. We might have something.
Yeah?
Officer made a field interrogation report on an Otto Bronson last night. Time was listed as 10:46 p.m., 4th and Central.
Well, that's close.
The last heist was at 7th and Central at approximately 11 p.m.
Well, how's this Bronson fit in?
Well, they checked him out. He's got a record.
Yeah?
Burglary.
1:35 p.m. Frank and I checked the name Otto Bronson through R&I. We found that he had an arrest record dating back 10 years. He'd been picked up 3 times on suspicion of violation of Section 459 PC. He'd been convicted once and had served time at San Quentin. He'd been released 4 months before he served his full term and was not on parole. We got his last known address from his ex-convict registration, and we drove out to see him. The address listed was a rooming house on Alexandria Street. We talked to the landlady, but she could tell us nothing about him. She said that he'd moved in about 4 months before, and in that time she'd seen very little of him. He didn't eat at the house, but he took his meals outside. She was unable to tell us what time Bronson had come home the night before. He was registered in room 2B. Frank and I went up and knocked on the door.
Yeah? You Otto Bronson?
Yeah, what about it?
Police officers would like to talk to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Might be better if we talked inside, huh?
Well, maybe I don't want any cops in my place.
No, we can talk downtown.
Come on in. All right, what's it all about?
Wonder if you could tell us where you were last night.
Why?
We'd like to know.
Well, let's see, I went downtown, had dinner, met some friends, had a few drinks, and came home.
What time did you get home?
Oh, maybe about 8, around in there.
We got word you were seen downtown at 10:46. How about it?
Maybe my watch stopped.
Were you downtown?
Oh, you guys know all the answers. You tell me.
All right, mister, get your hat.
Why?
Let's go downtown.
All right. So I was there. What's that prove?
Why'd you lie about it?
I didn't lie. I told you. My watch stopped.
Yeah, according to the FI report, you were stopped on the corner of 4th and Central. Is that right?
I don't know. I guess so. Why?
What were you doing there?
I was on my way home.
From where?
Like I told you, I had a couple of drinks with some friends of mine and came right home.
Mm-hmm. Where'd you meet these friends of yours?
Bar down in Central.
Which bar?
I don't know the address. I can show you if you gotta know.
Who were the friends?
Look, I don't like any of this. You guys coming in here and asking all these questions. What's it all about?
The liquor store safe was burglarized near 7th and Central last night. You look good for the job.
Boy, it's sure true.
What's that?
Old saying up at the joint. Do a little time and you'll have every cop in the world on your back at one time or another.
How long you lived here, Bronson?
Couple of months.
That's the closet over here.
You stay away from there. There isn't anything in there that matters to you.
Then you shouldn't mind if we take a look.
Now, just keep your hands off of my stuff, huh?
If you haven't done anything, you got nothing to worry about, have you?
It isn't what I've done. It's what you guys are going to say I did.
How about this, Bronson?
That's mine. Hey, now, look, you got no right to go...
See what's in it, Frank.
Yeah.
How about this, Bronson?
I never saw those before in my life. It's a frame you guys are trying to tie onto me. Well, it won't work, cops, and you know it won't.
How do you explain these to us?
I don't have to. They belong to a friend. He asked me to take care of them.
How about this, Bronson?
Can't see, Joe. What is it?
Cutting torch. Looks like it's been used lately. "2:15 p.m. We searched the suspect's room. We found nothing further that would tie him in with the burglaries. We talked to the other people in the boarding house, but they couldn't give us any further information. They were unable to tell us if Bronson had any friends, and the landlady told us that he hadn't gotten any mail since he'd been there. We called the office and arranged for a stakeout on the boarding house, and then we took the suspect downtown to the city hall. We talked to him for an hour. 4:16 p.m.
That's where you stand on this thing, Bronson. Now you make up your mind. You want to take the beef by yourself? You're going to tell us where you got the tools.
I've been telling you. I didn't know anything about the tools. I got them from a friend. He asked me to keep the suitcase for him as a favor. He asked me to keep them for him, and that's all I know.
Well, what's the friend's name?
Like I told you, it's a fellow named Shorty.
What's his last name?
I don't know. If I knew, I'd tell you. I got no reason to hold back on it. I didn't have nothing to do with the jobs.
Otto, we were talking to you about one burglary. What do you mean by jobs?
Well, just the way you guys talk, I figured there was more than one.
You know what we're talking about.
I don't. I'm telling you the truth. I don't.
When'd you last see this Shorty?
When he gave me the suitcase.
When was that?
A week, maybe 10 days ago.
Where'd you see him?
In a bar down on 7th.
And he just gave you this suitcase, asked you to take care of it for him? Is that what you expect us to believe?
That's the truth.
Well, that's kind of hard to buy.
I can't help that. That's the way it happened.
Well, your friend sure left you in a good fix, didn't he?
What do you mean?
Well, it looks like you're going to have to go this route by yourself.
How do you figure that?
You got the tools, you got a record. You were in the vicinity just before the safe was burned. You look real good for it.
Well, I ain't going to take it alone.
Well, you haven't got much choice.
Well, what happens if I help you get the rest of them?
It'll be marked down that way.
Is that all you can do?
That's all.
How much if I help you break the gang?
That's all we can do.
Well, one thing you got to understand.
What's that?
I had nothing to do with the jobs myself. I just heard a few rumbles. You got to know I wasn't in on it.
What have you heard?
Well, there's 3 guys. They're from the east. They've been working out here about 6 weeks. Real heavy fellas.
Who are they?
I don't know them. The only one I ever saw was Shorty, and I'm not too sure he's in on it.
You know where we can pick him up?
No, like I said, I just heard a few rumbles.
All right, how about this Shorty? Has he got a record?
I don't know. He might have.
You ever say anything about doing time?
No, not so I can hear.
How long you known him?
About 3 months. I met him right after I got out of queue.
Where'd you meet him?
A bar downtown. We got to talking one night, and after that, I'd see him around here and there. And I never got to know him real well.
Just well enough for him to give you a suitcase full of burglar tools, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
And you didn't know what was in the case? Huh?
No, I didn't look. I didn't figure it was any of my business.
That's easy to buy, isn't it?
I can't help it. That's the way it is.
How much do you know about how the gang works?
Not much. Rumble is that they case a place for a couple of days, figure out when's the best time to hit it, and walk in and burn the safe.
They use a car?
I don't know. I guess they do.
Does Shorty have a car?
I don't know. I never saw him with one. He never mentioned it.
You ever mention where he lived?
No, not to me. I figure it's over on the east side, though.
How you figure that?
Well, just the way he talked. Nothing definite, but just the idea.
You look at some mugs and tell us if you see this Shorty?
Well, sure. I'd like to see you get him, leaving me to stand for a thing like this all by myself.
Anything else you can tell us about the gang?
No, that's about it.
Okay, let's look at the mugs.
Oh, how about it? I still got to go to jail?
Well, you still haven't convinced us you're clean.
Well, I told you everything I know.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Look, I go nuts in a cell.
You should have thought of that before.
Well, I can give you guys a lot of help if I'm on the outside.
You haven't given us much here.
Well, maybe I can.
All right, go ahead.
I can tell you when they're going to pull the next job.
We continued to talk to Otto Bronson. He told us that he'd heard the gang was planning to rob the safe of a large chain grocery store in the southern part of the city. He gave us the date and the time that the operation was expected to take place, but he was unable to give us the exact details of how the burglary would be committed. The suspect couldn't tell us whether a car would be used or how the store would be approached. He was unable to give us a description of the other 2 men in the operation, but he did give us a description of Shorty. We ran the name through the moniker file in R&I. We got back 285 possibles and had the mug shots on the suspects pulled. These were shown to Bronson, but he failed to make an identification. We showed him our mug files on known burglary suspects, but he again failed to come up with an identification. The burglary tools were booked as evidence, and then Frank and I talked with Captain Wisdom. It was agreed that it might be better to release Bronson and have him followed. 8:31 p.m. The suspect was released and placed under constant surveillance. The date Bronson had given us for the next burglary was the following Saturday, August 14th. Frank and I made arrangements to place a stakeout on the store. We checked the store and found that there were 2 entrances, one off the parking lot to one side of the building and one on the street. We took up our position so that both doors could be seen. The area was placed under a Code 5 call so that the stakeout would not be burned. Frank and I waited. 10 p.m., 11, no sign of the burglars. Midnight came and went. At 5:30 a.m., the stakeout was called off, and Frank got to a phone.
Yeah, When was that? Yeah? Okay, we'll be right in. Joe?
Yeah, anything?
Yeah, they lost the tail on Bronson.
At approximately 10:30 Saturday night, Otto Bronson had gone into a theater on South Spring Street. The officer following had entered, but had lost the suspect in the darkness. The next morning, Sunday, August 15th, we got a report that Bronson had turned up at his rooming house at 7:45 a.m. I got a call from the business office with this information, and at 8:20 I picked up Frank and we drove over to see Bronson.
Who's there?
It's Friday.
Oh, just a minute. Hi. Come on in. Well, you guys are up early this morning. How'd it turn out last night?
What are you trying to pull, Bronson?
What do you mean?
You know what we're talking about. Nothing happened last night.
Hey, you mean they didn't break into the place?
That's it.
I can't understand that. From what I heard, they had it all cased.
Where were you last night?
Well, you figure I had something to do with it, huh?
We just asked you where you were.
Oh, what's the matter? Hey, the tail you had on me get lost?
We're waiting for an answer, Bronson.
I went to a movie and then came on home.
You came right home after the picture, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Right home.
How come it took you so long?
Now, what's that mean?
You didn't get home until this morning, did you?
You guys are pretty thorough, aren't you?
Where were you?
All right, I stopped and saw a friend. We got to drinking, forgot all about time. That makes me a pigeon for you.
Come on, Bronson, let's go down there.
What for? I haven't done anything.
You gave us wrong information about last night.
Well, that's not my fault. I'm not running with the guys. I told you what I heard. Now, it's not my beef that it didn't work out. From what I knew, that was the way it was going to be.
All right, let's go.
Well, now, just a minute. Look, we can work this out, huh?
I'm afraid not.
I leveled with you guys. I'm not giving you a snow job. That's the way it is. Now, look, you got nothing on me. If you had, you wouldn't have let me go before. Now that I think about it, I don't like the idea of a tail on me. What are you guys going to prove with that? The way you act, it's no wonder you get no cooperation from anybody. It's no wonder at all.
All right, now you've made your point. Let's go downtown.
Yeah, who is it?
Mr. Bronson, it's me, Kelly.
It's the landlord. Yeah, what is it?
Mr. Friday here?
Yeah, I'm Friday.
Phone call for you. You can get it here in the hall.
Thanks.
You can get it here.
Thank you. This Friday. Yeah. Mm-hmm. When? Right. We'll be right there. Thanks a lot. Frank?
Yeah?
It's the business office. We gotta leave.
Yeah?
You called it, Bronson. They worked last night, all right?
See, I told you.
Yeah, we staked out in South L.A.
So?
They hit in West L.A.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
9:15 a.m. Frank and I contacted the West Los Angeles detectives and drove out to the scene of the latest burglary. It was a large chain grocery store. The thieves had burned into the safe, and the M.O. was the same as in the other burglaries. All the contents of the safe worth anything had been removed. The crews from the crime lab and latent prints had already finished their investigation and had gone back to go over their findings. Frank and I talked to the manager of the store, Mr. Charles Gleason.
Well, let me see, Sergeant. The first I knew about it was when they called me to say that the safe had been robbed.
Mm-hmm. Any idea how much was taken?
Well, I'd just be guessing with the officers working around here. I didn't get a chance to check it yet, but I'd say about $5,000 or $6,000. The weekend and all, we'd done a pretty good business, and I didn't get a chance to get to the bank. I had all that money in the safe. Of course, I'll have to check the books to tell you exactly how much they took, but like I said, it was probably $5,000 or $6,000.
Do you have a burglar alarm system in the store, Mr. Gleason?
I beg your pardon?
I said, do you have a burglar alarm system in the store?
Yes, that's a funny thing. I can't understand why it didn't work. The officers who were here from your crime lab, is that it?
Yeah, that's right, sir.
Well, they said that evidently it had been turned off somehow. I don't understand it, but that's what they said.
I see. I wonder if you could give us a list of your employees.
Well, yes, certainly, but you don't think that any of them had anything to do with this, do you?
Well, they've all got to be checked out, sir. Can you give us the list?
Oh. Well, yes, I can. I guess that's right, but I'm sure that none of them were involved.
Well, Mr. Gleason, have you noticed anyone hanging around the store, anyone that might have looked suspicious to you that you can remember?
It'd be awfully hard to say. We do a lot of business with all the people who come in and out. It's kind of hard to say.
Yes, sir, we understand. Could you remember, was there anyone who attracted your attention? Maybe someone unusual, somebody loitering in the neighborhood, maybe around the store?
No, sir, not that I can think of.
Mm-hmm. Was there anything that was taken from the safe that might give us a lead, something that might not ordinarily be in there? Something that you could identify easily.
No, I don't think so. Just the money. Of course, there were several checks. Checks that we cashed for the customers. They might have totaled $500. I can give you a list of them. We have them photographed if you want copies of them.
Yes, sir. That'd be a big help.
Oh, officers, there was one more thing.
Yes, sir. What was that?
Well, you know how people lose things.
Yes, sir.
A couple of days ago, we found a watch. It looked expensive. We found it in the back of the store. That was in the safe, too. Everything's gone. Must have taken that, too. It isn't there now.
Well, can you give us a description of the watch?
Yes, I can. I noticed it because, well, to be honest, I was kind of hoping that nobody would claim it. You keep things like that around here for a couple of days and then turn them in to you. I'd like to have had that one myself. Certina, it was a gold case with a white face, only had a few numbers. You know, some of the spots were just the little gold spots.
Yeah, I mean the spots were...
The numbers, the numbers, the little gold spots.
I know what you mean, sir.
Well, this one had a gold band, and it was one that was a kind of a chain thing, not an expansion band. You know, the chain, the gold chain?
Yes, sir. Would you know the watch if you saw it again?
Oh, sure. I looked at it enough, and then there was that scratch on the crystal, too.
Sir?
We're right over the number 2. There was a scratch. I can show you right here on my watch. You see right there, a little scratch? It kind of went off at an angle. It was real easy to spot.
Yes, sir, I understand.
You know, it's a funny thing, you officers being here. There's a friend of mine once, well, I just soon not mention his name if you don't mind, because he was innocent, you know, but it looked bad. I was kind of worried about it myself.
Mm-hmm.
And these officers came out to his house, just took the place apart. It was all right. It was perfectly legal. They had a search warrant.
What'd they come out for?
Well, they thought he was mixed up in a robbery.
Oh.
I don't know how they ever thought it, but it looked suspicious, I guess. He was seen with some characters that were, well, you know, not very nice. If they came out to his house, took the whole place apart. You never saw such a mess in your life. Ripped up the mattresses, took down ruined the picture. A beautiful picture. End of the trail. You know, the one with the Indian,
yes, sir.
The spear going down like that?
Yes, sir.
Took that apart. The whole picture just fell apart. They never could get it back together again. I don't know whether they can get another one or not.
They
Darndest
find
mess you
anything?
ever saw, huh?
I say, did they find anything? The money?
Yeah, they did. They found a fountain pen his wife had lost 2 years ago. Had her initials on it.
Yes, sir. Well, is there anything else you can think of that would help us here?
No, not that I can figure.
Well, if you do remember anything, sir, here's our card. We'd certainly appreciate a call.
Frank Smith, just as for you, huh?
Yes, sir, and if we're not there, just leave a message and we'll get in touch with you.
All right, I'll do that.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gleason.
You bet. I sure hope you catch the fellows that are doing this.
Yes, sir, so do we.
Guess you've been after him quite a while now, huh?
Yes, sir, we have.
What the papers say, this makes number 13 for him. Bad number 13, kind of unlucky.
No worse than number 1. Frank and I went back to the city hall and completed our crime report. We contacted the crime lab and latent prints and found that they'd come up with no physical evidence at the scene. From the M.O., it could be definitely established that they were the same suspects we were after. We obtained a list of the employees of the store and checked them out. We came up with no new leads. A list of the checks that had been taken from the safe were given to forgery detail. Frank and I went to Otto Bronson's rooming house and brought him down to the city hall for questioning.
You know, maybe if you guys had spent a little more time doing your job and less time bothering me, you'd end up catching those fellas.
Don't worry about it, Bronson. We'll get them. We'd like to go over what you did last night again.
I told you
Well,
once.
tell us again, will you?
All right. Like I said, I had dinner around 8, maybe 8:30.
Where'd you eat?
A place over on Spring.
See anybody you knew?
No, I don't think I did.
Where'd you go then?
I went to a movie, a place on 7th.
See anybody you knew there?
No.
Well, then you'd have a tough time proving where you were, wouldn't you?
Not all the way. You had a tail on me. Most of this you know already.
All right. What'd you do after you left the movie?
I told you that. I went over to see a friend.
Yeah, where's he live?
A hotel on 5th.
What's his name?
Oh, look, I don't want to see him dragged into this.
If he's clean, he's got nothing to worry about, huh?
Yeah, sure, but you guys go over and talk to him. It's a lot of embarrassment for him, and I just don't want it.
All right, let's go.
Oh, no. You going to book me?
That's it.
I told you what being in a cell does to me.
You should have thought about that before.
All right, I'll tell you who he is.
Well, go ahead.
His name's Anderson, Mark Anderson.
You ever fallen?
No, he's clean.
Sure about that?
Yeah. Now, I suppose you want to go over and talk to him, huh?
Yeah, we'll get to it.
You still going to book me?
We haven't any choice.
Look, I told you what I know, Sergeant. I told you everything. I can't help it if I was wrong. Look, it's no crime to make a mistake, is it? I never read about no law that says you can't make a mistake.
Well, why don't you tell us the truth about what you know about these burglaries, then?
I told you.
What you told us we can't buy.
Well, that's tough, fella, but that's the way it is. Now, I told you what I know. There isn't any more. Now, if you want, go on. Check with Mark Anderson. He'll tell you I was with him all night. He'll tell you I don't want no trouble, you guys. He'll tell you, and that's the truth. Really, I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah, we've heard that before. 6:40 p.m. We booked Otto Bronson at the main jail on suspicion of burglary. Before he was put in his cell, we got the address of Mark Anderson. After we'd finished with the booking, Frank and I drove over to the hotel on 5th Street. Anderson was registered in room 812. The desk clerk told us that Anderson was in his room. He was unable to tell us much about Anderson because, as he explained, he'd only worked at the hotel for a week and hadn't seen much of him. We went upstairs and knocked at the door.
Yeah?
You Mark Anderson?
That's right. Who are you?
Police officers. I'd like to talk to you.
Sure, come on in.
This is my partner, Frank Smith.
Anderson. What do you want to see me about?
You know a fellow named Bronson, Otto Bronson?
Yeah, sure. I know Otto.
When'd you see him last?
Hey, what's this all about anyway? Otto done something?
Just a routine investigation, Anderson. When was the last time you saw Bronson?
Routine, huh?
That's right.
I saw him last night.
Where'd you see him?
Here. He came up, sat around, killed a bottle, talked it up.
Mm-hmm. What time did he leave here?
Must have been about 7:30 this morning, something like that.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Sure. Glad to help out whenever I can. Otto isn't in any trouble, is he?
Like we said, it's just routine.
Mm-hmm. Well, anything more I can do to help out, you let me know. Huh?
Yeah, we'll do that.
You leaving right away?
Yeah, that's right. We'll be getting back to the office.
Well, I'll get my coat and walk down with you. I got a date in 15 minutes. Gonna have to romp
It's a nice watch you got there.
Yeah, it's new.
Let me take a look at it, will you?
Well, it's just a watch. If you don't mind, I like to get going.
Let me see the watch.
Sure, no reason you can't. Here.
Okay. You said this was new?
Yeah, just got it a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm. Did you notice this scratch on the crystal here?
Hmm. Yeah, I never saw that before. Guess I'll have to take it back and get another one.
Let me see it, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you buy this watch?
Yeah.
Where?
Well, jeweler's down the street.
You got a receipt for it?
No, I didn't. I know the guy. I didn't figure I'd need one.
What if we could take a look through your room?
Why? What are you looking for?
Just like to take a look.
You got a search warrant?
No, we can get one if we have to.
Well, then you better go get one. I'm not having any cops looking through my stuff.
Frank?
Yeah.
I told you to get a warrant. You got no right to look in there.
Something in the closet you don't figure we should see.
No,
right?
it's not that. It's just...
Well, then there's no problem, is there?
Joe,
Yeah.
a couple of suitcases.
You want to bring them out?
Yeah. Here they are. This one's kind of heavy. It feels like there's some sort of tools in it.
And open it up.
Wait a minute. You got the key for this one, Anderson?
There's nothing in there for you.
We'll figure that, huh?
Joe, looks like this other one's open.
Now about this, Anderson. Money here and these checks.
Watch it, Joe.
All right, Anderson. All right, come on, get up. Get up.
I'll shake him, Joe. Yeah, he's clean.
Stand still. All right, Anderson, let's go.
Otto told you, didn't he? A lousy little sneak. He told you. I never did trust him. I kept telling Shorty. I kept telling him we shouldn't trust him.
Who's Shorty?
Shorty Miller.
Want to tell us where we can find him?
Sure, I got nothing to lose. Lousy little Otto.
Just the three of you in on the job?
Yeah, that's all. Otto, Shorty, and me, just the three of us. Him and his big ideas. How he had it all fixed up when you tagged him. How he was going to get us in the clear. Don't worry, he said. He'd take care of everything. Lousy liar. He'd fix it for us. That's real funny.
Shouldn't be.
What?
He fixed it.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On December 14th, trial was held in Department 87, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. Otto N. Bronson, Mark A. Anderson, and Samuel R. Miller were tried and found guilty of 9 counts of burglary with explosives. They received sentence as prescribed by law. Burglary with explosives is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 10, nor more than 40 years. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Vic Perrin, Stacey Harris. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. A man walking along a cobbled street in Whitechapel. It's an April evening, and a pleasant one. A spring rain has just finished, and the street lamps spread skins of light over the wetted pavements. Stroll. Nowhere in particular. Hanbury Street is as good as any other. But look there. The young woman waiting.
Well, look who it is, won't you? If it ain't old Saucy you hisself. Pleasant night, ain't it? Walking, were you? I walk along with you won't mind. I like April, don't you? And the rain makes everything fresh and nice, don't it? Oh, now there's a pretty garden, ain't it? Flowers already...
Tonight, my report to you on... Good evening. My name is Jack the Ripper.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
The year was 1888, and the place was London. The first murder had taken place on April 3rd and was not reported in the London Times. The woman's name was Emma Elizabeth Smith, and she had blonde hair.
I have blonde hair, too.
The second murder took place not far from the first, near the Groveyard buildings in Whitechapel. The woman's name was Martha Tabram, and the police noted that she died exactly the same way as Emma Elizabeth Smith. Horribly, by knife. To be noted, Martha had blonde hair, too, and her eyes were dark.
My eyes are dark, too, and I have blonde hair.
Third murder, August 31st, Bucks Row, also in Whitechapel. Horribly, by knife, died Ann Nichols. To be noted, Ann had blonde hair, and her eyes were dark, and there was a gaiety about her.
I've dark eyes, and my hair is blonde. My name is Mary Jane Kelly.
And you want a room, dearie?
Yes, I do.
You come with me, then. Pretty room for a pretty girl. Where are you from, dearie?
Well, I was born in Limerick, and 16 when I went to Wales.
Now you've come to London.
I've been to Paris.
And now you've come to London. What for?
I've been all over.
And how many places the police looking for you, dearie?
Whatever do you say?
Pretty like you, and a room like this.
Oh, I don't mind. Is there a way to come through?
Through the back.
Oh, well, this will do nice.
The neighborhood in which Mary Jane Kelly found a room may be best described as a slum. Rows of poor lodging houses dedicated to the proposition that it is more difficult to find a criminal in a swarm. Mary's room number, oddly enough, was 13.
I never was a superstitious kind. Just to have fun. That's all I like. Live and have fun.
The room itself was a straw mattress and a chair to fling one's clothes over. Now, at this instant, this precise time when Mary Jane Kelly entered her room, 3 blocks away on Hanbury Street, you remember, a man walking along a cobbled street. April evening, after rain, stroll. But look there.
Well, look who it is, won't you?
Said the young woman who was waiting, whose name was Annie Chapman.
If it ain't old saucy you hisself. Pleasant night, ain't it? Walk in, will you? I'll walk along with you, you won't mind. I like April, don't you? And the rain makes everything fresh and nice, don't it? Oh, now there's a pretty garden, ain't it? Flowers already...
Dearie.
Yes?
I got a new roomer today.
Oh, that's nice.
A sailor boy.
Oh, that's nice.
With cheeks rosy from the sea.
Oh, that's nice.
And he asked me today, what's a sailor to do in Whitechapel for a little fun? What kind of fun, I asked, and he says, for a chap like me. And I gave him a wink and a push with my elbow, and he says, no, lady, no, that's not what I'm talking of. A good girl, a nice girl I'd like to meet.
Oh?
And he wears an earring in his ear, and he comes from the West Indies, he says, and he comes to live here with a sea chest. I put him in room 12.
Oh, why, that's just across the hall from me.
Oh, yes. I peeked in a minute ago, and the lad's having a sleep. Not more than 17 years. Rosy cheeks. He keeps his sea chest under his bed. Well, dearie?
The chest is locked.
Oh, ain't that a shame? Oh, my, another
Another what?
murder.
Who?
Her name was Anne Chapman, the papers say, eh?
Did you know her?
If she was in these parts for some time, I know her. By whatever name.
Read me more what it says.
Her throat was cut.
Ooh.
She was lying close up against the wall, and her eyes staring ahead.
Ooh.
It says here.
What else?
And her rings were torn from her fingers. Oh, but laid out real neat alongside her.
Horrid.
And it says here that man that did in Anne Chapman did in the other three. Same way of killing, it says here.
Oh, what kind of man would do killings like that?
That kind of man that did it. There's all kinds, you should know.
What else it say?
It says they've named him.
Oh?
They've named him the Ripper.
Oh, Robbie's a nice name.
I'm glad you like it.
A sweet and innocent name.
Thank you. Why are you laughing?
Oh, here you sail the 7 seas, and look where we walk to, the Thames River. Why, I should imagine you were a sailor and come home from a long voyage. You wouldn't want to come so near to water again.
I'd walk with you wherever.
Oh, now.
I would too.
Tell me a thing, Robbie.
Oh, I want to.
Where you come from, and what's your home?
From Boston.
Oh, such a lad to be so far away.
I'm 17, and all my life I've been wanting to sail.
Let's sit here, Robbie.
Aye. It's truly remarkable.
What is?
A fair lady like you should be sitting next to me.
Oh, I like you, Robbie. Robbie?
Yes.
How did you come to Whitechapel?
Oh, it's where the cheapy rooms are.
Don't you have no money?
Not what you'd call money.
Don't understand you.
Well, things I bought in the Indies with money.
Oh.
A pearl or two and some other stones and coral things. You ought to see I've got my sea chest filled with all... But I'd like
Hush. You shouldn't say, Robbie. You shouldn't trust nobody. For there's thieves and thieves and thieves. Come along fast as you would never think. And take your key to your sea chest right from
From wherever.
Oh, they wouldn't do that. There's thieves and thieves and thieves. But they couldn't rob my key from me because I got it right here.
Oh, kiss me, Robbie.
What?
Kiss me.
Yes. Oh, Mary, you're so wonderful.
As she was lifting his key from wherever. Now, at this instant, at this precise time, when Mary Jane Kelly was kissing an apprentice seaman and making a sailor out of him, up from the London docks and north a mile away, Whitechapel, this was happening at midnight on Berner Street.
Sweet lad, when you go away from me.
Elizabeth Stride, blonde hair, dark eyes, a melancholy kind of gaiety.
You want to hear another verse, lovey?
She said to the man she's met a little while ago.
When you go away from...
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. A network already famous for reliable and frequent news coverage, CBS Radio, adds an even dozen new newscasts to its schedule starting this coming Saturday. Hear Alan Jackson with the news. 3 new roundups in your Saturday daytime schedule. Listen for Robert Trout with 4 new strategically spaced Sunday roundups. And listen Monday through Friday nights for reports by Robert Trout, too, on most of these same stations. 12 new broadcasts of news starting this Saturday add to CBS Radio's already wide margin for top reporting first. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on Good Evening, My Name is Jack the Ripper.
With regards the murders in Whitechapel, the coroner had this to say, and I quote, "I am afraid there will be more murders just like these 4. These women were slain by a man who knows considerable about anatomy. That being the case, a madman is probably at large." Unquote. If this sounds like a non sequitur to you, it sounds like one to me, too. My guess is that the coroner was shaky about the whole thing. Certainly all of London was. And the morning after the night of the knife and Elizabeth Stride, the conversations in Miller's Court went something like this.
Elizabeth Stride, I can't believe it.
Did you know her?
No. Know her? Know her, she asks me.
How well?
She worked for me.
Worked for you?
Well, you can call it that if you has to. She helped me to pay for her lodgings. Moved away only last month, she did.
What was she like?
Blondie she was, yellow hair.
I have yellow hair.
Oh, not so yellow as yours. And she had dark eyes.
My eyes are dark, too.
Oh, less brown than yours, hers was. Oh, she was a laugher, she was. Why are you laughing?
Look at the skin of my arm now. Chilled, and for no reason. Martha.
What, dearie?
Oh, I'm silly to fright. But those 4 of them. Blonde hair. And...
You're silly to fright. None so pretty as you, nor as young. Tell me.
What?
Was there truly a pearl in the sailor's sea chest?
Ah, was letters from his mother in Boston. Nothing else.
Oh, you mean Fox, did he? Sweet and innocent he was, and rosy-cheeked, and now he's off to sea again.
Good morning, ladies. I said good morning to you.
I'm running respectable lodgings, officer, and there's no reason why you should be coming in
No,
here.
Marthy, love, keep your shirt on. Well, who's this pretty one with you, Marthy? Who's she?
Pinch her cheek and get done with it, officer. Tell us what you're doing here.
Pretty. What's your name?
Mary Jane Kelly.
Mary Jane Kelly. Ain't you afraid, Mary?
Afraid of what?
Why, Jack the Ripper.
Sir.
Yes, Mary.
truly, is there such a one?
As surely as I'm standing here. A monster of some sort.
Well, he ain't here, so skedaddle.
He's written on the wall that he's going to kill 16 more before he's done.
Ooh.
Girl officer Thick's about, pretty. That's me, so don't you fright.
What do you want here? You ain't told us that.
Questions?
Of what?
I'm told that the girl that met the Ripper last night, Elizabeth Stride, I'm told she lived here. I'm told she worked here.
And?
I thought maybe you could answer me then if she had a man friend. Special, that is.
Elizabeth? Betty? Men? Oh, no, not Elizabeth. Not Betty. Oh, no.
You're sure now?
I'd swear on my dear Aunt Anna's grave.
Then what of you, pretty?
Oh, I'm new to London, sir.
Oh, now don't you let this Ripper fella fright you.
I know, sir. Not with you about.
Ah, that's my girl. That's my girl, all right, ain't you? Ain't you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Mary? Mary!
What is it?
Open up quick, Mary. Oh, Mary.
Whatever's the matter?
Come quick. Come with me quick.
Where to?
He's got his door open a little bit and he's sitting there and I want you to take a look at him.
Who are you talking about?
The new roomer. He just arrived.
Oh, no.
Come take a look. Quiet now. We'll take a peek at him. Oh, handsome man as he sits there and reads his book. Quiet now. See him. See him.
Oh, my.
Now quickly, before he gets up and sees us, gets us away from here. Oh, he is handsome, isn't he?
I suppose.
You suppose? Handsomer than any about here?
I suppose. Less'n you love somebody, then they're handsomer than anything.
Love somebody?
Like I love Officer Thomas Thick.
Love him?
With all my heart and soul.
Well, now. Well, now.
With all my heart and soul.
Couldn't you go talk to my new roomer a bit? For old time's sake. Welcome him, so to speak. He seems like a lonely man.
No.
No?
I'm to meet Officer Thick in a sec.
Truly?
Truly.
Well.
You need money, Thomas Thick. Now you got the money. Oh, just because you're a police officer, you don't have to be proud. Besides, I love you true.
Oh, you're a girl, Mary. You're truly a girl.
Ah, don't you be proud. Let me be proud of you.
Come, I'll walk with you to...
What?
Wait here.
What is it, Thomas? What was it?
That drunken...
She screamed.
A trick. She playing a trick. Like the Ripper was at her. She saw me walking with you and that drunken...
Oh, don't say nothing too bad against her. Everybody lives here in these alleys. You forget what's funny and what's not funny.
Oh, you're a dear girl. Come, I'll walk you home.
You best leave me here, Thomas. I can walk the half of the block. Besides...
Besides what?
They laugh at me. The other one's at Martha's. That I'm walking with an officer. They say that's awful funny.
Well, I'll not let you walk alone. Not these times with Jack and his knife about.
He ain't done that thing he does for weeks now. So don't you worry. Here, give us a kiss, Thomas, and look for me tomorrow.
Oh, I wish you'd let me walk with you.
Just give us a kiss. Now, look for me tomorrow. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't see you. Well, you're the new roomer, ain't you? There at Martha's, ain't you? Well, good night.
I'm laughing, sir, because I'm happy. And when I'm happy, I'm a girl to know. Oh, I don't know you, sir, but you appear to me a gentleman of uncommon worth. So if I say to you, let's find a pub. Oh!
Murder. Murder most foul. The sixth, Catherine Eddowes, found in a footpath in Mitre Square, lying on her back, head inclined to the left side. Her throat had been cut. Other lacerations indicated great anatomical skill by the killer. Jack the Ripper had slain his sixth victim, and London was washed again against the heights of terror. A hysteria took hold, fingers were pointed, and Jack the Ripper shouted, and innocent men would be stoned. And Whitechapel was caught up in an orgy of self-guilt.
It's a fiend from hell that's loose among us.
Oh, Martha.
And Judgment Day's closing down on us.
I can't find
and
him.
And the night of witches and beasties is nigh. Maybe even this very night.
I've looked all over and I can't find him.
What are you babbling? Why are you standing there babbling?
Thomas Thick is no longer in Whitechapel.
What do you mean?
He was seen going about with me, and they took him from Whitechapel to another place, and I can't find him.
Oh, dearie. Oh, dearie, that's not so bad, is it?
But I loved him.
And gave him your money.
What of it?
And he took it. Mary.
What?
The new roomer. Oh, what gentleman. Now, there's one for you. See how he stands outside there on the stoop, the way he smokes a cigar. A true gentleman.
Oh, what of it?
He's lonely.
What of it?
Can't you tell he's lonely?
Why should I care?
And you're lonely, too.
Yes, I am.
Then go to him. Talk to him. He's looked at you, I know he has.
Such a handsome one.
And he's looked at you.
Oh, has he now?
I swear on my Aunt Anna's grave.
Has he now? Does my hair look all right?
Softy gold.
Truly?
Truly. And your eyes so dancing dark. Enjoy, dearie.
Hello. Isn't it a lovely night? So warm for November. Spring, really. I love walking. Oh, not so quickly, please. You take such long steps. Oh, I'm chilly. It's not warm at all. Oh, let's go back to my room. I'll fetch a coat or whatever. I must tell you, Martha said a thing. You know Martha. She said you were looking at me. Oh, no, if we go down the alley here, we can go in the back way. Well, I'll tell you. I've been looking at you. Right down there. I've put some pictures up on my wall. Oh, you'll like them, I know. Ah, right in here. Thank you. Now, I'll just light the lamp. Oh, would you
The seventh, the last, the greatest unsolved crime in history. The year was 1888, and it's generally considered that Jack the Ripper was a very young man, and it's thought that he ran away to America. So that spry old gentleman over there carving so deftly the roast, spooning out the kidney pie, or that one there whittling, Or the one there, silver-haired, a fine surgeon by day? Well, I'm just pointing out the possibility, that's all.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland. Jack the Ripper, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Betty Harford was heard as Mary and D.J. Thompson as Martha. Featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, Ben Wright, Paula Winslow, James McCallion, and Richard Peel. Roy Rowan speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Ladies and gentlemen, on Tuesday next I begin a world cruise, during which time I will reestablish my friendships with antiquarians, historians, and police officers throughout the world. This commitment makes it necessary for me to conclude this present series of crime classics, effective with this broadcast. I hope to return in time to resume the series in the fall. Thank you, and good night.
It's Light Entertainment, the Peter Lind Hayes Show, Monday through Friday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Headquarters.
Police?
Yeah.
This is Walt Kramer, the grain inspector.
Yeah.
I was just shortcutting back from Cedar Lake across the city dump.
Yeah, so?
Well, I just saw a pair of silk stockings sticking up out of the dump.
Yeah?
Yeah. The thing is, there was legs in them. A woman's legs.
The Big Story, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Minneapolis, Minnesota. From the pages of the Minneapolis Morning Tribune, the headline story of a murder victim who was buried alive. Tonight, to Ralph K. Mills of the Minneapolis Morning Tribune, goes the Pell Mell Award for The Big Story. And now, the story as it actually happened. Ralph K. Mills' story as he lived it. Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Your name, Ralph K. Mills. Your paper, the Minneapolis Morning Tribune. Your beat, well, that's your particular squawk this particular night of April 29th, because you're supposed to be working out of the city room, and instead, you're on substitute duty down at police headquarters. You thought you'd graduated from there long ago. But no, here you are, back in the cops and robbers department. As for your big story, well, you don't know it, but there's one cooking. It starts way back before you even joined the paper, like this.
How many times do I have to tell you not to slam that door when you come in?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, that's all you ever say, and then you go right ahead and do it all over again.
I said I was sorry. It wasn't my fault. The spring's busted.
Well, why don't you fix it?
I will.
I will. Promises.
Oh, lay off of me, will you, honey?
Don't you honey me.
I was only...
Oh, you make me sick. Come on, let's go out and get something to eat.
Go out? I just came in. Oh, golly, I thought...
Now what? Now what have I done?
Well, we're always going out to eat. Can't we ever stay home once in a while?
Stay home? When do we ever go out? When do you ever take me out?
Oh, that's not fair. Well, last week
Never mind. Forget it. I'll go out in the kitchen and make your old supper.
Look, let's not keep squabbling, huh?
No.
Golly, everything used to be so nice. Everything used to
Never mind. Just go inside, take your shoes off, dear. Read your paper, dear. Yeah, when everything's ready, you'll be fast asleep. I know.
Look, it isn't as if you'd had other things to do all day. Is it asking too much for a guy to want dinner when he comes home? Is that asking too much? Just a little peace and quiet around the place? Do you have to pick fights with me all the time? Oh, honey.
Hand me the can opener.
Listen to me, will you?
What do you want? Beans with pork or without?
Listen to
With
me.
or without? What do you want?
Just a little peace and quiet around the house.
Go ahead. Get sore?
Who's sore? I'm just trying to make some sense here.
Oh, I know that tone of voice. I can tell. You get so noble, so high and mighty. You make me sick. You make me just plain sick.
Got no aspirin tablet yourself.
Very clever.
You know, someday I'm really going to get sore.
That's right. Threaten me.
Good and sore someday. One of us is going to be very sorry.
Are you trying to scare me?
No. I'm just telling you. You keep this up. You keep nagging the daylights out of me. You keep yapping at me. Yap, yap, yappity, yap, yap, yap. You keep it up, and so help me out.
You what? You what? You have to slam that door all the time?
Honey, you home? Honey? Hey! That woman. Bartender, my wife's been in here tonight?
Yeah, here and gone, friend. Here and gone.
Nuts. For the last time, you coming home with me?
For the last time, no, 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 no!
Okay. Don't bother coming home. Ever.
Nothing of that can you know. You, Ralph K. Mills, police reporter for the Minneapolis Morning Tribune, do not have a backward-looking crystal ball. All you know is that it's a pretty average Friday night down at police headquarters. And average means dull. The desk sergeant's got a call. Probably the same old routine. Nothing.
Headquarters. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so? Yeah?
Nothing, huh? Not the way he rushed into the other room. And out comes your friend, Detective Peterson, with this.
You say you had a date tonight, Rolf?
Yeah, and a deadline. Why?
You got another date now, you and me.
Where?
Down at the city dump?
Very funny. With who?
A corpse. In silk stockings. You coming? Hold the shoveling. That does it.
What a beating she took.
Yeah.
Any idea who she is, Peterson?
No identifying marks, labels, torn off the clothes.
Uh-huh. Safe and calling it murder?
Sure.
Say, Doctor.
Yes?
Can you add anything? Can you give me anything more on the cause of death, beyond the beating, that is?
Yes.
What's that, sir?
This woman has dirt in her mouth and in her throat. Yes, and proving she was alive when she was put here.
Buried alive? Where's the nearest phone? I've got to call the paper. I'll have to hold you for the fast mail edition, George.
Yes, so, Ralph. You'll stick with it, huh?
Oh, sure. But don't set your heart on an identification by the next deadline or a solution for the final edition, complete with killer attached.
Could be done.
Sure, by Sherlock Holmes, the FBI, Hey, the man is serious. Look, George, this one will go down in the books marked unsolved. Believe me.
Never can tell. Just you stay with it. After all, you've got a whole hour till the next deadline.
An hour? Might as well be a week. Remember, George, what I've got is a press card, not a crystal ball. Well, Sarge, I've gone through all the files. What have I found? Nothing.
Did you try the Rogues Gallery, Mills?
Back to the year one. No soap. Petty crimes, no soap.
How about missing person?
Oh, nothing there either. Oh, except this. Huh? You think this picture looks like the dead one?
No.
Neither did I much. Oh, what do they want from a guy? Miracles? They sit in an office downtown and... Hey, what time is it?
1:45.
Oh, 15 minutes till the page closes. What have I got? Twice what I phoned in. Twice nothing. Hey, who's the woman just came in with Peterson?
I don't know.
I think I'll see what goes on.
Right this way, lady. Won't take long.
What's the story, Peterson?
It looks like identification, Rolf. She saw your story in the paper and told the cop on the beach she thought you knew the woman.
Who is she?
Neighbor. Now, Mrs. Stiles, what was that woman's name again?
Mrs. Cressley. Mrs. Sadie Cressley. What makes you think the murdered woman is your neighbor, ma'am?
Oh, I don't know. I just have a feeling. She hasn't been home for days. Neither has her husband. They had a fight. They were always fighting.
I see.
Right here, Miss Stiles. This door.
Oh.
A word from you is all we need. Are you all right?
Yes. Yes.
Well, this way, please. Ready, man?
Yes.
Is that your neighbor? Mrs. Presley?
Well,
Take your time, be sure. Yes?
Look, but... Oh, her face. She's so... No, I mean, yes. Please.
Mrs. Stiles.
Yes. Yes, that's her.
When the door opens, Rolf, let me do the talking.
Sure.
Peterson from police headquarters. Does a Mr. Cressley live here?
Yes?
Is he home?
Not right now.
Expect him back?
Why, yes. Would you like to come in and wait?
Yes. Who are you?
Me?
Yes.
Why, I'm Mrs. Cressley, his wife.
Now, we return you to our narrator, Bob Sloan, and the big story of Ralph K. Mills, as he lived it and wrote it.
A fine thing. Covering police headquarters for the Minneapolis Morning Tribune, you, Ralph K. Mills, have a blonde corpse turn up in time for the first edition. A person unknown, murdered by person or persons unknown. And the city desk hopes for the who and the by whom for the final edition. And you've just followed a false trail to the bitter end. Just another case of mistaken identity. So what do? Step one, you call the desk.
A mistake, George. The woman who identified the corpse was wrong. I'm sorry.
It wasn't your fault, Ralph.
Any ideas?
Didn't you say before you thought you'd found a picture of a missing woman who...
Yeah, but the desk cop and I agreed it wasn't the dead one.
Well, just the same, the woman was wrong just now. Couldn't you be? What was the date she disappeared?
1935. The name was Ruth M. Corneau.
Well, she could have changed in all those years. So backtrack. Everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah, I know. That's why they put erasers on lead pencils. And tonight, my pencil is all eraser. Blackstone, Collins, Compton, Copley, Corneau. Ruth M. Corneau, reported missing by husband.
Talking to yourself, Rolf?
I don't know. Look, Sarge, this Corneau woman we tossed out of the running before. Anything else on her? Charges, complaints?
Corneau? Let's see. Yeah. Here it is. Corneau. Oh, no, this is a man. Peter Corneau.
Go on.
Arrested on complaint of his wife, Ruth M.
That's the one. For what? What for?
You're going to love this, Ralph. Assault.
Hello?
Joe Lopez?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lopez, this is Rolf Mills down at headquarters.
What's with headquarters? I'm in trouble?
No, sir. I'm from the Morning Tribune. I'm checking on somebody who used to live in your boarding house.
Huh?
Can I ask you 3 questions?
I don't know.
Just 3 simple yes or no questions, okay?
Okay. 3.
Okay. Do you remember a couple named Corneau, Peter and Ruth?
Yes. That's one.
Good. Do you know where they are now?
Him? No. Her, she ran away from him. Kicks around restaurants, clubs, you know.
That's 2. 3. Would you know her if you saw her?
I guess so. They owe me back rent.
Well, would you come down to headquarters?
You say 3 questions. No.
This is Detective Peterson, Lopez. Will you come downtown to identify a body?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lopez. Take your time, Mr. Lopez. Be sure. Well?
Don't look like I'm gonna get my back rent. I guess.
For the identification, you say goodbye to Detective Peterson until later. You make the 11:30 edition by a replayed and a whisker. The murdered woman is Ruth M. Corneau, and it's definitely established that she is separated from her husband under conditions of mutual dislike, to put it mildly. And so, you have the victim, the motive, and the problem of finding suspect number one, the husband. Then on your own, you start checking all over town. But while you walk the jukebox and neon trail, the husband is being questioned down in Florida.
Private First Class Peter Corneau reporting to Captain Carroll as directed.
That is Corneau. You're a Minneapolis boy, Private?
Yes, sir.
Ever in trouble with the police?
Nothing serious, sir.
I'm instructed by Detective Peterson of the Minneapolis Police to tell you that anything you tell me may be held against you. He just called me.
I see, sir.
You married, Corneau?
Separated, sir. Sir,
Later. Where were you last night?
On pass, sir. I reported duty at Reveille today.
Where'd you go?
Fishing, sir.
Can you prove it?
And then I was with Ken. Sir?
You didn't leave the state of Florida?
On an overnight pass. Sir?
All right. You say you're separated from your wife?
Yes, sir.
Prepare yourself for a shock. Last night she was murdered.
I see. I figured somebody...
What's that, man?
I said I knew somebody would someday.
You want another pass?
Excuse me, sir?
I said, do you want me to write you a 3-day pass for her funeral?
No. No, thanks, sir.
Suspect eliminated. And there you are looking for him in the local bars. But at one, you learn about this tasteful little incident from a bar girl.
He used to pal around, Ruthie and me. But she was kind of hard, you know. Everybody was just another sucker for her. Money, you know. So one night, we was here, her and I. All of a sudden, she leaves me flat and goes outside. Goes tearing through the door. And I follow her just in time to see her crash into somebody. Hey, why don't you walk where you're looking?
Oh, I'm sorry, lady.
You're sorry. Look at my stockings. You ruined my stockings. Sorry. That's all I ever hear is sorry. You knocked the lips off my shoes.
I said I was sorry. As for the shoes, I'll drive you home, okay?
In what, a bus? Hit the road.
Okay, have it your way.
Watch where you go. Hey, wait a minute. Is this your car, or did you just drive it for somebody?
Hey, it's my car. I drive it for myself.
Well, why didn't you say so? Home, James.
The name is Carson. Wally Carson. And talk nice, Blondie. Hey, you're not bad looking at all. Where'd you say you wanted to go?
You're not bad looking either for a guy who picks girls up by knocking them down.
I said talk nice, baby. Where to, sis? You still want to ride? Home?
No. I want to ride. Let's go someplace and have some fun. Huh?
While the bar girl's telling this, you check your watch. A half hour to final deadline. You're coming closer. Very close. All you need now is...
What'd you say the name of that pickup guy was?
Wally Carson. She went with him steady after that.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. I'm going to try another bar, but here, buy yourself a drink with something in it to drink for a change.
Well, like I said, everything's going nice and quiet when it's blonde.
Cornell?
Yeah. She comes in and takes over the end of the bar. Now, I'd seen her husband come and drag her out, then I seen him tell her not to come home, and I don't want that kind of trade. This is a home-type bar.
I know.
You what? Oh. Well, she's feeling fine, no pain at all, drinking up some guy's dough, I figure, and I'm wondering how I can get rid of her quiet when all of a sudden somebody does it for me. A door opens and in walks this guy, Cott.
Ruthie.
Somebody call me? Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's me, all right. Where you been the last 2 days?
Who wants to know?
I want to know.
You want to know. You own me or something? Stop pushing me around.
Who push who around? You make up to me, you take me for everything I got, and you call that me pushing you around? Come on, you're getting out of here.
Your meat is running.
Come on.
I like it here.
I said get out now. Come on.
You cheap square, you make me. Go on, hit the road. You get out of here. You let me go. Take your hands off me. Who do you think you're pushing around? Let go of me. Who do you think you are pushing me around like this?
That's it. Me, it's none of my business. I would have paid him to take her away, anybody. And that's all.
Uh-huh. When did you say this was?
Well, didn't I tell you? Only last night it was. Just last night.
That is it. Motive and man. Wally Carson, last man to see Ruth Corno alive. A check on the city directory gives you his address. A call to Peterson, and you have a good cop with you. One short ride, and you have 10 minutes to go to the final deadline with your story on the other side of this door. Peterson unbuttons the flap on his holster. You shift a little behind him. You never can tell.
Nobody home, you think?
I don't know. Here, take the gun. Cover me. Stand back. I'll force the door.
Holy... That's shambles. Look at the blood on the walls.
Carson! Watch at the other room. Carson, come out with you.
Pete, look. There's a note in the couch.
Uh-uh. Don't touch it.
Okay to read it?
Go ahead.
Dear Mother. Dear Mother. I'm sorry. We had a terrific fight. I loved her and I couldn't stand to lose her. But I couldn't hold her. I guess nobody could. Money in watch pocket for rent. I'm going away. Hope we meet soon. Phone the coop. Can I use the phone?
You're sure, and you can read them the note, too.
Thanks. You know, there's something about this note. Money in watch pocket. Money in watch pocket. Hey, he expects to be found. What's that door lead to? Closet. What's this one?
Leads to the garage. Come on, the front way.
Locked.
From the inside.
Wait a minute. Listen.
Engine's running.
He gets down on his knees. So do you. You sniff at the bottom of the door. You both say one word. No. Two.
I'm in my nuts.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Ralph K. Mills of the Minneapolis Morning Tribune with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Now we read you that telegram from Ralph K. Mills of the Minneapolis Morning Tribune.
On entering garage, we found that killer in tonight's big story had escaped beyond the law by committing suicide. Solution of case came at 3 a.m., 9 hours after start of investigation, and in time for the final edition. Many thanks for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism. The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Alan Sloan. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and Art Carney played the part of Ralph K. Mills. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the reporter, Mr. Mills.
A lesser-known true crime show was Did Justice Triumph? It ran on Mutual from 1947 to 1948 and followed police investigators as they worked crime scenes, interviewed witnesses and suspects, and eventually solved each crime. A procedural drama mixed with mystery. In The Unseen Murder Mystery, which aired on August 25, 1947, we have a stranger story with some surprises. A dead woman is found in a hotel room, and the clues lead the cops to believe that a blind man was the killer. Starring in this one were Barry Thompson, Philip Clark, Ken Dania, and Humphrey Davis. Next is Jimmy Waldo, from another lesser-known true crime show, The Hidden Truth. Now this one is not technically from the golden age of radio, as it ran from 1967 to 69 on South African radio, but it was close. It featured true crime stories from the files of criminologist Leonard Keeler, the man who invented the polygraph lie detector machine. In this one, 16-year-old Jimmy Waldo is investigated for a series of arson crimes using the state-of-the-art technology of the time, as well as building a psychological profile of him. This is a really well-dramatized story, especially from the psychological point of view that the narrator used. Next, the famous Black Dahlia story from Somebody Knows, yet another lesser-known true crime show, where CBS offered real cash rewards for information sent to the program that led to the arrest and conviction of each week's subject. In this dramatization of the famous unsolved murder of Elizabeth Short, a.k.a. the Black Dahlia, CBS offered a $5,000 cash reward for information leading to her killer. She was murdered on January 15, 1947, in the Leimert Park neighborhood of Los Angeles, and to this day her murder remains unsolved. This is a really good dramatization, despite there not being a resolution. And for those of you who have never heard of this case, you should find it fascinating, if a bit gruesome. Next, The Case of the Red Evening Dress from Gangbusters, one of the longest-running true crime dramas on radio from 1936 all the way to 1957. The famous opening intro of the show was so noisy and sound effects filled that the expression "came on like gangbusters" referred to it. In this true story, 3 escaped convicts from Nevada State Prison commit a series of crimes for a woman, Juanita Hanson, who wants a red evening dress. Yes, as strange as that sounds, the things people will do for the silliest of reasons. The episode ends with the host asking listeners to call the FBI with any information about the 3 escaped convicts. It aired on September 22, 1945, starring Phillips H. Lord and Louis Valentine. And finally, we have Nightwatch, which was the first radio show to feature actual police officers during the course of their duties, recording their actual communications and interactions with each other and suspects. The creator of the show, Don Reed, wore a wire and rode along with police officers in Culver City, California during the night shift, from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m., when crimes were most likely to occur, and recorded almost constantly. He would provide narration in a low voice during the episodes, which ranged from theft to attempted murder. In this one, Old Bat and Crowbar, 2 calls were covered. The first one about a woman complaining for the 3rd time about a neighborhood boy causing trouble, and the second one about a burglar and his accomplice. There are no special effects in the show, no script, no soundtrack, just real live police activity going on. It was very popular, but for some reason that I have not been able to find out, it only ran for 1 year from 54 to 55. Now let's enjoy the shows.
Did Justice Triumph? The Mutual Broadcasting System presents another actual criminal case history from the files of the True Justice series, followed by millions of readers in the New York Sunday News and its syndicate. Tonight's case, The Unseen Murder Mystery. Crimes in modern fiction are usually solved by the masterminded super-sleuthing of some imaginary private detective. But in real life, in actual criminal case histories, such as are dramatized on this program, criminals are generally brought to justice through the diligence and intelligence of hard-working police officers, doing their routine work day by day until the solution is reached. This fact is borne out again in tonight's real crime case, The Unseen Murder Mystery. The scene is Des Moines, Iowa, where a police squad car races up to the entrance of a swanky hotel.
This is it, men. Standish Arms Hotel.
Nice day for the murder, Inspector.
Looks like this is going to be quite a whodunit.
Well, it all depends on what we find, Herman. Oh, come on. Better get inside the hotel and have a look at the body.
That hotel manager sounded mighty excited on the phone.
They're always excited when they have a killing.
It's bad for business, bad publicity.
Go over to the desk. Find out what this is all about.
Yes, gentlemen?
I'm Inspector Curran from the Homicide Bureau. These are Detectives Waterbury and Herman. You the manager?
Yes, you got here quickly.
No time to lose in a case like this. Where's the body?
Room 218. We can go right up if you like.
That's why we're here. Let's go.
Certainly. The elevator's right across the lobby.
You discovered the body just before you called us?
Yes, 10 a.m. exactly. The chambermaid was making her rounds.
This chambermaid is available for questioning?
Yes, she's waiting upstairs.
Floor, please.
Second floor, Jim. These are the police.
You have just the one elevator?
This one and one in back, which is the service elevator.
I want to talk with you later, operator.
Yes, sir. I'll be around.
Be sure that you are, Jim.
Yes, sir. Second floor, gentlemen.
Room 218 is just down the hall, if you'll follow me.
Is that the chambermaid who found the body?
Yes, Inspector. Oh, Annie.
Yes, Mr. Thompson.
These gentlemen are police officers.
Oh, detectives.
They'll probably want to ask you some questions.
Yes, sir.
You're the chambermaid on this floor?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
And I understand you found the body.
That's right, sir. I was making my record at 10 o'clock, went into the rooms. I opened the door of 218 with my pass key. In there on the bed. Oh, I'll never forget that sight, never.
Did you see anyone in the hall?
No, sir, no one.
The room was empty except for the body.
Yes, it was horrible, sir.
We may want to ask you some additional questions later. You'll be around?
Yes, sir.
Good. Well, let's go in.
Nothing has been touched, Inspector. Everything is just as it was when the body was found.
Excellent.
Gosh, this place is certainly a shambles.
That's putting it mildly, Waterbury. The room looks as if it had been struck by a hurricane.
Somebody put up quite a struggle here.
And the somebody is doubtless that woman lying dead on the bed.
Bloody sight, isn't she?
Knife wounds. All over her throat and chest.
On her legs, too.
I'll have to wait for a complete medical examiner's report for details. But she certainly had a rough going over.
Inspector, I don't see any luggage.
Here's a woman's handbag.
Well, let's see it.
It's lying on the dresser. Here you are.
Oh, thanks. Nothing much in it. Cosmetics, some cash. Let's see. $150, $200.
That eliminates a robbery motive.
Yeah, that and the rings on her fingers.
Well, here's a social security card. Lily Grinnell, 5142 James Street, Des Moines. Waterbury.
Yes, sir?
Take this and check that address. Find out all you can about this Lily Grinnell.
Right.
Oh, there's a telegram here that may lead us somewhere. It's addressed to Lily Grinnell, 5142 James Street. It says, meet me Hotel Standish Arms, Des Moines, 2:20 p.m. Saturday. Signed John.
Which is probably the name of the man we've got to find.
Yeah. Mr. Thompson, under what name was this woman registered?
She wasn't registered.
Not registered?
No, a man registered for this room 2 days ago. He paid cash for 3 days in advance.
We'll have a look at the register when we go downstairs.
Certainly.
When did the man check in?
Late Saturday night, shortly after midnight. The night clerk was on duty then. He's a new man, but he remembers the incident very clearly.
Oh, why?
Mostly because 218 was the only available double room in the house.
Double room?
Mm-hmm.
And this man checked in with someone else?
Oh, yes, another man.
Not this woman?
No, the woman arrived later. Last night.
I see she has a wedding ring.
What happened to the other man?
We don't know what happened to either of them. They just disappeared.
But how is that possible? Don't you keep a check on the goings and comings of your guests?
Usually, but when a guest arrives with no luggage and pays in advance, we have less reason for watching him. You see, we don't expect our guests to commit murder.
Naturally not. How about the man who registered? Can you give us a description?
I didn't see him, but I understand he was elderly with gray hair, walked with a sort of a shuffle. The elevator boy can give you the details.
Uh-huh. You have a service entrance, of course?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Well, there's always a possibility that the man we're looking for went out that way. Herman.
Yes, Inspector.
You'll wait here until the medical examiner arrives. Then post a guard in this room and question the employees at the service entrance. Then meet me back at headquarters.
Yes, sir.
Waterbury, you'll talk to the hotel employees in the lobby. And particularly the elevator operator.
Right.
Well,
there's nothing more to do here right now. Let's go downstairs and have a look at that register.
Here's the register, Inspector. Now, let's see. Saturday night.
You said after midnight. Wouldn't that be Sunday?
Oh, yes, you're right. Here we are. Sunday, June 29th, 12:25 a.m. John... I can't read that last name.
Let me see. Neither can I. Looks like Stevens, or maybe Stevens' son. What a scrawl. Oh, I notice he skipped 4 lines in the register. Looks as if he might have been drunk. Was he?
The night clerk didn't think so, but he thought the man's companion had a few.
They went up together?
Yeah. Then the companion, the other man, just vanished.
Well, I'm not much concerned about the other man. But I would like to find the man who signed this register. Mr. John Stevens or Stevenson or whatever his name is. You're positive you have no record of his checking out?
Positive.
Well, possibly one of my men may pick out something from one of your employees. I'm going back to headquarters and wait for their reports.
You were operating the elevator the night this man arrived?
Yes, sir.
Let me have the best description you can give of him.
Well, he was on the other side of 50, I'd say. Stocky, about 160 pounds. He had gray hair, and I remember he walked with a sort of a shuffle. He came in on Saturday night with this other guy.
And when did you next see him?
Well, last night, about 11:30.
Last night?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, he came down here to the lobby and then said he'd forgotten something and went back upstairs. And that's the last I saw of him.
Uh-huh. How did he look? Were his clothes mussed up?
No, he looked okay to me, but, well, he acted kind of funny.
In what way?
Well, his face was flushed, and he seemed sort of nervous. I remember he bumped up against the elevator door when he got in the car, but I thought he was kind of tight.
And you're sure you didn't see him again after you took him back upstairs?
Positive. I'm the only man on duty after midnight. He didn't come down in this elevator. Yeah, and if he'd come down the stairs, the night clerk would have seen him.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's all for now. But we'll need you as an identification witness when we find him.
You're the pastry chef?
Yes, Sheriff, but I don't want to get mixed up in this thing.
You're not mixed up in anything. This is a police investigation. We're trying to put a few facts together so they make sense. That's why I want you to tell me just what you saw last night.
Well, I was outside the rear entrance to get a breath of fresh air. Oh, the kitchen was awful hot.
Yes, go on.
Well, a little before midnight, I see a man leave the hotel by the service entrance.
Yeah, how did he look?
He was stocky, middle-aged. He got the dark hair.
Dark hair?
Yeah.
You sure of that?
Sure, dark hair. I remember. He walked out the exit near the bakery.
A little before midnight.
I followed because I think he might be a thief of some kind. Well, he got into bakery supply truck and drove off. I guess the driver must have given a lift.
Ever seen him before?
No, I never see before.
And you're sure he had dark hair?
Oh, sure, positive.
Well, thanks for the information. I'll be in touch with you again. In the meantime, don't tell anyone about our talk.
Later, at police headquarters, Inspector Curran and the 2 detectives sift the information they have obtained so far.
This case is a jigsaw puzzle if I ever saw one.
The evidence so far just doesn't add up, Inspector.
It's contradictory and confusing.
That's putting it mildly, Herman. We've just sent out a teletype to all Iowa police asking for information on a middle-aged man with gray hair. And now you come in here and tell me the man who went out the back way at the hotel has dark hair. We don't know who we're looking for, but we're not even sure of his name.
I've got the medical examiner's report, Inspector.
Oh, good. Well, let's hear what it says.
The victim died at about 11 o'clock last night. He'd been dead about 12 hours when we saw the body.
Uh-huh. That adds up. I don't suppose there's any doubt as to the cause of death.
None whatsoever. 14 severe stab wounds. The examiner says he thinks the murder weapon was a long knife with a narrow blade.
But I don't understand why 14 wounds and all over her body.
Possibly the attack occurred in the dark.
The report goes on to say that the wounds are sweeping incisions, not of too great depth. Apparently, the victim was slashed while she struggled, trying to get away. Let's see. Death probably instantaneous due to severed left ventricle. Oh, here's something of interest. 2 of her fingernails were broken off, and there appears to be skin tissue under these nails. The lab is testing scrapings from the nails right now.
Waterbury, as I've been listening to that report, I've developed a new theory.
Yes, sir?
You recall I said a moment ago that maybe the attack occurred in the dark?
Yes.
Well, possibly it's something else. Let's analyze what we have so far. We have a body with 14 stab wounds all over it, found in a room that was a shambles.
Yes.
We have conflicting descriptions of an elderly or middle-aged man, and we have a woman's handbag containing some cosmetics, about $200 in cash, a social security card, and a telegram signed by a man named John.
Yeah.
Well, that's all. To make matters more difficult, I found that the strip of tape at the top of the telegram indicating where the message was sent from is missing.
That's peculiar.
Yeah. Oh, let's look at the contents of this handbag once more. Huh? What do you see?
Rouge, powder, lipstick, eyebrow pencil.
Yes, but look at this eyebrow pencil case. It's empty. The eyebrow pencil is gone.
I don't quite follow you, Inspector. What does that prove?
It doesn't prove anything, Waterbury, but it's an indication. An indication that the man we're looking for, the murderer of Lily Grinnell, is blind.
You're listening to a dramatization of an actual criminal case history of a strange and fantastic murder. The Unseen Murder Mystery, which resulted in one of the most remarkable examples of rapid and painstakingly smart police work in United States crime history. Justice was now on the trail of a blind man. At police headquarters in Des Moines, Inspector Curran continues his reasoning as to the murderer of Lily Grinnell.
Did you say blind, Inspector?
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, but how is that possible? The man moved about freely.
And he had no seeing eye dog,
But don't forget that blind people often develop an acute sense of direction, as well as an ability to move about very well without the benefit of vision. I know it sounds incredible, but everything about this case is screwy.
Inspector, do you really think a blind man could have done this job?
maybe it was two men. One with gray hair, one with dark hair.
Here's my reasoning. In the first place, everything about the scene of the murder indicates that the man was blind. The furniture all messed up, the knife slashes all over the body. They mean that the killer had to feel his way. And the woman kept putting things in his path, but he kept finding her and kept slashing wildly.
But why didn't she scream? We've had no report that there was...
Probably too scared. Besides, a scream from her would have helped him to find her in the room.
But, Inspector, how about his hair? That's one item that has me stumped.
Well, you recall the elevator operator's story, Herman? He said he took a man with gray hair down the elevator last night.
Yeah, he did.
Well, he noticed the man's face was red. Thought he was a little tight. Said he bumped into the elevator door.
Yes, well?
Well, then he said he took the man back upstairs. The man said he had forgotten something. And no one saw him again. At least they didn't see a man with gray hair.
But where does all this lead us, Inspector?
My hunch is that the man used the missing eyebrow pencil to darken his hair, and the rouge to redden his face, change his complexion.
So the man seen by the pastry chef out of the service entrance was the killer.
Exactly. Well, what do you men think?
Everything fits.
Well, it sounds logical to me.
So far as ultimate solution is concerned, it merely means that we add the word blind to our teletype wanted message. Waterbury.
Yes, sir?
I want you to check immediately at the address on this Social Security card. Find out all you can about the habits and friends of Lily Grinnell.
Right.
Herman, take this telegram to Western Union. Find out where it was sent from, even though that's missing from the message.
Yes, sir.
And while you men are working on those two angles, I'm going to get out a nationwide teletype asking for any information concerning this suspect. I have a feeling he'll try to get out of the state. And therefore, we've got to work fast to get him before he goes into hiding.
Wanted by Des Moines Police Department, John Stevens or Stevenson, for questioning concerning murder of woman. Suspect in early 50s, approximately 160 pounds, has gray hair, sallow complexion, is blind. Please check all criminal records for information which might lead to apprehension of this man. Authority, Inspector Curran, Des Moines Police.
Yes? What is it?
You the landlady of this rooming house?
That's right.
Well, I'm a police officer.
What?
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Well, certainly,
Don't
but
get
I'm not...
excited, madam. This is a routine checkup on one of your guests. I believe you had a boarder by the name of Lily Grinnell.
Had is correct. She left here on Saturday. She didn't leave any forwarding address.
You wouldn't mind answering a few questions, would you?
Oh, no. I'll be glad to tell you whatever I can. Won't you step inside?
Thanks. I have just a few questions.
The sitting room's right here, to the left.
Thank you.
Has anything happened? I mean...
All I want to know is what you can tell me about Miss Grinnell.
Yes. Well, I never knew if it was Miss or Mrs. You see, she got a telegram 2 days ago from a man asking her to meet him in a downtown hotel. I think it was her husband.
And why do you think so?
Well, one day he was here to see her. They sat right here in his sitting room. And I heard him tell her that he thought they were having a disappointing honeymoon.
What was the man like? Did you see him?
Boy, for a moment. He was about 50, with gray hair. I was surprised, because Lily was so much younger. She was a gay sort and interested in parties and kind of romantic.
Then she had other friends, other than this man you mentioned?
Oh, yes, she had many admirers. But somehow I got the idea she was married to this man. The last time he was here, he waited for her for several hours. She wasn't home.
Oh? Tell me about that. When was it?
Oh, it was the day she left. As I said, she'd had this telegram. And this man, that is the elderly man, he came here. And he waited and he waited. And finally she came in. And they had a sort of an argument. And he asked her why she hadn't met him at the hotel. She seemed angry and he was anxious to get rid of her. So she told him she had a date. And she suggested that he registered at the hotel, saying that she'd join him after a date.
And this was last Saturday?
Yes.
Thank you, madam.
Tell me, has something happened to Lily? Why are the police
This is
going
a serious case, and I must warn you not to mention to anyone that I've been here.
Oh?
Do you understand?
Say a word, not a word to anyone.
While Detective Waterbury talks with the landlady of Lily Grinnell's rooming house, Inspector Curran and Detective Herman at police headquarters talk with the truck driver.
Sure, I drove that bakery supply truck away from the Standish Arms Hotel last night, but I don't know nothing about a murder.
Just tell us what you do know.
About what?
About the man you gave a lift to, the blind man.
I didn't know he was blind till after he got into my truck. I was about to start off, see, when this guy comes up to me and asks for a ride. I'm a nice guy, so I says, okay.
Tell us what happened.
Describe the man.
Sure, give me time. Well, like I said before to this detective here, the guy comes up and asks me for a ride.
When was this?
Oh, I'd say about midnight. Maybe a little before.
Uh-huh. Go on.
Well, he gets into my truck and I says, where to? And he says, the bus terminal.
Bus terminal?
Yeah, that's it. So I drops him there. And that's all.
Did you notice anything unusual about him?
Well, like I said, I found out he was blind after he got into my truck. And another thing.
Yes?
I noticed he kind of smelled of powder or maybe perfume.
The cosmetics.
What?
Never mind. Did this man carry a suitcase or bundle of any kind as if he were going on a trip?
Yeah. He had a bundle of clothes wrapped up inside a dark suit coat.
How was he dressed?
Oh, I remember he wore some sort of heavy white shirt and some dirty overalls. They looked like they had paint on them.
And doubtless had his regular clothes packed up in the bundle.
I wouldn't know, mister.
Well, thanks very much for the information. That's all.
You mean I can go?
Yes. And don't mention this conversation to anyone.
Don't worry, I won't. I don't want to get mixed up in no murder.
Show this man out, Herman.
Yes, sir.
And check Western Union again about the origin of that telegram.
Sure thing. They promised me an answer about now.
Inspector Curran.
Inspector, this is Captain Manchester, Los Angeles Police.
Yes, Captain?
I have your countrywide teletype on that blind man you're looking for.
Yes?
I think I know who he is.
That's the best news I've heard all day. Let's have it.
Well, from the description you give, I'm practically sure that this man is a convicted murderer named John Stevenson.
Let me have all you've got, please.
Well, back in 1934, this man, John Stevenson, was convicted of killing a young woman in a cafe brawl here in Los Angeles. He stabbed her to death and was given a life sentence.
Was he blind at the time?
No. Blindness came later. He lost his sight in prison after an illness. He was paroled after serving 8 years of his sentence.
Uh-huh. Anything more?
Well, our record shows several arrests for minor offenses, but not here in Los Angeles.
Where?
In and around Chicago.
Chicago?
Yes, that's his hometown.
This is beginning to make more sense every minute. Thanks, Captain. Thanks very much.
Not at all, Inspector. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Herman, Waterbury.
Coming, Inspector.
Waterbury back yet?
He just got in. Oh, here he is now. Hey, Waterbury.
I checked the victim's address, Inspector. Talked to the landlady.
Uncover anything?
Merely a confirmation of what we already knew or figured out. and a confirmation of the fact that the killer and his victim were married, though not very happily.
That all fits in the story. Well, Herman, how about that telegram?
The Western Union has checked back. They say the telegram was sent from Chicago.
Chicago? That's all we need, gentlemen. All we need.
What's Chicago got to do with it, Inspector?
Everything, Waterbury. I just had a phone call from the Los Angeles police. They believe our man is one John Stevenson who was convicted of murder years ago, sentenced to life imprisonment, and then was paroled after he lost his sight in prison.
That's our man, Inspector.
The important information they gave me is that his hometown is Chicago.
And the bakery service truck driver said he dropped the man at a bus terminal.
You're ahead of me, Herman. My conclusion is that this killer will head to Chicago by bus, and is very probably on his way there right now.
Then we've got to work fast.
Right, we haven't a minute to lose. I want you two men to charter a special airplane. Fly to Chicago at once.
And cover all bus terminals.
Exactly. In the meantime, I'll phone the Chicago police a description of Stevenson and ask for their cooperation in covering the bus terminals. I'll give them instructions to pick him up on site.
That shouldn't be too difficult. There are probably not too many terminals with buses arriving from Des Moines.
Well, if you two men get going, you'll be there before John Stevenson arrives. So let's have some fast action.
The bus company said this was the most likely terminal for a bus from Des Moines, Waterbury. There's one due right now.
Of course, he might have stopped over somewhere.
Or he might have headed in the opposite direction. All we can do is sit tight and wait.
Here's the bus now.
That should be the Des Moines bus.
Well, let's see what gets out of it.
I beg your pardon, sir. I beg your pardon.
Water relief. Water.
Waterbury, look.
Middle-aged man, dark hair, dark glasses.
With an overnight bag.
And a cane.
That man is fine.
Water, where are you? Yes, sir, right here, sir.
Give me a taxi, Porter.
Yes, sir, right away.
Let's go, Herman.
Right.
And Porter. Yes, sir.
Take care of this bag. We'll take care of the bag.
And we'll take care of you.
Who are you? I can't see. Police officers from Des Moines. Just walk with us.
You won't need a porter, Stevenson.
You can take that gun away from my back, officer. I won't offer any resistance. Where are you taking me? You're going right back to Des Moines.
To police headquarters, where you're gonna talk.
Talk? About what? You can think that over on the way back to Des Moines.
Later, at Des Moines Police Headquarters, John Stevenson sits at the desk of Inspector Curran and talks while the three police officers listen.
And so, after I became blind in prison, I was paroled. Some friends contributed some money, and I had a little of my own. And I decided to start life anew. That's all, gentlemen. I don't know anything about this murder charge you're talking about.
We think differently. And the evidence speaks for itself.
We found a white bone-handled knife in your suitcase.
And the clothes you wore away from the hotel, working clothes, spattered with paint.
And the powder on your neck doesn't quite cover up the marks where she scratched you.
Laboratory tests of the scrapings of skin found under the dead woman's fingernails compare exactly with your skin.
And your hair isn't dark, as you'd like us to believe. Without the eyebrow pencil coloring, it's gray.
Flight of disguise. Were you running away from the crime?
Yes, I was running away. I didn't know.
Didn't know what?
I didn't know what I'd done.
Now listen to me, Stevenson. You must realize that we've got enough evidence to clinch a murder indictment. You'd better get the whole thing off your chest. You'll feel better.
Yes, maybe I will. All right, here's the story. I met Lily in Chicago. She was a hostess in a restaurant. I became very fond of her, infatuated. I began to be afraid that I'd lose her, so I asked her to marry me, and she agreed.
You were married?
Yes, in Chicago. And then I realized that she didn't love me. That she'd married me for my money. What little I had. We quarreled and she left me. Came here to Des Moines.
She worked here?
Yes. I was very unhappy. I wanted to be with Lily. That's why I wired her, asking her to meet me here on Saturday.
But she didn't meet you?
No. I registered at the hotel with a friend of mine. Then he left and I waited for Lily. Finally, she came. We got to the hotel about midnight and came up to the room.
And you quarreled? Again?
No. She said she was sorry that she left me, and she told me she decided to be a good wife and would stay with me. She left her boarding house, checked out, so we retired.
Well, go on, Stevenson. What next?
Next thing I remember, I awoke suddenly. I could hear Lily going through my pockets. She was going to rob me and leave me again. Something happened to me. I lost my head, I guess. I pulled out my knife and slashed at her. I slashed wildly all around the room. I found her several times, and then she'd go away from me. Then I'd find her and slash again. I don't remember what happened after that.
You know now. You killed her.
I wasn't sure. I have nothing more to say.
No need to say any more, Stevenson. As far as we're concerned, your case is finished. From now on, your fate is in the hands of the courts of justice.
John Stevenson had nothing more to say other than to plead guilty to a charge of murder in the first degree. And so it happened. For the second time in his life, he heard a judge sentence him to life imprisonment. He is now serving that sentence. Justice has triumphed. Next week at the same time, the Mutual Broadcasting System will present another dramatization of an actual criminal case history taken from the files of the True Justice series, appearing each week in the New York Sunday News and its syndicate. It is a case in which no two stories of the crime agreed with each other or with the facts. A case in which conflicting clues made a solution seem impossible. It's the case of the strange death of Mary Taverner. The dramatization you have just heard was based on an actual criminal case history. However, all names, characters, places, and dates were fictitious. These programs are produced and directed by Jock McGregor. They're written by Bryce Diss Jr. The narrator was Carl Caruso. Inspector Curran was played by Barry Thompson, John Stevenson by Philip Clark, and the landlady by Helene Dumas. Others in the cast were Ken Dania, Paul Nugent, Ralph Locke, and Humphrey Davis. The orchestra, conducted by Emerson Buckley, played music written by Richard DuPage.
The truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, the hidden truth. The vital human drama of the famous lie detector, bringing you authentic case histories from the files of the late Leonard Keeler, one of the world's foremost scientific criminologists. Mr. Keeler's real-life part is played by Hart Maguire, who reveals from week to week some of the most baffling human dramas of our times. The hidden truth.
Tonight's real-life drama is the psychological and scientific study of a juvenile mind. The mind of 16-year-old Jimmy Waldo. Through recorded reactions of blood pressure, pulse rate, rate of respiration, and skin resistance, the polygraph, or so-called lie detector, looked into Jimmy Waldo's mind. What it saw in that mind is a lesson in child psychology that none of us who worked in that case will ever forget.
No, I didn't set them fires. I didn't set none of them, I tell you.
Jimmy Waldo lived with his hard-working parents in a community of steel workers in an Indiana city. Since his father worked at the blast furnaces all day and his mother was employed at a local bakery, young Jimmy Waldo spent a great deal of his time without parental supervision. From 9 to 3 each day, he attended school. But the rest of the time weighed heavily on his hands. We first find Jimmy standing among the crowd at a scene of a burning house. A house just 3 blocks away from his own.
Here they come. Here come the engines, but they'll never put it out. The flames are too high.
Hey, hurry up with the ladder, man. There's another truck on the 3rd floor.
She's gonna jump.
Don't jump, lady. Wait for the ladder. Don't jump.
Her clothes are burning. She's gotta jump.
Wait, lady, wait. Jump, lady, don't jump.
Mrs. Margaret Tomasello died in that fire. Her clothes ablaze, she jumped 3 stories to the concrete sidewalk, her flaming corpse making its own funeral pyre. Daniel Tomasello, the victim's husband, screamed murder to the local fire authorities.
Look, there was nothing wrong with that furnace. I checked it the last thing before I left the house. Somebody started that fire, I tell you. The basement window was broken, wasn't it? Somebody threw in some burning rags or something. Somebody murdered my wife.
Well, with the exception of that broken window, all evidence has been destroyed, Mr. Tomasello. It seemed to be a flash fire. No chance to save anything.
Look, I know somebody broke that window and started the fire. Somebody murdered my wife.
Uh-oh. There goes another alarm. We'll have to take this up later, Mr. Tomasello.
I'll make him a pay. Whoever murdered my wife, I'll make him a pay.
Hey, This alarm, it came in from District 2. Right in your neighborhood, Mr. Tomasello. This thing is getting to be a habit.
It's a firebug. There's a firebug loose around here, and you got to find him before he kills everybody.
Once again, young Jimmy Waldo was among the crowd at the scene of the fire, his eyes ablaze with excitement.
It's too far gone. They're never going to save it. It's too late for the fire engines now.
The second house, too, was a total loss. It seemed to be a flash fire that consumed the small frame building before the fire engines reached the scene. But those 2 fires were only the beginning. During the next 3 days, Jimmy Waldo's neighborhood was a nightmare of shrieking sirens and roaring engines as fire after fire was reported.
There go the fire engines again. That's the 7th fire in 3 days.
Fire Chief Mark Daly had to admit that 7 fires in one neighborhood, all within 3 days, represented more than mere coincidence. Then, too, although most of the homes had been completely destroyed, 1 or 2 of them had been left partially standing, and the fire inspectors had found 2 small fragments of rags. Fire Chief Mark Daly delivered these 2 small bits of evidence to Bennett Walsh, Chief Inspector of the Arson Detail.
Can you smell it, Walsh? Those pieces of rag reek with smoke, of course. There's something else there, too.
Yeah. Kerosene. Yeah, it's kerosene odor, all right. But whoever soaked these rags didn't do a good job. The oil didn't penetrate all of the cloth, or these pieces would have burned, too.
Well, at least we haven't had an alarm for about 6 hours. I guess those newspaper headlines have scared off the arsonists. Temporarily, anyway.
Say, Daly, look.
Hmm?
What do you suppose this white stuff is on this cloth here?
I noticed that, too. Might be wood ash?
Might be. It feels sort of silky. It's more like flour.
Flour?
Yeah. Why, does that mean anything to you, Mark?
Ben, do you remember that first fire? The one that killed Dan Tomasello's wife?
Yeah. He made a lot of noise about murder, didn't he?
He's done more than that, Ben. He's practically been putting the finger on Jimmy Waldo.
Yeah? Who's Jimmy Waldo?
A kid in the neighborhood, about 16, I think.
What reasons did Tomasello give you for suspecting the kid?
Well, Dan claims he saw Jimmy Waldo at every fire. Says the kid was excited and directed the firemen.
That doesn't make much sense to me. What kid isn't excited at a fire?
That's what I told Dan. But now I'm not so sure. That flour on the rags we picked up.
Yeah? Well, what about it? What have you got, Mark?
Jimmy Waldo's mother works in a bakery. If it just happens she brings home empty flour sacks...
Hey, maybe Dan Tomasello has something. I think I better pay a visit to Jimmy Waldo's home.
Oh, there it goes again. I thought this was too good to last.
Mark, get on that phone and find out where that fire is. If the Waldo kid's there, I'll pick him up.
Hello? Hello? This is Chief Daly. Get me fire headquarters.
1:30. Kid ought to be in school at this time of the day. If he's at that fire, he's going to have some explaining to do.
Hello? Chief Daly speaking. Where's that fire? What? If that house burns to the ground, I'll get myself a whole new fire department. Everyone will get the axe. Hear me? The axe.
Where is it? Same neighborhood as the other fires?
Yeah. It's the same neighborhood, all right. It's Jimmy Waldo's house.
Young Jimmy Waldo was a very frightened boy as he was taken into the office of Bennett Walsh, Chief Inspector of the Arson Detail. Young Jimmy was frightened, but extremely defiant.
What do you want with me? I don't know nothing about them fires. Everybody's saying I started them, but I don't know nothing about them.
Sit down, Jimmy.
Do you think I'd set fire to my own house? Do you think I'd do that?
I'm not sure, Jimmy. Did you start the fire in your attic?
No, I did not. What would I want to do that for?
Oh, possibly because your mother stored a lot of empty flour sacks in the attic, Jimmy.
Sure she did. She was always bringing them home to make kitchen curtains and things.
Jimmy, after you read about the fires being started with flour sacks dipped in kerosene, maybe you didn't want anyone to find those flour sacks in your attic.
Sure. Sure, I read about it. But that don't mean nothing to me. Other people have flour sacks, don't they?
Yes, I suppose so, but I think it might be more than coincidence that we found an empty kerosene can in your basement, don't you?
I never touched that kerosene can. Pop uses it to fill the lamps when the electricity is off during thunderstorms. The electricity's always going off during thunderstorms.
Yes, I know, Jimmy, I know. I learned from your father that he filled that kerosene can about 3 days ago. Before the first fire.
I don't know nothing about what went on in the basement. I hardly ever go down there.
Tell me, Jimmy, at 1:30 yesterday afternoon when that fire was discovered in your attic, where were you?
I was in school. I'm always in school at 1:30.
No, that won't do any good, son. You might have known we'd checked the school. You were hanging out at Marty's pool room, and you know it.
Well, what if I was? You're trying to frame me for them fires.
You lied to me about school, didn't you?
I hate school. Them teachers are always picking on me. I wouldn't go at all if the truant officer wasn't always sticking his nose into my business.
Your folks haven't the time to handle you, son. Someone has to look after your welfare.
Leave my old man and old lady out of this. Hey, if my old man knew so much about that kerosene can, how come you ain't got him in here?
You young rat. You trying to blame your own father for crimes that you committed? For your information, your father was at work at the time every one of those fires started. And so was your mother. They're working to give you an education and see that you get a start in life. And you show your gratitude by hanging out at pool rooms and trying to burn up the neighborhood.
I didn't burn nothing. You're just like the teachers. Everybody's always picking on me.
Look, Jimmy, look at this cigarette lighter.
Hey, put that out. Put that lighter out.
You can't look at it, can you, Jimmy? You don't dare look at that flame.
I seen enough flame. I seen people jumping out of windows and getting killed. I don't want to see no more flames. I don't want to ever see no more flames.
All right. It's out. But this cigarette light is a test, Jimmy. A psychological test. And you reacted just the way I thought you would.
Huh? What do you mean, psycho? I don't understand none of that stuff.
I do, Jimmy. We found out long ago that an arsonist can't look at a flame without giving himself away by the wild gleam in his eye. You're a psychopathic, Jimmy.
No, I ain't. I ain't.
You're a firebug, Jimmy. And we have jails in this state where we lock up kids like you for a long, long time. You might even get a death sentence. The Hidden Truth continues in just a moment.
An empty kerosene can in the basement, flour sacks in the attic, and oil stains and flour streaks on the basement floor. This was the overwhelming evidence that influenced the jury in 16-year-old Jimmy Waldo's conviction as a diabolical firebug. An arsonist who started 7 fires in his own neighborhood, one of which resulted in the death of Margaret Tomasello. In spite of Jimmy's youth, the prosecuting attorney fought for a life sentence. But he was opposed by Winifred Standish, a child psychologist and a member of the mayor's board recently appointed to study juvenile delinquency.
Your Honor, before you pass sentence, I have something to say. There is no question in anyone's mind but what James Waldo's crimes must be punished. But I ask you to look at the background that led to these crimes. There was practically no parental supervision. There are no parks or recreation grounds in that poor neighborhood. But there are pool rooms and evil companions. The Juvenile Delinquency Board has looked into this case, and we feel that nothing is to be gained by life imprisonment. We feel that under proper supervision, James Waldo's life might be salvaged. And we ask that he be committed to a home for juvenile delinquents, where the members of the board can keep him under constant observation.
James Waldo, if this were left entirely to my own discretion, I must admit that I'd put you behind bars for the rest of your natural life. But I must take into consideration the Mayor's Juvenile Delinquency Board. And against my better judgment, I commit you to the State Reform School under the supervision of Mrs. Winifred Standish and the members of her board.
For the first 6 months at Reform School, Jimmy Waldo was sullen and morose.
Winifred Standish spent many long hours trying to break down his reserve and get closer to the boy's inner emotions.
Don't you understand, Jimmy? This isn't really a reform school. That name's old-fashioned. It's really, well, a hospital.
And what have they got me here for? I ain't sick.
Your mind must have been sick, Jimmy, or you wouldn't have done the things you did.
I ain't done nothing. I didn't set them fires, and nobody can make me say I did.
Look, Jimmy, let's forget all about that. Let's start thinking about something entirely different. Baseball or football, for instance.
Do you think I'd play on the same team with the kids in here? They're a bunch of crooks. I don't want nothing to do with them.
Oh, Jimmy Waldo, I'm afraid you're your own worst enemy. The boys at the school you used to attend weren't a bunch of crooks, but you didn't get along with them either.
I'd get along with them if I had another chance. I didn't know when I was well off. If I'd have stuck with them kids at school instead of hanging around with them pool players, I wouldn't have been blamed for everything that happened. I knew them guys were no good, but I didn't have sense enough to stay away from them.
You mean you'd like another chance to go back to parochial school?
Sure I would. I'd show them. I'd show everybody they was wrong about me.
Well, Jimmy, it'll be a difficult job to convince the mayor that you're worth a chance. Perhaps if you behave here for another 6 months and try to be cooperative and make friends...
I'll do it. I'll get along swell, Mrs. Standish. I'll do anything you say if I just get a chance to make good back in my old neighborhood.
This was the spark that Winifred Standish had been waiting for. It was a spark of hope for Jimmy Waldo's future. He became a model student. He cooperated with his teachers and became popular with his classmates. After months of model behavior, Winifred Standish was able to convince the mayor and the parole board that Jimmy Waldo was deserving of a chance to make good at his old school, under strict probation, of course.
Hey, Jerry, I was wondering if... Well, you know I used to play left field once. I wonder if I can try out for the team again.
Huh? What do you take us for? You think we want to play baseball with a firebug?
Hello, Mike. How are you, Mike? Oh, hi, Bill. Ain't any of you guys talking? What are you trying to give me? What are you trying to do to me? Okay, I'm a firebug. I'll show him I'm a firebug. I'll show him.
Hey, look at that blaze. It's a school. It's a parochial school.
Hey, that's a terrific fire. They'll never be able to save that building.
All right, Jimmy. This time we've got you dead to rights.
You don't have to shove me around. I showed him, didn't I? I showed him.
Shut up and sit down.
Quit shoving me.
Look at him, Mrs. Standish. Take a good look at him. There's the kid you and your mayor's board have been spending the taxpayers' money on.
Jimmy, answer me truthfully. Did you start that fire? Did you try to burn up the school?
Sure I did it, and I'm glad I did it. They had it coming to them, didn't they? I'll show them nobody can kick me around and call me a firebug.
Oh, I'm beginning to understand. Mr. Walsh, I wonder...
Whatever it is, no, Mrs. Standish. This time no board of crackpots is going to keep him out of the pen where he belongs.
Go ahead. Send me to the pen. What do I care?
Mr. Walsh, doesn't it occur to you as rather strange that Jimmy would so readily admit starting his school fire and still deny having started the ones you convicted him of?
What's strange about it? I didn't set them other fires. I didn't.
Shut up, you. I don't see what those other fires have got to do with this, Mrs. Standish. He was convicted, and that's that.
Oh, no, it isn't. If it can be proved that Jimmy Waldo had nothing to do with those other fires, I think it'd be quite apparent to everybody that this school fire is the court's responsibility.
What?
If Jimmy was sent to reform school for something he didn't do, the court is responsible for the brand his schoolmates have placed upon him, the brand of firebug. My committee feels that we should do everything possible to clear up all doubt about those other fires. For that reason, we'd like to have Jimmy take a deception test at the Keeler Laboratories before he's brought to trial for this school fire.
You mean lie detector? Well, it's all right with me, but I'm convinced the kid isn't worth it. I can't for the life of me understand why you women waste so much time on these hopeless incorrigibles.
Perhaps it's because you aren't a woman, Mr. Walsh.
The Jimmy Waldo deception test was turned over to two of my top polygraph operators, Jack Harrison and Al Breetzman. Each operator tested the boys separately, and each brought in a clear record. We were all convinced that Jimmy reacted normally on the polygraph, and that he'd been falsely convicted of setting the original fires, and through this false conviction had been jibed and taunted by his classmates into setting the school fire. But Inspector Ben Walsh had little faith in our theories.
The kid's no good. If I can prevent it, that lie detector record won't be admitted in court. If you think the kid's innocent of setting those first fires, just show me the guy who did set them. If you can get a confession out of somebody else, I'll be ready to admit I'm wrong about the kid. And not before.
Here was a challenge I couldn't afford to ignore. The reputation of the polygraph was at stake, as well as the reputation of the mayor's board for the study of juvenile delinquency. I reviewed the case from the beginning. The whole thing looked hopeless, but I couldn't afford to leave a stone unturned. I talked with everyone I met in Jimmy's neighborhood, and it was there that the first ray of hope manifested itself.
Oh, yeah. It was Dan Tomasello's house that was the first to go. Oh, it was a terrible thing, the way his wife jumped out of the window with all the clothes burning.
Tomasello? Where's he living now?
Oh, he moved away from here. He's living over on Sand Street. He's married, you know. 6 months ago, he found himself another wife.
Ah. Well, I suppose a man can remarry within a few months after his wife's death, but it's the exception rather than the rule. I was working on a very thin hunch, but I decided to look Tomasello up. There was no one at home when I called at his new house, but I met the mailman coming up the steps. Hello, this is Daniel Tomasello's house, isn't it?
Yes, sure it is. And you'll never find them home this time of the day. They're at the track practically every afternoon.
The track? You mean horses?
Yeah, sure. Ever since I delivered that insurance check on his first wife, him and the second one spend all their time out there.
Well, thanks. Thank you very much. The hunch grew stronger now. Tomasello's wife had been insured. His marriage so soon after her death, his afternoons at the track. I polled the insurance companies and found the agent who had paid his death claim.
Well, this is a very unusual request, Mr. Keeler, but naturally, if your plan works, it will interest my company very much.
It's worth a try, anyway. Now, I'll take care of the details if you get in touch with Tomasello and have him come to your office.
All right. I'll tell him I want to talk to him about his claim. If he thinks there may be some more money coming to him, he'll be glad to come in. Okay, what time do you want him?
Oh, let's make it about 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Shortly after 11 the next morning, Daniel Tomasello arrived at the insurance agent's office. He was asked to wait for a while, then ushered into a small client's interviewing room.
Hey, what's that smell in here? Something burning. What's this stuff on the table? Hey, what are they trying to do? They know. Let me out of here! Let me out of here!
That smell was a piece of flour sack dipped in kerosene and burning in an ashtray. The stuff on the table Daniel Tomasello referred to was a pile of flour sacks and a can of kerosene.
Look, I can't stand it. I told you I did it. I told you I didn't.
Shut up and stop blubbering. I want the whole story right from the beginning.
Well, it was Rosie, my new wife. She wanted me to do it so we could have the money.
So you set fire to your own house while your wife was asleep. Murdered her so you and this Rosie could collect on her insurance.
Yes, I told you. Now let me alone.
Keeler, you sure turned something up here. Tell me, Tomasello, what gave you the idea of using the Waldo house to soak your rags, huh?
Well, nobody was ever home there. Jimmy was always hanging around the pool rooms. It was easy to make them think he did it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was easy, all right.
You planted all that evidence in Jimmy's basement and then set a whole series of fires in the neighborhood. Well, you certainly succeeded in taking suspicion away from yourself and throwing it all on Jimmy, didn't you, Dan?
Look, you don't have to ask me nothing more. You know everything now. Let me alone.
I should have smelled a rat when Tomasello was so anxious to turn young Waldo in as a firebug. I guess no one can be perfect, Keeler.
Well, it's a break for Jimmy that Tomasello's crime wasn't a perfect one. Young Waldo might be spending his life in jail.
I owe that kid an apology, Keeler. And I owe you one, too. while I'm going around apologizing, I'm going to appear before the Mayor's Board for the Study of Juvenile Delinquency and tell him I'm doing a great job. There are all kinds of ways to fight crime, Keeler. And from now on, I'm going to listen to all of them.
The Hidden Truth stars Hart Maguire as Leonard Keeler, dramatizing actual case histories. Featured with him in tonight's presentation, you heard the following artists: John Parker, John Mellion, Moya O'Sullivan, Wayne Polson, Al Garcia, and Guy Dolman. Be with us again for The Hidden Truth, a Columbia Hilda Kerr production.
Ladies and gentlemen, a $5,000 reward will be offered on the program immediately following this announcement.
You out there. You who think you've committed the perfect crime, the perfect murder, that there are no clues, no witnesses, that your identity is unknown. Listen.
Somebody knows.
Yes, you, wherever you may be, no matter where you're hiding. Somewhere, sometime, someone listening to this program is going to bring you to justice. Yes?
Somebody knows.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Somebody Knows, a program conceived in the public interest, dedicated to aiding the forces of law and order in the solution of this nation's unsolved crimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recreate for you tonight all the known facts in an actual unsolved murder. Somewhere, someone among you's had contact with the killer or killers. Someone whose identity need never be known has seen evidence or possesses information that can lead to the solution of this crime.
In the public interest, the Columbia Broadcasting System offers $5,000 reward for evidence or information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer in this unsolved murder.
We ask you then to please listen carefully, for you may be the one to win this reward.
Somebody knows.
It may be you. And now we open the files on one of this nation's unsolved murders. It's homicide file number DR 295771, the Los Angeles, California Police Department. The unsolved murder of Elizabeth Short, the Black Dahlia. It is approximately 6:45 a.m., the morning of Wednesday, January 15th, 1947. In the southwest section of Los Angeles, California, in the houseless 3900 block on South Norton Avenue, a vacant, weed-overgrown lot is barely visible in the quiet darkness just before dawn. Then an old battered sedan speeds south on Norton Avenue, suddenly swings sharply into the curb opposite that vacant lot. The car remains at that location for approximately 3 minutes. During that time, the driver makes 2 hasty trips across the paved sidewalk between the car and the vacant lot. Then, when the task is completed, the driver re-enters the car and speeds away. It is now 11:05 on the morning of Wednesday, January 15th, 1947. A monitor on a police complaint switchboard in the Communications Division of the Los Angeles Police Department answers an incoming call.
Los Angeles Police Department Complaint Division.
Hello, I want to report a body.
A body, ma'am?
Yes, a nude body. It's lying there just off the sidewalk in the vacant lot.
Where is this lot, ma'am?
It's in the 3900 block on South Norton Avenue.
Thank you. We'll have somebody out there right away.
It is now 11:07, Wednesday morning, January 15th, 1947. Radio car 302, manned by officers F.S. Perkins and W.E. Fitzgerald of the University Division, is cruising in the southwestern section of Los Angeles.
Code 2, a 390 down on the west side of Norton Avenue, 3900 block.
Uh-oh. Crank it up,
Code
Fitz.
2, a
Yeah.
390 down on the west side of Norton, 3900 block. Car 302, acknowledge.
302, got it. In response to the Code 2 broadcast, the radio car proceeds immediately to the 3900 block on Norton Avenue and pulls over to the curb on the west side of the street.
Good Lord. Yeah.
The nude body of a young woman is lying face up in the weeds, a few inches from the sidewalk. Her face and forehead have been brutally slashed and beaten, the body itself horribly mutilated. It has been cut completely in two.
Better notify university detectives. Homicide's going to have a job on his hands.
The officers report their findings to the University Police Division. What is to prove to be one of the greatest manhunts in the history of the Los Angeles Police Department is underway. Early efforts to identify the victim of the murder prove unsuccessful. And at 7:25 o'clock on the night of January 15th, 1947, an all-points broadcast is put out.
Attention all police officers, all cars and divisions. Wanted identification of this person found murdered this a.m. Description follows. Female, American, young, height 5'6", weight 118 pounds. All fingernails bitten to quick. Black hair recently henned. Eyes grayish green. Small nose up-tipped slightly. High forehead and hairline. No earlobe.
Meanwhile, Dr. Frederick D. Newbar, chief autopsy surgeon of the coroner's office, makes a postmortem examination that lasts 3 full hours. Then he reports.
The immediate cause of death was hemorrhage and shock due to concussion of the brain and lacerations of the face. There were rope marks around her neck, wrists, and ankles. These, along with the severe mutilations of the body, indicate the victim was probably tied and sadistically tortured before her death.
Fingerprints are taken at the morgue, and at 2 a.m. on the morning of January 16th, 1947, enlarged photographs are flashed by wire photo to the FBI in Washington.
Emergency. Request immediate search.
And within 5 hours, a reply comes in from the FBI.
Positive identification of prints made from those recorded in this office September 1943. Subject Elizabeth Short. Age that date 19 years. Clerk at Camp Cook, Lompoc, California, Post Exchange. Arrested Santa Barbara, California for drinking with soldiers in local cafe. Description follows. Height 5'6", weight 100.
With the positive identification of the victim as Elizabeth Short, the police investigation swings into high gear. Her mother, Mrs. Phoebe May Short of Medford, Massachusetts, is notified and within hours arrives at the Los Angeles airport.
Elizabeth wanted to get into pictures. That was her principal ambition. But she wrote to me 10 days ago that she was working in a naval hospital then in San Diego. I just can't believe that my daughter is dead.
Sure, I know Beth Short. She was a swell kid. I'll say she had men friends, plenty of them. Gee, she was a pretty kid with that dark hair and that pretty white skin. And when she got all dolled up in that sheer black clothes, that's how she got her nickname, you know. That's why everybody called her the Black Dahlia.
The police now turn to San Diego in an attempt to determine the events that led to the killing of Elizabeth Short, the Black Dahlia. At her last known address in San Diego, information is obtained that promises to lead to a major break in the case.
Well, I haven't seen Beth for a week or so. I understood she was going back to Hollywood. Some man was going to drive her back. She called him Red. I think he used to be a Marine Corps flyer. Well, let's see. I think it was the night... Yes, the night of January 8th that she left to drive back with him.
Now the police have something more definite to go on. And for 3 days, a search is made for this unknown man. Then, on January 20th, 1947, at police headquarters in downtown Los Angeles.
Say, I understand you want to talk to me. I'm the man who left San Diego with Elizabeth Short. I first met her maybe a week or 10 days before Christmas. I was down there on a business trip. I saw her standing alone on a street corner, and you know how it is.
How well did you get to know her?
Well, we had dinner together a few times. That was about all.
What about this trip to Los Angeles?
Well, she heard that I was going there, and she asked if she could go with me. So I said, sure.
That was on the night of January 8th?
That was the night we left, yeah. January
8th. When did you reach Los Angeles?
Well, it was about 6 o'clock the next night.
January 9th?
Yes, sir.
It doesn't take that long to drive here from San Diego.
No, we stayed at a motel the night before. Nothing wrong with it, you understand. There were different rooms. The reason was we didn't leave San Diego until late, and I wasn't in any hurry to get back here.
I see. What happened when you got into L.A.?
Well, as I said, we drove into L.A. about 6 o'clock that night, in the downtown section, that is. Then, while we were driving...
It is shortly before 6 in the evening, January 9th, 1947. Cars approaching the corner of 6th and Los Angeles streets in downtown Los Angeles. Within the car are Elizabeth Short, the man with whom she'd driven up from San Diego.
It's been a swell trip, Red. I sure appreciate the lift.
Forget it. It was a break for me having company on the way up. And as long as you had to come up anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to meet my sister. Say, isn't that the Greyhound bus station up ahead?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, can I stop there for a minute? I want to check my bags. It'll only take a minute.
Well, sure. Glad to.
Elizabeth Short takes her bags into the station and checks them there. All of her clothes, except those she's wearing, are in those bags. Then she gets back into the car, and they drive off. Several minutes later, the car pulls up in front of the Biltmore Hotel at 5th and Olive Streets.
Well, here's the Biltmore, Beth. That's where you want to go, isn't it?
Yeah, my sister should be in there now. Thanks again for everything. It was really swell. Coming back to town again soon?
I expect to, one of these days.
Well, be sure and give me a ring when you do. Try the hotel on Orange Drive. If I'm not there, they'll probably know where I am. So long.
Goodbye, Beth.
As the car drives away, Elizabeth Short stands there a moment alone, looking after it. Then she turns and walks into the lobby of the Biltmore Hotel. It is not until 6 days later, the morning of Wednesday, January 15th, 1947, that she's heard from again, when a nude, mutilated body is discovered lying in a vacant lot. The body that was once Elizabeth Short. It was once the gay and laughing Black Dahlia.
In just a moment, we'll continue with homicide file number DR295771 of the Los Angeles, California Police Department. The unsolved murder of Elizabeth Short, the Black Dahlia.
The United States Armed Forces need volunteers today in every branch of the services. You have the chance to choose not only the branch, but the type of work which you feel will be of the most benefit to you in the years ahead. May we suggest that you go to your nearest recruiting office to see if you are eligible to volunteer and inquire about the many opportunities open to you. Now back to Somebody Knows, and a true case history of an actual murder.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the rest of the factual information concerning homicide file number DR295771, the records of the Los Angeles, California Police Department. The unsolved murder of Elizabeth Short, the Black Dahlia.
Remember, $5,000 will be paid for information leading to the arrest and conviction of her killer.
The police check and recheck the story of the man who drove the Black Dahlia from San Diego to Los Angeles. and dropped her off at the Biltmore Hotel at approximately 6 o'clock on the evening of January 9th, 1947. Then this statement is issued.
We released this man with a clean bill of health. There's no evidence to connect him with the murder of Elizabeth Short.
Then, on the morning of January 24th, 1947, Robert Hyman, manager of a cafe at 1136 South Crenshaw Boulevard, tells the police.
It was early this morning. There was a trash can in front of the cafe, and I spotted a pair of shoes and a purse on top of the stuff there. The purse was large, made of some black plastic stuff, and the shoes looked like black suede. They were stuffed in the purse with the heels sticking out. Very high heels, you know. I didn't think anything of it at the time. And then it hit me. Maybe they were a clue to the Black Dahlia killing. Found her only about 20 blocks away, so I went back outside. The city trash collector had already picked up all the stuff.
The police immediately make a widespread search for the trash collector's truck and finally locate it at the Los Angeles Byproducts Company. They talk to Mr. K.B. Schroeder, traffic manager of the disposal plant.
Yes, that truck came in here all right, but it's already dumped its load.
Where was it dumped?
Why, onto that big pile of refuse over there. Trucks have been dumping stuff on it all week.
We'll still have to go through it. Find that purse and the shoe.
What? Oh, okay, sure thing. I'll stop the work and get all the men busy on it. We'll run the whole pile through a conveyor belt. May take a few hours, but the stuff will turn up if it's in there.
For several hours, the conveyor belt carries the refuse from the giant dump pile past the waiting men. Then, finally...
There they are. Stop the belt. I see them. There they are.
The purse and shoes are recovered from the trash and examined minutely. They answer the description of the purse and shoes worn by Elizabeth Short the night she walked alone into the Biltmore Hotel and disappeared. There are new heel tips on the shoes, and after a detailed, thorough search, the police finally locate the cobbler who had repaired them.
Sure. I put on those heels. Maybe 3-4 weeks ago. I remember the girl who brought them in, all right. Sure, I remember. But, she's not the one of those pictures. Nah, she's not the Black Dahlia.
On the following day, January 25th, 1947, the first real break in the case occurs. A phone call comes into the Homicide Division.
Homicide, Hanson.
This is the United States Post Office calling, Postal Inspector Division.
Yes?
We have something down here that I think will interest you in connection with the Black Dahlia case.
Oh? What is it?
It's an envelope, and according to the address on it, it contains some personal belongings of the Black Dahlia. Are you interested?
We'll be right over.
The envelope is examined in the postal inspector's office. It is addressed in letters clipped from newspaper accounts of the crime. The crude address reads, Los Angeles Examiner and other Los Angeles papers. Here is Dahlia's belongings. Letter to follow. The envelope is opened. Now here is Detective Sergeant Harry Hanson's statement as to its contents.
The envelope contained a black address book, of birth certificates, and pictures and calling cards. We're completely satisfied that the contents of that envelope are actually the belongings of the Black Dahlia.
It is the black address book, however, that is of primary importance to the police. Though 125 pages have been torn out of it, it still contains the names of some 75 men. Contact with these men is begun immediately. Here are some typical results.
Well, I will admit I did pick her up. That was last October. I just took her to a drive-in. Never saw her again.
Well, I don't know anything about this. Oh, sure, I knew her. That is, I took her out twice. She phoned me a couple of times afterwards, asked for money, but I didn't see her again. I didn't know anything about this.
That's right. I went out with her a number of times. Sure I did. But, you know how those things are. I haven't seen her for maybe 6 months now. You know how those things are.
2 days after the receipt of the envelope and the little black book, another piece of mail comes into police headquarters. On the outside, in addition to the address, is this puzzling inscription. Sorry, Greenwich Village, not Cotton Club. Homicide officers then open the envelope and examine the contents.
Here, Captain. Ordinary penny postcard.
Yes, there's something written on it. Let's see. Wait a minute. Oh, listen to this. It says, here it is. Turning in Wednesday, January 29, 10 a.m. Had my fun at police. And it's signed Black Dahlia Avenger.
The card is written in ink with a bold, crude hand. There are no fingerprints on it. Postal authorities say that the new message was mailed the night before in downtown Los Angeles. Captain Jack Donahoe immediately publishes an answer to it.
To the killer of Elizabeth Short. If you want to surrender, as indicated by the postcard now in our hands, I will meet you at any public location at any time, or at the homicide detail office in the city hall. Communicate immediately by telephone or by mail.
On January 29th, the police receive another message. It is contained in an envelope addressed in typewriting to Captain Donahoe. It states, I have changed my mind about surrendering. I'm afraid I won't get a fair deal. At 1 p.m., with no further word received from the message sender, another answer is drafted and signed by Captain Donahoe, Deputy Chief W.J. Bradley, and Deputy Chief Thad Brown. It states in part,
To the slayer of Elizabeth Short. It is not within the power of any police officer or any police department to make terms, and the sentence upon conviction lies within the discretion of the courts. However, all police officers are well aware that there are two sides to every story, and we can only promise that you will receive fair treatment and a just trial.
No further word is received from the self-identifying killer. Then, shortly afterward, another strange phenomenon occurs in the Black Dahlia case. On February 6, 1947, at Fort Dix, New Jersey, a corporal approaches the desk of his commanding officer and stands at attention.
Well, Corporal, what is it?
I have a confession to make, sir.
Confession?
Yes, sir.
Well, what is it?
You've read something about the Black Dahlia murder case, the one that took place about a month ago in Los Angeles?
Yes, I believe I've read something about it. Why?
Well, sir, I was on leave in Los Angeles at the time, and... Well, sir, I'm the killer of the Black Dahlia.
On February 8th, 2 days later, the corporal signs a 50-page statement, a confession to the murder of Elizabeth Short. In addition, he produces a pair of trousers on which bloodstains are found. The Homicide Bureau makes a very careful study of all his claims. The result?
The corporal's statement is confused and wandering. No details of the murder are included. The facts that have been given have been very carefully checked and a conclusion reached. It's our opinion that the corporal is not suspect in the murder of Elizabeth Short.
In the able hands of Sergeant Ed Barrett, the Central Homicide Division files on the murder of Elizabeth Short continue to grow. Other confessions are received and found false, until a total of 23 persons have claimed to be the killer of the Black Dahlia, a total believed to be unprecedented in American police annals. New clues are examined, new suspects questioned. The investigation continues. And today, 3 years and 8 months after the discovery of the body of Elizabeth Short, the sentiment of the Homicide Division of the Los Angeles Police Department is still expressed in this way.
It is our intention to keep the files open in the death of Elizabeth Short until we've obtained the arrest and conviction of her killer. We consider the investigation to be still very much alive, although at this time the identity of the murderer still remains unknown.
Unknown? No. The killer of Elizabeth Short is not unknown. Somewhere in whatever town or city this person is hiding, someone of you has seen him today, has spoken to him, eaten lunch and dinner with him, knows the location of the spot where he beat and tortured her over 3.5 years ago. No, the cold-blooded killer who took the life of the Black Dahlia is not unknown.
Somebody knows.
Now listen carefully, please. Listen, all of you, wherever you may be. We're going to give you a recapitulation of pertinent facts in the unsolved murder of Elizabeth Short, the Black Dahlia. Better make a note of them.
And remember, by following the instructions we shall give you in a moment, you may be the one to earn a $5,000 reward.
Now, here are the actual facts in the case. Elizabeth Short, 22 years of age, known as the Black Dahlia, was found dead in a vacant lot in the 3900 block on South Norton Avenue in Los Angeles, California.
The time was approximately 11 o'clock in the morning, Wednesday, January 15th, 1947.
The police believe that she had been held prisoner and tortured by a sadistic pervert for some time before death, possibly for as long as 6 days, since her whereabouts are unknown, from the time that she entered the Biltmore Hotel at 6 o'clock on the evening of January 9th.
Her statement that she was intending to meet her sister there was found to be false.
Now, here is one of the most important facts concerning this case. No trace of the clothing she was wearing at the time she entered the hotel has ever been found. Here's a description of that clothing as contained in a special police bulletin published at the time. Please listen carefully.
She was wearing a black suit, no collar on coat, probably cardigan style. White fluffy blouse, black suede high-heeled shoes, nylon stockings, white gloves, and a full-length beige coat. She carried a black plastic handbag about 8 by 12 inches in size.
Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you possesses information that may have a bearing on the unsolved murder of Elizabeth Short, Black Dahlia, and please don't send guesses or hunches, but only actual, authentic information, follow these instructions so that your name and identity need never be made known unless you wish. Now listen carefully.
Write your information on a plain sheet of paper. Do not sign your name. Instead, sign it with 6 numbers, any arrangement of any 6 numbers. Then tear off a blank corner of that paper with a ragged edge. Write the same 6 numbers on that corner and keep it. Mail the rest of the paper with the information to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. You need tell no one what you have done.
Mail your letter to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. And if the information you've supplied leads to the arrest and conviction of the killer of Elizabeth Short, we'll announce your signature number on your local CBS station. Then, if you don't want your name to be known, go to your lawyer or doctor, your priest, minister, or rabbi, and have him present the torn corner of the paper to any CBS station. In this way, you do not need to appear in person.
If the torn corner matches the original paper containing the information, the $5,000 reward will be yours.
Remember, you out there, you who have murdered in cold blood and think you've gotten away with it, listen. You cannot escape. There is no perfect crime. Remember, you are not unknown.
Somebody knows.
Tonight's case was written by Sidney Marshall from information in the files of the Los Angeles, California Police Department. Research was by Maurice Zim. Music was composed and played by Milton Charles. Somebody Knows is a James L. Safier production in association with CBS by arrangement with the Chicago Sun-Times and is based on a copyright owned by W.L. Finstad. It was narrated and directed by Jack Johnstone. In order to be eligible for the reward, letters containing actual, authentic information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Elizabeth Short must be addressed to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California, and must be postmarked not later than midnight, September 13th, 1950. Arrest of the guilty person or persons must occur within 90 days of that date, and conviction must be within 1 year of tonight's broadcast. If more than one person gives the information leading to conviction, our judges will divide the $5,000 reward among them in proportion to the importance the judges attach to the facts supplied. And in this, the decision of our judges will be final. This is Frank Goss saying good night, and remember,
Somebody knows.
There's always an unusual adventure in store for you when Casey, crime photographer, takes his camera in hand to track down the criminal to his lair. Casey, crime photographer, is a regular Thursday night CBS feature. Stay tuned for his latest adventure, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where you find Arthur Godfrey's daytime program every Monday through Friday, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
now in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States.
Waterman's Pens and Waterman's Ink present Gangbusters. Out of the foxholes of Europe, from the steaming jungle swamps of the Pacific, our men are now coming home to a new America. A wave of crime has followed every war, and we must not allow lawbreakers to tear down here at home the very ideals that our men have fought to preserve.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the authentic inside facts about a gun moll who wanted a red dress more than anything else in the world.
And so, Louis J. Valentine, former commissioner of the largest police department in the world, takes over to interview by proxy Sheriff E.W. Biscayloose of Los Angeles County, California. Commissioner Valentine.
Sheriff Biscayloose, I know you want to start tonight's case from inside San Quentin Prison.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. San Quentin is one of our largest and oldest penitentiaries, with steel and concrete walls 18 feet high and 3 feet thick at the bottom. They're impossible to undermine, and guards constantly patrol the top of the walls.
How many killers and criminals are there in San Quentin, Sheriff?
Some 3,500, Commissioner Valentine, or there were on the first Saturday afternoon of last October, 1944, when a prisoner knocked on the door of the warden's office.
Come in. Oh, yes, Connors?
There's a girl in the waiting room, Warden. She a beauty. She's sweet and young and fresh.
Oh, that must be Miss Nelson from the Red Cross to pick up my donation. Tell her to come right in, Connors.
Okay. Miss, would you come in and see the warden, please?
Won't you come over and sit down? I didn't expect you so soon. I'll have the Red Cross check made out in just a moment.
Red Cross check?
Why, yes.
I don't understand.
Aren't you Miss Nelson from the Red Cross?
No.
Oh, I see. Who are you?
Juanita Hanson.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Hanson. I was mistaken.
I was waiting for William Crane to be released.
William Crane?
Yes.
Why? You, related to Crane?
I'm his girlfriend.
Just a moment, please. Warden speaking.
William Crane is in the outer office, sir, ready to be released.
All right, Connors, send him in. Are you really William Crane's girlfriend?
Why not?
Well, William Crane is one of the toughest, most dangerous criminals in San Quentin.
But he's being released.
Yes, he served his time for the crime he was convicted of, but...
I've been waiting 5 years for him.
Miss Hanson, you've only one life. You're young, beautiful. Your whole life is before you. I'd think it over if I were you.
Hello, Warden.
Now, come in, Crane. Hi, kid.
Hello, Crane.
Well, Warden, looks like this is where you and me part company. Crane, I hope I don't see you here again. Remember this. Hard work never hurt anyone.
That's what the warden at Joliet told me before they turned me loose.
I see. Well, good luck then.
No, I ain't shaking hands with you, Warden.
You've got a good girl there, Crane. Think it over.
The sermon through?
Yes, it's through.
Come on, kid. Let's blow.
Crane, can you imagine that warden calling me a good girl?
What do you got fixed, Juanita?
If this cab driver doesn't fall asleep, we should be there in half an hour. It's a place at Cobblestone Cabin, just north of Bakersfield. Shaky O'Leary's out of the jug. He's up there waiting.
Okay. Things are going to start popping and popping fast.
Your dame's done okay, Crane. We're going to be healed right with this artillery she got for us.
Let's see that 38, Shaky.
You can have the 38. Give me the sawed-off shotgun every time. There's a swell hideout, huh, Crane?
Yeah, Juanita did all right. Imagine her putting up white lace curtains. Well, good looking herself.
You got us some good rods here, Juanita. Well, what's eating you?
There's going to be a new deal in this gang, boys.
What new deal?
What do you mean, Juanita?
This time, you're doing as I say.
What?
I'm laying the plan.
Oh, no, there ain't no woman telling me what to do. I've been in this game too long.
And you ended up in San Quentin, Shaky. And Crane...
Now, wait a minute.
I've been waiting 5 years, Crane. I'm young. I've got a right to live and be happy. Have money, attention, good clothes. I haven't gone places. I've been waiting for you to get out of the penitentiary. Well, now you're out. I want the things I've been dreaming of. You both tried your ways, and the cops got you, put you behind bars. But not this time. I've got everything planned. We'll have everything, but no more penitentiaries.
I don't know, but maybe she's got something, Shaky.
Well, maybe. Maybe.
It's a new deal, boys. A new deal. From now on.
To all cruising police cars, Farmington Hotel, 3974 Wilshire Boulevard, just robbed by 2 gunmen and beautiful girl.
Man just held up by 2 gunmen at 1516 Sunset Boulevard. Third holdup by these gunmen today.
Emergency. Grocer on Breed Avenue just held up at gunpoint. Large sum of money taken. Girl driving black sedan. Warning. These gunmen are heavily armed.
What are you pulling up here for, Juanita?
I've got another job lined up across the street.
Hey, not bad. The bank over there. Got it all cased, huh?
Well, no, not exactly.
You can't knock over a bank hit unless you've cased it, know how everything is.
But it's not the bank.
Not the bank?
Huh?
But there's no other place over there, just that little cleaning store.
I know. That's the place I've got picked out for us.
What? You nuts?
You're not figuring for us to take over that little joint, Juanita.
Crane, you don't understand good planning. You see, you all need different clothes. The cops are giving out descriptions of what you're wearing. Now, you can't go out and buy clothes. You'd be recognized.
Yeah, but a cleaning store.
This time, Juanita, no.
But you've got to. You've got to.
What is this, anyhow?
For my sake, you've got to, please.
What's back of all this? Why have we got to crack that cleaning store? Come on, why have we?
I told you, Crane. I've been wanting clothes all these years I've been waiting for you. Now, I can't get out and buy any. I'd be recognized. In the window of the cleaning shop, there's a red evening dress. It's the most beautiful evening dress I ever saw. I've never had an evening dress. I've always wanted one. Red, just like that one. Oh, please, please, I've waited so long. I want that red dress.
Can you beat that?
All right, kid. We'll crack the cleaning store. We'll get us some different clothes and maybe the red dress. Come on, Shaky. Over to the cleaning store. We'll let Juanita have her.
There, we sure brought back a mess of clothes from that cleaning store.
Oh, there's the red evening dress at the bottom of the pile.
Hold on, will you? We're getting to it. Yeah. Take a look at Shaky and that soup and fish.
Oh, please, please, I want to see the dress.
Okay, I'll pull it out.
Oh, Crane, look at this. Oh, it's the most beautiful gown I ever saw in my life.
All right, now shut up, will you?
Oh, I love you all. It's beautiful. It's what I always dreamt of.
Don't let them skin your life.
Oh, Crane.
Lay off, will you?
I'm going into the other room and get all dressed up. Then you've got to... You can take... Oh.
you stop?
Look, all the way down the back, it's torn. I can't wear it. It's not...
Oh, shut up. You're getting me down.
No, I've got it, but it's no good. I just want what other people have. But nothing ever turns out right for me.
Listen, Crane, I've been wanting to talk to you about Juanita.
Yeah?
She has too much to say around here.
I know what I'm doing, Shiggy. When I want your advice, I'll ask for it.
A slug between her eyes is what she needs.
I said I know what I'm doing. Juanita's tired. She's on edge. I'll handle her all right.
Okay. Just don't wait too long.
I got my plan, Shaky. Don't worry. As long as Juanita's helping us, she stays around.
I'm telling you, Crane, a roadside stand like this, it's nothing but peanuts.
Juanita's put her finger on a bankroll here.
He's that tall man at the far table. A big-time gambler from Denver. He's got a roll of 3,000 or 4,000.
Says who?
I sent her out alone last night. She lent him.
I'll go out and have the car running.
Yeah, look at your dame, Crane. She's got the jitters worse than ever.
Never mind that. Okay, this is it. All right, folks, this is a stick-up. Reach.
Hold on.
Pipe down, all of you.
What do you mean?
I said pipe down. Get out of the way, you.
No.
I said get out of the way.
No.
Maybe you didn't see this rod.
Yeah, I see it. You can't bluff me.
Duck, boss, that sugar ball, he's throwing it. Why, you little... You're in safe.
Oh.
Make for the car, pal. Get going, Juanita. I just bumped a guy.
You killed him? No, don't say you killed him.
Get going, will you? When I got a gun, no guy is going to stand up to me. Remember that.
Crane made his getaway, Sheriff Biscayloos?
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. He literally was riding at the crest. But something which Crane hadn't counted on soon took place.
And now, Commissioner Valentine, I'd like to ask you a question. Isn't it true that one of the hardest things a police officer has to learn is to spot the difference between the guilty and the innocent, between the false and the genuine?
That's right, Mr. Gardner. But modern scientific research and equipment have made it a lot easier to tell the difference.
Yes, friends, and modern research methods have also made it easy to prove the difference between one ink and another, to prove a difference that is truly amazing. For example, recent tests of nationally known inks show that Waterman's Blue Black gives you up to 6,500 extra words every time you fill your pen. Think of it, up to 6,500 more words per filling than any other nationally known ink. That means you save all the muss and bother of frequent refilling. You save time, money, and that annoying loss of thought continuity.
That's fine, Mr. Gardner. But what makes such a big difference?
Well, simple enough, Commissioner. It's because Waterman's Blue Black ink is all ink. No solvents, no dilution, no added chemicals. Every drop is packed with true ink quality, the kind that writes on and on and on. And because it's all ink, Waterman's Blue Black is second to none in resistance to air, light, time, and moisture. Suitable for all types of pens, for all kinds of paper, leaves no blurry line, has no unpleasant odors. So switch to Waterman's Blue Black and get just what you asked for, ink. Remember, too, that Waterman's ink comes in 7 other pleasing and distinctive colors, all in the amazingly convenient tip-fill bottle, only 10 cents. And now back to tonight's case of William Harlan Crane and Commissioner Louis J. Valentine.
Sheriff Biscayloos, with William Harlan Crane shooting a man and apparently riding high and wide. What was the next development in this case?
Well, it was the day after the shooting, Commissioner Valentine. A woman was sitting in a chair. The spotlight was on her face. Her whole body trembled. She nervously clasped and unclasped her hands. Finally, she turned to the man who was quietly watching her.
Tell me, Doctor. What is it?
Young lady, you're in bad shape. Your whole nervous system. You're burned out.
What'll I do?
You must have lived a pretty, unusual life.
Yes. Yes, I have.
Whom do you live with?
Why, just some people.
That bruise on your face.
Oh, it's nothing. It's nothing.
Do you have a boyfriend?
Yes.
Young lady, I know more about you than you think I do.
What do you mean?
I thought so. Well, I'm going to give you some tablets for your nerves.
I've got to have something.
One of these tablets should put you to sleep, fast asleep. Take only one at a time. I'm giving you 5 extra ones, but don't use them unless you have to.
Thank you, Doctor.
When you get home, take one and hide the others so no one can get to them accidentally. Improperly taken, the tablets can be dangerous.
Yes, sir. And thank you, Doctor. Thank you. And you won't tell anyone I was here, will you?
No. Now, young lady, you've got to learn to relax. Take things easier. A lot easier.
I've never even been on the pier here at Long Beach before, Crane.
Keep walking, Juanita. Right out to the end of the pier.
Everybody seems so happy, laughing and everything.
I'm not hearing any laughing matter. Keep walking.
I guess those two over there are in love, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what makes them so happy.
I'm nuts, I guess.
We've passed everything now. There's nothing way out at the end of the pier, Crane.
Keep walking.
Well, what are we coming out here for?
I'll tell you when we get there. Come on over here by the rail. Now lean over the rail. Put your arm around me.
Crane, you mean it?
Sure, I mean it.
Oh. Look at the moon.
I see it.
And the water.
Come closer.
Yes. I've got a confession to make, Crane.
What's that?
I was afraid as I was walking out here with you, you might hate me and want me out of the way.
You're nuts. Come closer.
Yes.
Now lean over.
What was that?
That's why I wanted you close, like we were making love. I didn't tell you we had a little trouble in that liquor store job tonight.
Oh. What did you drop in the water?
The gun I killed the guy with.
Oh.
It's 35 feet deep out here off the pier.
So that was why you wanted me to be close to you. To make love to you. So people couldn't see you drop the murder gun.
You're getting bright, aren't you? Come on, we're leaving. Come on.
Just a few minutes.
I said we're leaving. The cops are closing up California tighter than a drum. State police, federal guys, hundreds of them. We're going back to the hideout and figure a way of getting out.
I'm going nuts, I tell you, Crane, nuts. This hideout's bad as a cell.
Stop blowing your top, Shaky. You gotta listen to the short wave and hear what the cops are doing.
Police control cars, attention. This is Lloyd Smith, night dispatcher. You You're to act upon the orders of Captain C.W. Ellison. Have your guns ready and patrol all highways. The men we are after are killers.
Yeah, they don't know where to look.
Deputy Sheriffs Thompson, Rayner, Murphy. Proceed to cobblestone cabins with riot guns and tear gas bombs.
Run to a cabin hider. We can't beat it for there.
Crane, I can't take it. We're like rats in a trap. Who's that? I'll kill you.
Shut up.
I'll kill...
It's only Juanita.
What's the latest police report?
You got us trapped in, all right.
It's your fault, Juanita. We're in this jam.
Shut up, will you, Shaky? Juanita, I saw that box you had the sleeping pills in the doctor gave you. It was on a washbowl.
Yes.
It was empty.
Yes, the doctor said they'd be good for my nerves.
All of them at one time?
Yes, that's the way I was supposed to take them.
Huh.
They were all different kinds, and I had to take them all together for them to do any good.
KQBV, KQBV.
Hey, that's a secret code. They're going to ring.
KQBV. Answer your call letters, please. KQBV.
Those are just the call letters of the police radio.
It's like we were rats being trapped.
I think I know how to help you, boys.
You keep your nose out of
Not
this.
enough for you, Juanita.
I think I can call the cops off you.
What do you mean?
You and Shaky get in the car, start driving toward San Fernando.
15
15 minutes after you've left, I'll call the cops and tell them there's been a killing on the other side of town. I'll describe you two, and all the cops will go racing in the wrong direction.
Yeah? Yeah?
What are you willing to do that for? If you stay here, you'll get caught.
I can slip through alone and meet you next week.
Yeah. You know, maybe that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's the best idea we got, sure.
Wait a minute. How come you're willing to take this chance, Juanita?
Crane is my boyfriend. Aren't you, Crane?
Sure, baby, sure. You know I love you.
Then why shouldn't I take a chance?
Come on, Shaky. We gotta get going.
Yeah.
I'll sit down here by the telephone, and in 15 minutes I'll call the cops.
Hey, I'm getting sleepy, are you, kid?
No, I'm not getting sleepy, Crane.
Okay. Well, we're leaving. Good luck.
You want to give me a kiss before you go, Crane?
None of that stuff now, kid. The time's too short.
Yes, the time's too short.
Come on, Shaky, get going. We'll be seeing you, Juanita.
Yes. I'll be seeing you.
Will you pass that car in front of us, Crane? We've been trailing it 20 miles.
It's doing 40, Shaky. I don't want to take a chance of being picked up for speeding.
No cop's going to take me. I'll blow my brains out first.
Cars 47 and 2.
That's state police.
Be ready for instructions.
You suppose the cops will get Juanita back there?
Sure they will. She can't tell nothing.
Yeah, should have pumped her full of lead weeks ago.
Attention, all police.
Is there anybody living but police?
The body of a girl has just been found in a house on the outskirts of Long Beach.
Juanita, she's dead.
This girl was sitting by the telephone. Death was due to the overdose of sleeping tablets.
Juanita's dead, and she's here, in the air.
Examination of the house leaves no doubt, but it was occupied by the gunman. Cartridges were found, and fingerprints of Shaky O'Leary.
Yeah, that's me.
And the prints of William Harlan Crane. That is all.
Crane, she's dead.
Stop shaking, will you?
She knows how we wanted to kill her. She's laughing at us. Sure, that's what she thought. She's laughing at us.
42, calling headquarters.
That sounds awful loud.
I'm getting you, 42.
I'm proceeding 40 miles an hour along Highway 19.
Where we are, Crane.
We're directly back of Killer's car. Car 29 directly in front of them. We have them hemmed in.
Crane, there is another car right in back of us.
Break out that back window and use your shotgun.
Yeah.
Shoot to kill him. Go on, shoot some more.
I couldn't hold the shotgun. It dropped out the back window.
You stupid fool. Start shooting with your rod, then. There's a roadblock up ahead. Now we are caught.
All right, you men. Now to that car with your hands up.
Yeah. We're coming. We're coming.
Don't shoot, copper. Don't shoot. Here's my rod.
So you're Crane, huh? And the fellow doing the shakes must be O'Leary.
I said don't shoot, copper. I'm all in.
Fight's all out of you, eh, Crane?
Yeah.
Come on, get going. There's a couple of cells reserved for the both of you. Back in San Quentin.
And that, Commissioner Valentine, is the factual case history of William Harlan Crane, Shaky O'Leary and the beautiful Juanita Hanson. O'Leary was sentenced to life imprisonment. Tonight, Crane is in a cell, alone, sitting, thinking, listening to the clock ticking away the minutes before he's to be led into the gas chamber to his death.
Thank you, Sheriff Fiscales. All of us who listen to this case must realize again that crime does not pay.
Commissioner, before broadcasting our last-minute police bulletins on persons wanted tonight, I'd like to say a word to Sheriff Fiscales. Sheriff Fiscales, it's a pleasure at this time to thank you and your fellow police officers for your splendid work as illustrated by tonight's case. In recognition of your courage and devotion to duty, Sheriff, please accept this Waterman's Deluxe pen and pencil gift set with your name engraved on the gold cap.
Why, thank you, Mr. Gardner. That's a present I'll certainly be using for a long time to come.
Now, to our radio listeners, we'd like to make a suggestion. Before you buy a fountain pen at any price, consider carefully its features. Does it have a hand-ground 14-karat gold point that exactly suits your writing style? Waterman's does. Then how does the ink feed compare with Waterman's exclusive Inqueduct feed? Is it marvelously responsive to every writing need? Well, Waterman's is. And what about filling? Is there bother with plungers or pumping instead of Waterman's remarkably simple and easy one-stroke filling? You see, it's the quality that's built into every part of a Waterman's pen which provides so many extra advantages, so much long-lasting satisfaction, which makes it a pen you're always proud to own. Remember, too, it was Waterman's who invented the first practical fountain pen more than 60 years ago. Throughout the world, millions of satisfied users will tell you, for finest pen performance, just look for the name Waterman. And now, Gangbusters Nationwide Clues. Richard H. Shee, warden of out-of-state prison, wires gangbusters that 3 convicts have escaped by overpowering a guard and making their getaway in a prison truck. The escaped convicts are described as
Leo Young, 23, 5 feet 8 inches, 160 pounds, red hair, hazel eyes, medium build, tattoo, word Leo, left forearm. Word Leo, left forearm.
Escaped, Earl Russo, 31, 5 feet 11 inches, 157 pounds, brown hair, light hazel eyes, 2 scars, left side of face, scar back of neck.
Escaped, William Russo, brother of Earl Russo, 33, 5 feet 10 inches, 152 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes, walks awkwardly.
Watch for Leo Young, Earl Russo, and William Russo. Escaped Nevada State Prison. If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once.
It's 6:30 p.m., and I'm late getting into the police station. Well, frankly, no one will believe me, but I got stuck behind a freight train.
Hi, Don.
Hi, Al. Is Sergeant Perkins in the office?
Yeah, he's in there, and that woman's back again.
You mean that
Yeah,
someone
the 3rd time this week. She's in the office with him there now.
Oh, okay. Oh, by the way, my name's Don Reed, a police recorder. You're going to join the detective unit tonight and follow them on their investigations. And while you listen, remember, the people you hear are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is what happens on the Nightwatch.
Nightwatch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Nightwatch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now back to police headquarters and police recorder Don Reed.
And we own that house.
Here in the Detective Bureau, Sergeant Perkins is taking a complaint from a gray-haired woman sitting across the desk. I'm familiar with this case inasmuch as she has filed several complaints before against the same boy and his family. As I recall, the Juvenile Bureau has never been able to find sufficient evidence to take any action up till now. Well, let's see what the difficulty is this time.
Very few people in Culver City. But when we bought that house, from that day to this, if I hadn't been annoyed by this son of his now, who is a moron and strikes me as being a creature of some unusual juvenile depravity. He doesn't seem like a normal creature at all. And he has two teeth that stick out like a rabbit. And he does everything he can think of to annoy me. Jump up behind the hedge on the sidewalk when I'm in the front yard watering it and whoosh at me and growl at me like an animal. And I just drove out of the driveway now to get my daughter. And he sprang across the parking, which is 12 feet wide, and stuck his head in the window and shrilled at me. Well, I tell you, I wasn't afraid of the boy, but the shrill was so unexpected in the car there that you have simply got to send word that if his son bothers me once more, that you have instructed me, that is if you're allowed to square out a warrant for his arrest. He's over the ages of 7 years, and he is amenable to the law. And if he wants his son to grow up that way, he's got to grow up that way, the way he is, but not around me. I just can't take any more. And once I caught that boy committing a nuisance in my front yard. There's nothing as low as they are. I have given up voting. I didn't vote these last 6 or 7 times just because I don't want to come in contact. Well, it just gives me the cold shivers to go into that place at all. I haven't been in there since. That's over a year ago. That was one time when he come in there in the yard thinking nobody was there, and he committed a plain ordinary nuisance. And I just can't take him.
How long ago did this happen? How long ago did this incident happen?
Now.
Just now. You came right up here.
Yes, I came right up here.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll have Miss Pinkston in the Juvenile Bureau take your report, and they'll follow up and take the necessary action.
He can walk on the sidewalk because the parkings are practically dead. The way the city don't cut the weeds down, and I can't afford to spend $10 a month to a man to do it. The city should do it. And I think they're mentally, there's something wrong. But
you don't know this boy's first name, do you?
No, but it's the only boy they have.
Okay, we'll talk to him. And if you have any more trouble with him, you let us know.
I certainly will. This is the third time I've been up here about that boy.
Okay, well, we'll take care of it. Thank you for coming in.
Well, thanks for trying to help me. I know how hard it is.
Well, we'll do everything we can for you.
We have the best police department in Culver City or anywhere around here.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
And I ought to know my husband's a retired police lieutenant from New York City.
Well, fine. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Well, 2 sides to every story. Let's go. We should have been in the field an hour ago. How come you were late?
Would you believe me if I told you I got stuck behind a freight train?
No.
That's what I figured.
Control 1 to car 50 at 3800 Jefferson. 3800 Jefferson. Northwest corner. Meet the man. Take your 484 reports. KMA 394. Control 1 to 56, come in.
56, go ahead.
Control 1 to 56. Unit 52 requesting you meet their unit at Overhill and Denton. Overhill and Denton. They are holding 2 459 suspects.
56 to 1, Roger. We heard their call. We're on our way there now. Get in a minute.
Control 1 to 56, 10-4.
as you heard, we were en route to this location when we got the call. Actually, we were just cruising when we heard 5-2 reporting to Control 1 that they were holding two 459 suspects, and we decided to roll over there. Incidentally, 459 suspects means burglars. Through the next signal, and we'll be there. Up ahead, a police unit has a car jammed into the curb. Red lights flashing. We're sliding in behind. One of the uniformed officers, Don Ellis, coming over. Let's see what it's all about.
We're going west on Washington. Saw these two fellows in back of the gas station. They took off. Their car was parked on the side street and jumped the car. We made a U-turn and chased them to here. In the back end of their car is a car radio and air cleaner. And they said they stripped it off of a car down here. And one guy met another guy who kept on insisting he bought it tonight for $10. They also told us that they stripped some tires off of cars at the same location. They said they were abandoned, so they went ahead and took it. Which is the one that talks? The one on the left. He just got back with his wife, and he's scared of getting in trouble. We don't know how much trouble he's in, but he's got enough burglary tools and that there thing. And I don't know what they done to the gas station. We haven't had time to check the gas station again. But as soon as they saw us, they hit this car. They said they were in there getting water for the car, but yet the car sitting out in the street.
Let's talk to this one fellow. Over to the patrol car. Two suspects in the back, guarded by Officer Chuck Sarlo. Big fellow, calm, handcuffed.
Sergeant Burt. What were you doing back at the gas station up there? We just went in to get some water. For what? That's all for his car. In the back of the gas station? No, we just came around the back and we were coming out. In the car? Huh? Where was the car? The car was parked right alongside the sea. We went to see if the hoses were in. Both of you went in? Why didn't you drive it? We just parked the car on the outside, that's all. Who's the car belong to? His. It's his? Yeah. Okay. Get back in the car.
Second suspect, medium build, nervous, handcuffed.
I got some water.
For what?
My car.
Car need water?
Yeah.
Where'd you get the radio?
Off of the car.
Whereabouts?
Down by dirt road. It was in a ditch.
That area in the west end?
That open stretch.
How come you didn't drive your car in the gas station to get water?
I don't know.
Park it out in the street and then you walk back in to get the water?
See if the pumps were open.
Why didn't you pull in the gas station?
Probably because I had already made the corner.
Let's see what you got in the car. In the back seat, new car radio, other parts, carburetors, spotlights, new tires.
More tools in back and then pull back in, but you can see the cutters, the clippers.
Oh, we've cut the wires in this radio. They're cut off short. Wonder what they have in the trunk. Here, I'll hold it up for you, Doc.
What's he got back here?
Well, there's screwdrivers and little pry bar, about 30-inch pry bar. I think you got a couple of good burglary suspects. Well, book them on burglary.
There was a gas station at Sept on Worston Place was used with a 3/4-inch pry bar last night.
Take this, keep this as evidence. In fact, book all your tools. I'd book them all on suspicion of burglary. Book both these fellows.
Okay. You want those clippers and the radio out, too?
Take the radio and those tools up in front. Now, look, there's a tire wrench right there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's the one that comes with that car. That one right there is haunted. One you got. I think that's all you need out of here. In your report, put down the fact that the regular tire wrench is in the back of the car, plus this one here, which looks new.
Well,
that's a good one.
Says Mother gave it to me.
Well, that's nice. And we'll sack Mother up, too.
Yeah, that's fine. About 3 o'clock, wasn't it, we called? About 3 o'clock.
Yeah, okay. 5-2 will transport the two prisoners back to the station. Don? Yeah. Want to make a bet about this radiator?
No, frankly. Look, that's what I figured. Full of water.
We got another chair over here.
This is the interrogation room. Detective Bureau. Ellis and Sergeant Perkins are going to question suspect number 1. Officer Chuck Sarlo bringing him in. Still calm. Unconcerned.
Sit down, fella. Where did you get the car radio?
Out of it was either a 50 or 51 Ford. It was on a side street, dirt road, in a ditch.
Toward the Redondo Beach area?
Yeah, it was in the bean fields, more or less.
It looked like the car was parked there or just ran there.
Abandoned.
It was abandoned. 51 Ford?
Mm-hmm. It was nosed and decked.
Or if that car would be hot.
I don't know. Better go down and check it. You're sure that car's there? Because if I go down and find it, that car's not there, it's there.
It's white.
Did you take anything else out of that car?
No.
Where'd you get the air filter?
Oh, that was off this car. Excuse
Same
me,
car?
I forgot about
How about the tires?
No.
Now, what about this crowbar you carry?
That I carry in my toolbox.
Why?
Well, if there's a rusted nut on something, I can pry it off. Or to take away grease off of some fitting or something like that.
That crowbar fits some of our burglaries, you're in trouble. You've got no business being in a gas station that's closed 3 o'clock in the morning. And that line about wanting water in your car, you'd driven the car in the gas station. You wouldn't have parked it down on the side street. You can cooperate or you don't have to cooperate. It doesn't make any difference to us.
Oh, well. The deal is, start from the beginning. He wanted a Ford generator. This generator just went on in his car. And so we went out looking for a generator. We saw this Ford parked down there. And we needed a radio too, so we stopped and got the radio. And we were looking for a generator. And went by the gas station. Stopped. And took off again. You guys caught us.
What were you doing at the gas station?
We looked at a Ford convertible.
You lifted the hood on it?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you take off then?
Not a darn thing.
What were you going to take off?
Generator.
You didn't have a chance? Is that what it was?
It wouldn't fit.
Okay, take him on back. Bring the other fellow and we're done.
Come on, Marcus.
You are listening to Nightwatch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. The people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Nightwatch. We switch you now back to headquarters, where a burglary investigation is in progress, and to police recorder Don Reed.
Sit down, fella.
Suspect number 2. Very nervous. Chewing on a cigar butt.
How old are you?
22.
Who do you live with?
My wife and son.
How old is your son?
3.
You know what you've been booked on?
No.
Suspicion of burglary, which is a felony. Are the tires and wheels in that car?
No. Oh, on the car?
Yeah.
Yeah, the door was open. And it was in the ditch. One of the wheels, I think, was in the ditch.
What's your wife going to say about this?
Oh, murder.
How well do you know this other fellow?
About 4 months.
Has he pulled any jobs?
I don't know. I don't run around with him that much. I don't know, just as much money as it was him.
How about the radio?
I saw it, and I said, I mean, we were looking in the car, and I saw a radio, and I said, I could use a radio, and that was my idea.
Did you contact him about this getting a generator?
No. We were asleep already when he came to the house.
What did he want when he came down?
He just wanted to tell me about his girlfriend or something. I don't know. He said some guys were going to beat him up or something. He wanted me to go with him tomorrow. That was today already.
That was this morning early? Or
yeah, about 1:30, I guess.
How about the car in the gas station?
No. That was just one of them things, I guess. It just should have known better.
The wrong time.
Yeah, I guess so. Not the wrong time, just shouldn't have done it, period. It's too late now.
We have every reason to believe that this friend of yours committed several burglaries. Right now, you're stuck with him on it. He's got some tools in the car, and one of them's a crowbar that is identical to one that's been used on several burglaries. Both ends of it, the round end, like this pen, and the other end, the square blunt end.
Funny part down.
I don't know.
Some of those were gas stations, too.
Now, we feel we have sufficient evidence to book him on burglary. Because you're with him in back of a gas station, we think we have sufficient to book you, too. And to get a complaint on it from the district attorney, which is a felony charge. What'd your wife say about you leaving tonight? Did she say anything?
She was almost asleep. I said, honey, I'm going out for a few minutes. She was half asleep. I said, I'll be right back.
Looks like your wife's going to get the wrong end of this whole deal.
Yeah, I know. We were going to take the kid out to the beach tomorrow, too.
Ellis, you want to take the key to his car and his money here down to his wife. While you're there, check the car they stripped, get the license number, and what other information you might need. We're going to book them both on suspicion of burglary.
Yeah.
We're working in a uniform car now with Officer Don Ellis. It took us about 20 minutes to locate the car stripped by the two suspects. We're coming up beside it now. It's on a dirt road just off the highway. Convertible. Front wheel stuck in the ditch. What do we got? There's a guy in it. A guy in it? Yeah. Brief picture. Man stretched out on the front seat asleep. Radio's been torn out. Dashboard cut up. 3 tires missing. Boy, this guy's really asleep in there.
Come on, wake up, pal.
Waving that flashlight didn't do any good.
He opened his eyes.
Did he?
Hey! Let's go. Let's wake it up now.
Yes.
What do you say?
Come on, sit up there, boy.
This is a fine thing. The guy's sound asleep. He's got the car door locked on both sides.
Let's open the door.
Now he's stirring around. No, he isn't. He's turning over and going back to Slade. Now we're going somewhere.
Yeah.
Now we'll move around the other side of the car. He's opened the latch on this side.
Let's open the door on the other side. This one's all jammed in here.
We'll get around to this side of the car now. Playing games here.
Is this your car, Phil?
Right.
Huh?
That's right.
Your car. You there all night?
Yeah. I drove off last night, so of course it didn't start tonight.
You got your driver's license and registration with you?
Right. Had it run through last night. Somebody. I'll back out that side.
You got your registration for the car?
Yeah. My girl.
Your girl.
I took a taxi and she called Cat. She went home.
Mm-hmm.
So I just came back here and sacked into.
You want to take a look at your car and see if there's anything missing?
Well, the radio's gone.
Mm-hmm. We got the fellows that stole it.
Good for you. No kidding.
Yeah. Now, would you, make a report on it?
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Other things, I don't know.
How about your air cleaner?
Well, I doubt if there's anything in there.
And you notice the motor is blue, Don, the same color as that air cleaner was.
Yeah, that's right.
Did you paint that to yourself?
Yeah,
motor and air cleaner?
I put the new rebuilt motor and we painted the whole thing in there. Yeah.
Well, how'd you get mixed up in this here hole?
Well, last night, I come down here to the park, and I guess I turned before the street did, and oh, golly, we had a heck of a time, so...
Got a mad time the rest of the night.
Yeah, we did the rest of the night, all right.
Meanwhile, you went out. These guys come along and started to strip your car.
That's right. So I didn't even know it. I didn't know anything about it. I don't know where they came from. I got in the car and ready to go to sleep, and I looked around. Things were missing, stuff all over.
Well, this is a sort of an odd setup. This man's half asleep, so let me recap. He got his car stuck here a few hours ago and went down to the corner to get a taxi to take his girl home. He returned here to sleep till daylight. Meanwhile, our two suspects stripped his car. That leaves one more detail, notifying the wife of one of the suspects that her husband is in jail. It's getting very late now. Over in the east, the first light of dawn. Heading up to the suspect's house. Small bungalow. Modest. A couple of milk bottles on the step. Sign on the door. Absolutely no solicitors. Do not knock.
Police department.
Wife. Night clothes. Bewildered.
Suspicion of burglary.
Suspicion of burglary? What did he do? Try and rob a store or something?
No, he was with a fellow and got some tools that matches on different burglaries that we have been looking for, but he has them there trying to get a car radio.
A car radio? Where is he at?
Culver City.
Oh, Culver City.
Trying to make it easy as possible. Just mentioning the car radio. Nothing else.
So his money down to you, so you'll have to. I'll have to have a receipt for the money.
What should I write out?
Receipt $10.20.
Keys and money on the table. Wife writing a receipt.
Culver City, please. And sign it. No, he's very cooperative with us.
I'm so shocked. I'm shaking. Burglary.
Sorry I have to bring you some
Thank
bad
you very
news.
much. I'm so...
Half asleep mixed up. We understand you.
I don't even know what to say. I've never had this before. I'm just so shaken up and so... They admitted to take a radio. People hold up stores. They hold up banks. They hold up... they go rob houses for money. I don't know. A car radio. He'll serve time in jail yet for stealing a car radio. Oh, God.
What you have just heard is real. Every voice, every sound, recorded just as it occurred on the Nightwatch. And now we return you to Police Headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight we have heard another set of problems facing the police officer of today.
In the first case of the woman filing a complaint may seem very unimportant to many people in the overall picture of police work. But to her personally, this represented a major problem in her life, and consequently an investigation was conducted. However, no evidence was uncovered to warrant action of our Juvenile Bureau. The final investigation involving two men booked on suspicion of car burglary. They confessed their part in tonight's case and also of participating in another similar event, of which they were found guilty, the maximum penalty being 1 to 15 years in the state prison. Nightwatch is brought to the air through the cooperation of a great many people, including suspects themselves, because many of them realize their mistakes and are willing to allow their stories to be brought into the open in hopes of deterring some other person who may believe he can get away with it. If we can reach just a few of these people and bring home this message, then there is a meaning, a purpose to Nightwatch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Nightwatch, brought to you through the cooperation of your police department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by police recorder Don Reed.
I hope you're enjoying the True Crime Radio Tales collection so far. Now, diving into the next few shows, we have the Martin Everett case from that lesser-known show, Confession. It was a radio crime drama anthology show that only ran from July to September 1953 as a summer replacement for Dragnet. It was never picked up by any sponsor. It dramatized true files from corrections departments all across the United States. It has been compared to Dragnet by several reviewers, both now and at the time, but although Dragnet's stories began with the crime, Confession unfolded in reverse order. It starred Paul Frees, Parley Bear, Herb Butterfield, and others. In this one, we hear the confession of a young college student, Martin Everett, of how he was drawn into committing a crime by another young man who looked almost identical to him and shared the same birthday. A really interesting true crime story, but as I've mentioned before, the beeps, which I think must be some kind of recording timestamps, can be kind of annoying. Next is The Black Museum, narrated by Orson Welles and dramatizing true crime cases from the London Metropolitan Police's famous Crime Museum. It only ran for a year in 1952, and each episode focused on a single object in the museum that had been used in a real crime. In The Canvas Bag, a canvas shopping bag is the main object. A woman, Mary Wilson, ran off to get married to a man named Tom Reynolds, and supposedly stayed at an inn with him before starting their honeymoon in Canada. Then a woman's body is discovered, which turns out to be Mary's, and Tom apparently never met up with her. The only clue is the canvas shopping bag, and a series of strange coincidences and circumstantial evidence eventually leads to the truth. This is a really fascinating true crime story, and I think the dramatization is outstanding. Next is The Night Rider from This Is Your FBI. J. Edgar Hoover himself endorsed this show, calling it, quote, the finest dramatic program on the air, although he might have been just a teensy bit biased. It ran for 409 episodes from 1945 to 1953, and it dramatized actual FBI case files. In this one, a man getting gas at a station along a desert road in Arizona is approached by a hitchhiker, who asks him for a ride, which he agrees to. After an hour of driving along the desolate highway, the hitchhiker pulls a gun, kills the driver, leaves his body, and steals his car. The story of how the murderer is caught is a really exciting one. I think you're going to enjoy this one. It aired June 1st, 1951. Next is Seeds of Death from a lesser-known show, Indictment. Now, this was a courtroom drama based on actual files from former Assistant District Attorney Eleazar Lipsky that ran from 1956 to 1959. A procedural show, a lot of the dramatization actually took place outside the courtroom, building the backstory for each case. In this one, a woman is found dead in Central Park, New York, and her husband is suspected of the crime. However, another man, David Campbell, confesses to the murder. But as you'll see, there's no way he could have done it. Seeds on the husband's clothes point to him as the guilty party. But did he really do it? This is a really good story, and it keeps you engrossed right up until the end, even though you start to realize the truth fairly early on. It aired November 2nd, 1958. And then we have The Case of Burt McDonald from Police Reporter. One of the very earliest true crime drama radio shows. It ran from 1933 to 35, telling actual murder stories and how the police solved each one. Despite being only 12 minutes long each, the episodes are packed with action, and the stories move along really rapidly, despite wasting the first 2 minutes with music, which I have cut out. In this one, a drifting boat belonging to Old Man Marshall is found, and when boarded, Mr. Marshall is found shot to death. Newfangled forensic techniques are used on the bullet and a clump of black hair found at the scene to help find the killer. And I really enjoyed this episode, despite the somewhat poor voice acting. It's a really great glimpse into the police world of over 90 years ago. Now, time to enjoy these true crime tales. I will be back in a bit for our last 3 episodes.
The confession you are about to hear is an actual recording.
Go ahead, please. I make this confession of my own free will because it is true. There has not been any force or violence used upon my person to induce me to make these statements. Without promise of immunity or reward or gratuity, I confess.
You understand, of course, that your confession will be made public through the radio program Confession?
I do.
That your name, for the purpose of this broadcast, will be Martin Everett?
Yes, sir.
You understand all this, Martin?
Yes, sir. I don't think any of them out there, any at all, ever had it happen to them the way it happened to me. But maybe there is someone. If there is, heaven help them.
You are listening to Confession. The case history of the young man referred to as Martin Everett is a matter of documented record. You will hear the story of his crime experience as told in his own words.
Martin Everett, please state your age.
20. Or 21 next month.
Your occupation?
Student. That is, I used to study.
And what were you specializing?
In ideas, you might say.
Did you attend high school in this city?
Yes, sir. Class valedictorian. Big man. Even a scholarship at the university.
Was this the only circumstance under which you could go to the university?
No, it wasn't. We're not poor. Father's an assistant professor right there on the campus. English lit. With me, it had to be a scholarship.
It's shoddy work, Martin. You'll have to rewrite it.
Look, Pop, it's late. I'm tired.
It's not even 9 o'clock.
You tell time with your stomach, not with a watch. I'm beat, Pop. I know what you want me to be.
You were when you won the scholarship.
I want a glass of milk.
Why won't you learn?
I'm sick of learning. It's not for me. It's never been for me. It's for you. What do you want, a genius in the family? I can't live success for you. I want to be free to be an ordinary guy, just once, free from these stinking books. I'm not a scholar. I'm not great.
You have talent, Martin. Brilliance, even.
I got nothing.
You'll not speak to me like that.
I'm sorry. I feel sick.
You'll fix this essay.
Sure, give it here.
You'll obey me. You'll go upstairs and redo your work.
No, not tonight. Tonight I'm going to walk and breathe some clean air and be myself and forget it.
Martin.
Fixed. Martin? Please, Pop, for one night, will you try to understand? I should have stayed home that night, but I guess the crazy way things started to happen, no matter where I went or what I did, it wouldn't have made any difference. I kept walking over to a crummy part of town. I wondered what I'd have been like if I was raised in a place like that. I kept thinking about it, and pretty soon my headache was gone. That was when I realized that somebody was following me. At
Perhaps that's the way it seemed. I kept looking over my shoulder. Once I caught a look at him. He was kind of young, about my age and build. I walked faster and tried to shake him off, but I couldn't. No matter what I did, he stuck with me, right behind me all the time. I got scared, so I ducked into a drugstore.
Druggist is in the back.
I just want a drink. Root beer.
Oh, sorry. Fountain's closed.
Okay.
You expecting someone?
Oh, no. No.
Well, I guess there's no harm in giving you root beer.
Thanks. Could I have it over there in the booth?
Sure. Take the booth. Here you are.
Martin Everett? Yeah? What?
Sit down. Plenty of room. How's your father?
Fine. Who are you?
Friend.
You were following me out there.
Easy, kid, easy. My name's Wally. I'm interested in you.
How do you know me?
Well, I made a point out of knowing you.
Why me?
We were born on the same day, same hour. Yeah, that's a fact. I had to look up the records once, and I saw your name. I got curious about you. You know, you could have been me, and I could have been you. Could have worked out like that. Maybe it did. Well, go ahead, drink.
Thanks.
Now, you live real good, don't you? I live around here, the other side of the tracks. Only around here, there aren't even any tracks. That's how tough things are. But I wouldn't have your father on a bet.
He's all right.
Sure, everything's just fine. How much money you got in your pocket?
Look, what do you want from me?
Help. You help me, I help you. We get money. Look, I need a partner. And who do I think of? Brother Martin. In a way, we're brothers. You happy?
No.
I am. You buy the things you want?
Nobody buys the things they want.
That's me. Nobody. You're somebody. A great big ball of hate waiting to be pitched in somebody's teeth. You dope, you're not even free. You want to do a million things and you can't. You're afraid.
So?
Well, I'm not afraid. That's why I got dough. Me, personally, I got a personal bankroll. That's the best kind. Only now I need help.
Doing what?
When you need help, we'll get together. Like I told you, I'm usually around.
Now, you better finish that root beer. I gotta close up.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Look, you don't happen to know that guy, do you?
What guy?
The one that was here.
Well, 3 or 4 people have been here since you came in.
Yeah, I guess. Well, thanks for the drink.
Oh, it doesn't cost 35 cents, you know.
That's all right. You keep it?
Well, thanks. That's worth one on the house if you come back.
Maybe I'll do that. Night.
Good night.
She was pretty, the waitress. She smiled when I left. I remember that now, but right then I was thinking about this other guy, this Wally. It doesn't sit too good when you find out somebody's been watching you, especially somebody talks as funny as he did. I mean, all that business about me being him and him being me. And there was something I couldn't figure out. If he was following me outside, how did he get into that drugstore booth before I did? I didn't meet him again until one night I was studying and my father came home.
Martin?
In here, Pop.
Ugly night out. Too much rain for this season. Studying, Martin?
Mixing Leibniz and Spinoza.
What do you get?
A headache.
Again?
It was a joke.
Well, I'm glad we don't have to go through another struggle like last week.
No. Hey, look, Pop. There's some sweaters on sale at Sullivan's. You got a good price. It's a sale.
How much?
$15.
Dollars?
Certainly dollars.
Why, it's an outrageous figure for a simple sweater.
Okay. Should have known.
Going to study upstairs, Martin?
Yeah. Study.
Hi.
Wally, how did you... What?
The window. Climbed the trellis. Don't worry about the bedspread. My shoes are clean.
Well, it's raining.
I couldn't help hearing the little discussion just now.
Look, you get out of here. Nobody invited you to this house.
Oh, I thought we were friends.
Yeah, you thought. Well, now do I call the police?
Not unless you don't want that sweater.
What's that got to do with it?
Look, I can guarantee you $20, maybe $30.
How?
Just watching and learning.
Learning what?
You still got that target pistol?
Didn't bother me too much. That's a funny thing. It was like I was just picking up somewhere where I'd left off. The thing that really bothered me was how Wally's shoes were so dry when it was raining out. Well, we went down the trellis.
Okay. All you have to do is watch and make sure nothing happens that I don't see.
Let's get it over with, huh?
Leave it to me.
Well, can I help you, son?
Bottle of bourbon.
Well, I'm afraid you're a little too young for that.
Am I old enough for this?
Look now, look, son.
You don't mean anything to me, get it? Not a thing. A bullet can burn your stomach, I'll feel no pain. And give me the money in that register. Just the bills. Thanks. Thanks.
I ran when it was over. Must have been awful panicky because I don't even remember Wally. We just blazed out of that store and he shoved the money in my hand, $26. And you wouldn't think this, but that night I slept real sound, like I was dead or something. For more than a week, I didn't let myself think about what we'd done. And one evening I was lying on the bed and two things kind of got tangled up in my mind. Wally and the waitress at the drugstore. I didn't have many friends. I guess I didn't mention that, but I don't. Now there was a kind of a friend thing between me and Wally. And there was that girl. So I went down to the drugstore again. I just went and sat in the same booth where I could watch her. She didn't see me. After a while, Wally was there at the counter, talking to her.
You're different tonight.
I'm different every night. Man of 1,000 moods.
Man, you look like a college boy.
It's just one of my many moods. Some nights you gotta let me demonstrate.
Great. You want that root beer?
Oh, I do. I certainly do. Hey, what's your name?
Joan Anders.
I'm Wally.
Wally what?
Anything you like. That's my charm. How much for the drink?
Told you it was on the house.
An elegant gesture. When's your night off, Joan?
Next Wednesday.
Wednesday for sure.
It made me sore the way he acted so smart and smug with her. The way she ate it up. It didn't help any that she seemed to have me all mixed up with him. I mean, a root beer on the house and everything. I guess we did look kind of alike, though. As soon as she went down to the other end of the counter, Wally came and sat in my booth like he knew I was waiting for him.
How's the boy?
Fine.
Short of dough?
Oh, so.
Well, let's go.
Look, Wally, I don't want to...
What'd you come here for? You came here looking for me, didn't you?
I guess so.
Okay. Let's get going. You've got something to square away.
You know where you are? You kidding? Sure I know. This is the university. This building right here? It's Beaton Hall. Girls' dormitory.
Yeah. The rich ones live here. Those Wrigley ones with the football players on the string and 10 trunks full of clothes. And jewelry. That's a fire escape, Marty. And an open window up there.
Wally, this is my territory. I can get into trouble here.
Sure, it's your territory. What do you think we're here for? Those dames ever give you a tumble? You owe them something?
No.
What are you waiting for?
We went up the fire escape and into the girl's room. She was asleep.
At least I prayed she was. The bit of light coming through the window caught her across the face and shoulders. I don't know what it was she was wearing, but it wasn't pajamas. You could see her skin. It was awfully white. Only her closed eyelids were dark and sort of shiny. A dressing table. Take a look. Nothing. First drawer. That box. Open it. Are they real? Their jewelry is always real. Get going. Wally. She's watching us. She's awake. The girl just sat there in bed, stiff and trembling, even more scared than I was. I got out. Fast. I couldn't stand the look on Wally's face, or the girl's. It was Wally's idea, not mine. Not Martin Everett. So I made a dash for the fire escape, and I got down somehow. I listened. She didn't scream or anything. I thought that was strange, but the main thing was getting away from there. Soon I was sneaking across my own lawn to the rose trellis. Martin. Pull yourself together. It's me, Wally. You got out okay? She knew you. I don't think so. I think she did. I killed her. How? With this. You knew I was going to.
You are listening to Confession. Before continuing with the documented record of the young man referred to as Martin Everett, the National Broadcasting Company is honored to present Mr. Richard A. McGee, Director of Corrections, Department of Corrections, State of California.
Many crimes are committed by persons who are mentally ill. Schizophrenia, or split personality, is a common form of mental disease which can lead to criminal acts. Stevenson's story, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, is the classic example in literature. Tonight's case is obviously that of a schizophrenic, a person who has created an alter ego on whom to blame the crimes he himself commits. The only way to prevent such a person from becoming criminal is to recognize the clinical symptoms early and seek professional aid before it is too late. Schools, medical centers, and law enforcement agencies in your community would be ready and most anxious to help.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Now to continue with Confession and the documented record of the young man referred to as Martin Everett.
I looked at the knife in his hand, a kitchen knife. It was ours. I knew the nick on the handle. Wally disappeared into the night, and somehow I got up the trellis to my room, put the knife way back in the closet along with the jewels. And then I turned the light on. There was blood all over the front of my shirt. I didn't know how it got there. It was Wally killed her, not me. I kept saying it over and over, but I wasn't sure. I tried to figure out about the blood on my shirt. Blood from the murder Wally committed. I thought of everything I knew about him, the way he came and went and sort of took control of everything, the way he said we were born on the same day. We were brothers. It frightened me even to think about it. That night I didn't sleep so good.
Terrible. Just terrible.
What's that, Pop?
Now, that girl who was killed last night, she was one of my students.
What to say about her?
Whoever did it used a knife. Dreadful. The police think it was done by some maniac.
But that's crazy.
Yeah, to put it mildly.
You going to school with me?
No, thanks. Right then, I began to be afraid all the time. And I knew one thing. I had to get away from Wally. I didn't want him coming to the house anymore. So in a couple of days, I went back to the drugstore to finish it off once and for all. He was in a booth.
I've let you do what you wanted, haven't I?
No. What you wanted.
You didn't object so hard.
Like, what if they connect me up with these things?
How can they? You're a college boy. You never did anything bad in your life.
Well, what about you? If they catch you, will you talk?
You ought to know. Besides, I never get caught.
Take it easy.
Well, where you been?
Hey, tomorrow's Wednesday. Our date's still on?
Well, I guess.
Any ideas about what to do?
I always depend on the boy for ideas.
I got a few nifties.
Well, if worse comes to worse, I can think of a couple myself. Want to order anything?
A few minutes, maybe.
Just send me a telegram.
How am I doing, Marty?
You treat her nice, do you hear me?
Oh, what's to you? Hey, you kind of like her, don't you? But you don't know about girls like her. Things are different on that other side of town.
That girl in the dormitory.
What girl?
That girl you...
Shut up. Think about it, understand? It didn't happen. You've got nothing to be ashamed of. It just didn't happen. Now, when do we go out again?
I'm scared, Wally.
Now? With me?
No. Just when I'm alone.
And we'll fix things so you aren't alone so much. Now, do like I say. Tonight we've got business. And a lot of nights from now on. I'll be waiting for you outside.
Yeah. I guess you will. Can I talk to you for a second?
You ready to order now, lover?
I think you're confusing me with that other fella, Wally.
Oh, man of 1,000 moods again.
Joan, just don't go out with him. Please.
Why?
He's dangerous.
Well, he better be a little dangerous, or I won't go out with him anymore. Now, don't be late tomorrow.
There it was again, a mix-up between me and Wally. It's when I first got the idea that everything was wrong, as wrong as it could be. That night it was a filling station, I think. Next night, Wally didn't keep his date with Joan. He stood her up, and there was some kind of robbery. I didn't remember real well because I was in a daze most of the time. What was real, Wally or me? I thought maybe there wasn't any Wally. Maybe it was all me or just part of me. Maybe I was crazy and imagined it all. Why would I do a thing like that unless I was a murderer and a thief? Because I wanted to be. Come in.
Martin?
Yeah, Pop?
Mind if I sit on the edge of the bed a minute?
I'll move over.
I have been thinking about you and me. Perhaps, Martin, you're right. We're trying to make something of you that you're not.
Yeah, I guess you're disappointed.
Yes, I am. What would you like to do?
Oh, I'd like to be a sharpshooting student who'd win all kinds of honors for you. I'd like everybody to be proud of me.
Well, the last part can still be.
Pop, let me have another fling at it. I'll work. I didn't want to work before, but now I do. I want to make something of myself. I don't want to be what I am now.
I don't think that's so bad, Martin. You're a fine boy. I'd like to see us get along better.
Yeah, we will, Pop.
Well, then, try it again if you want. And if you decide to quit, do something else, that's all right with me.
That's a deal. I hit the books again, harder. For a month, maybe I didn't even think about Wally. Then I got restless. At night, I'd toss around my bed and think about Wally and Joan. You know, the waitress. I remembered the way she looked at Wally. I remembered that girl in the dormitory, and the way her shoulders looked in the moonlight. I sure wanted to see that Joan again. Hello, Martin.
Wally?
It's been a long time.
Look, leave me alone.
That's easy to say.
I'm done with that other business.
You want some excitement? Be honest with yourself, Marty. What is it, on or off? You want to get something out of your system or don't you?
Please, Wally, nothing bad this time, huh? Nothing real bad.
Sure. Nothing bad.
I didn't go home for dinner that night. I just walked around with my notebook under my arm. I didn't really have any place to go. I thought about a movie, but there was nothing worth seeing. Then I saw one of those bathing suit ads in a signboard, and I thought about Joan. When I got down to the drugstore, she was just leaving for the night. I didn't say anything to her. She didn't see me, as usual, so I just followed her. And suddenly Wally was there again, ahead of me on the street, between me and Joan. He was following her, too. She put her key in the door of a slummy little house.
That's when Wally stepped forward.
Joan.
Well, look who's here. Man of many moods. You sure got your nerve.
You mad at me?
Oh, no. You can stand me up any time you want.
Can I at least come in and explain?
Well, I don't want to hear any of your wild stories.
Can I, Joan, please?
I've just got one room here.
Anybody else around?
No. People who own the house are away.
Can I?
Sure. Come on in.
Okay.
You know, you're a funny guy.
Well, what's funny about me?
I don't know. You're so moody. But I like you. Maybe it's because I know you're crazy.
What did you say?
You're crazy. You know, you're crazy.
I couldn't stand it anymore. She put her hands on my shoulders. I could feel them there. But it was Wally's face she was smiling up into. Wally. I hated him then more than I ever hated anything. Because I knew just what he was going to do to her and then what he'd been doing to me. I wanted to kill him. Just kill him. So I slugged him over and over. It felt wonderful. That's what I wanted to do ever since I'd met him. I choked him. My arms and my hands and my shoulders ached, but I kept it up until I was through. Till I knew he was dead. Only, when he fell, it wasn't Wally at all. It was Joan. I'd killed her. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't. I tore a piece of paper out of my notebook, and I began to write. Please. Please, somebody.
Please, somebody catch me before I kill again. That's what it says, Martin.
Officer, I fail to see what that message has to do with my son.
Perhaps you'd better wait downstairs in your living room, Mr. Everett.
But I have a right.
Please.
Very well.
Is this your school notebook, Martin?
Where'd you find that?
The room of the murdered girl. Anything you want to tell me? Mind if I look through your closet?
I'll get the evidence for you.
Did you do it?
That's hard to say. Wally did some of it. He made me do the rest.
Who's Wally?
Wally? Well, I'm Wally, of course. I guess.
You have just heard an actual confession. This case history of the young man referred to as Martin Everett is a matter of documented record. To protect the legal rights of this person, names and places were changed or deleted. Technical advice for confession comes from the Office of the Director of Corrections, Department of Corrective, California. In a moment, you'll again hear Martin Everett.
The subject was sentenced to life imprisonment under the custody of the State Director of Corrections. Found to be insane, the subject was placed in the California Medical Facility, Terminal Island, where he has been given extensive psychotherapy and electroshock therapy. Now, Martin Everett.
The reason I'm making this broadcast is to try to explain how a terrible thing like that can happen to a person. There's plenty I don't understand about it, although a lot of psychiatrists and doctors have tried to explain it to me, but I know this. Wally was still alive that night after I thought I'd killed him. But now he doesn't bother me anymore. Maybe he's really dead. But I guess the doctors will tell me when he is. And we'll see about me.
This has been Confession, transcribed statements of actual crimes. These true tragedies are brought to you each week as an NBC Radio Network production in an effort to stem the nation's forward march of crime. Credit for this broadcast goes to our cast: Paul Frees, Lamont Johnson, Warren Stevens, John McIntyre, Charlotte Lawrence. Writer, Richard Allen Simmons. Music, Michael Samogi. Script supervision, Warren Lewis. Direction, Homer Canfield. John Wall speaking. Confession, a Canfield-Lewis creation, came to you from California.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is Orson Welles speaking from London. Here in the grim stone structure in the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of souvenirs. A warehouse where everyday objects, a hammer, a suitcase, a shirt button, all are touched by murder. You take this canvas bag.
This canvas bag might give us a litre. What's that writing on it, Sergeant? It's the name of a local merchant, J. Gregory, Northampton.
Well, today, that canvas bag can be seen in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum.
Well, here we are, in the Black Museum. Scotland Yard's Museum of Murder. Yes, here lies death. All the ways and means of death. Guns, of course, abound in plenty, but there are other simpler objects, things that were never meant for murder. Now, this gold trophy. A famous sportsman climaxed a great career by winning this. Later, it was an exhibit in his trial. It was proved he had used it to batter a man to death. Here's a knitting needle, perhaps used to knit for absent friends, for children not yet born. And it was put to more lethal use, to end a life. Here we are. Here's the canvas bag. It was once a bag used to hold provisions in a Northampton grocery store. Later on, it became more famous, but we anticipate. Let's begin the story not with a canvas bag, but with a certain young woman who at her home in Birmingham was packing her suitcases.
Here's another dress, Mary.
Oh, thanks, Mother.
And your slippers.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that must be all.
Let's just have another look round. You don't want to forget anything.
No, that's right.
Oh, here you are, just as well I looked. Some stockings.
Oh. Well, I think that's all.
Yes.
I'll just lock my suitcase.
Mary?
What, Mother?
You sure you'll be all right?
No, of course.
Oh, it seems such a strange arrangement, you going all the way to London alone.
But what's strange about it? Tom's working in London, saving for our passages to Canada. He can't come to fetch me.
Travel all that way alone. Oh, Mary, let me come with you.
No, Mother. I'm not a child.
You're an almost married woman, but that doesn't mean your mother still can't worry about you.
Mother, really? Look, I'll be perfectly all right. Tom and I are getting married when I reach London. A month later, we'll be on our way to Canada.
And we'll lose you. It's so sad. You'll write as soon as you reach London, won't you, darling?
Yes, of course I will. And don't worry, please. I'll be all right.
A girl leaving home to get married, an anxious mother. Nothing very new about that. Except that the girl never went to London. The following day, her train arrived in Northampton, where she was tenderly greeted by a charming man some years older than herself.
Hello. Hello. Here I am, Mary. My dear Mary.
Oh, darling. I've been waiting here for a moment. I thought you...
What, that I might have deserted you? Hardly, my sweet. Did you have much trouble with your family?
Yes, a little. Dad was anxious, and you know what Mother is. She worries terribly.
Yes.
You told them the story about meeting Tom in London.
Uh-huh. They believed it.
Oh, good.
Oh, darling, it's wonderful to be with you.
Come, Mary. I found lodgings in St. John's Street.
Oh, good.
But listen, since you've told your parents you were meeting Tom Reynolds in London, we might as well continue the deception, eh?
How?
Well, to the landlady, you'll be Mrs. Reynolds. And I, of course, shall be Mr. Reynolds. It might be better if you called me Tom.
The landlady found Mr. and Mrs. Reynolds a charming couple, so devoted, so very much in love.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Mr. Reynolds. I wrote to you about a room.
Oh, yes, Mr. Reynolds. I was expecting you today, just like you said in the letter.
And this is my wife, Mary.
Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Reynolds. I expect you'd like to see the room right away.
Yes, I would.
Well, if you'll just follow me. There's only one flight of stairs.
Let me carry the bag, dear. It's too heavy for you.
All right.
Have you any idea how long you'll be staying, Mr. Reynolds?
Well, I can't tell you at the moment. It depends on circumstances, doesn't it, sweetheart?
Yes, dear.
Why, it's Mr. Reynolds. I didn't know it was so late.
Well, my wife's asleep, Mrs. Marsh. I thought I'd just pop in to tell you that we're leaving next week.
Leaving?
Uh-huh.
Well, isn't that rather unexpected? I was talking to Mrs. Reynolds only yesterday, and she said...
Yes, but you see, I've had some news from friends of mine in Canada.
In Canada?
Yes. We're going to Canada, Mrs. March.
Oh?
We're leaving from Liverpool next week.
Oh, that will be nice for you, Mr. Reynolds, and for your sweet wife, too.
Yes. Oh, but there is one other thing.
Huh?
I'd be very glad if you wouldn't say anything of this to my wife. You see, she's not quite sure that she really wants to go to Canada, and, well, I think it'll only upset her if anyone talks to her about it.
Of course. I wouldn't breathe a word, particularly since you've asked me not to.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Marsh. We'll be giving up our room on Friday. I'll arrange for a car to call for the luggage early in the day.
So considerate, the landlady thought. Such a gentleman. On Friday morning, she said goodbye to the couple with reluctance. At least she said goodbye to Mr. Reynolds, who explained that his wife had gone ahead to the railway station. But even the nicest of lodgers are only a passing memory in a landlady's mind, and she might never have thought of the young couple again if it hadn't been for the events that occurred some weeks afterwards. On the high road from Rugby to Northampton, two men were walking home after work.
Well, Bat, what do you think of the team's chances on Saturday? They're wanted to be better than last week, eh, Sam? Yeah, I should say so. Hey, look down there in the ditch beside the road. What do you see? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it looks like a canvas bag. Well, there's something inside it. Well, what's that all over it? Lime, isn't it? Oh, probably a dead dog. Come on, I'll buy you a pint. Hey, ain't no dead dog. Burt, look, will you? An arm. I can see it plain. Oh, crikey. Come on, Sam. This is for the police.
The local police recovered the body and Scotland Yard was summoned. Inspector Courtney, accompanied by Detective Sergeant Finlay, arrived in Northampton. They met the doctor who had conducted the post-mortem.
The body was that of a woman, Inspector.
Have you any idea of her age, Doctor?
Youngish. I'd say in her 20s. In height, a little over 5 feet. Slight build.
And in what state was the body?
Dismembered and partially decomposed.
And the cause of death? Have you any idea about that?
There's no way of telling, Inspector. The only thing you can take for granted is that she was murdered.
The yard men had a dual task there. They had to track down the murderer, but first and foremost, they had to find out who had been murdered. They set out to examine the evidence.
This canvas bag might give us a lead, sir.
Yes. Now, what's that writing on it, Sergeant?
It's the name of a local merchant, J. Gregory, Northampton.
Yes, the name's clear enough. Luckily, the lime didn't rot it away.
As I'd say it was meant to, sir.
Yes, I'd say so too, Sergeant. I think we'll call on Mr. Gregory.
Was this a lucky break early in a difficult case? It seemed not. For when the London detectives interviewed J. Gregory in his Northampton warehouse, the merchant could give them little help.
Yes, it's my bag, all right, Inspector. No mistaking that, but how did it get in there?
Well, we thought you might be able to tell us that.
Well, I assure you I can't. These canvas bags are used for transporting groceries between this warehouse and my several shops in the town.
And they're, handled by your employees?
Yes.
Are they ever given out to the public?
Oh, no, they're not.
Were you aware that one was missing?
Well, hardly, Inspector. I have upwards of 100 of these bags and a lot more to do than count them.
Yes, of course, yes. But now, you understand the gravity of this situation?
Yes.
A woman has been found dead. Murdered.
Murdered?
Her body wrapped in one of your bags.
Inspector, I can only assure you I know nothing whatever about it.
At this stage, Mr. Gregory, not knowing the identity of the murdered woman, the bag is our only clue. Now, you do appreciate that?
Yes, of course.
Sir, that I'd like to talk to one of your employees who might have handled these bags and who might have been in the position to take one or even give one to somebody else.
Inspector, I'll see to it my staff are available.
Thanks.
As a matter of fact, you can begin with my warehouse manager, my own brother.
Oh, yes, thank you, yes.
Wait, I'll get him. George? Huh? George, come here, will you?
Presently, the obliging Mr. Gregory returned with his brother, the warehouse manager. He, too, was courteous and polite to the detectives, and only too ready to answer the questions they asked him.
Now, where do you live, Mr. Gregory?
In Birmingham. 7 High Street, Birmingham.
And, are you married?
Yes. Wife and 2 children.
And you live at home?
Well, sometimes I stay here at the warehouse. You know, because of the distance involved in travel, you understand?
Oh, yes, perfectly. Now, tell me, have you ever lent or given anyone outside the firm one of these canvas bags?
Well, I don't like to mention it, but...
Well, go on, George. Tell the inspector whatever he wants to know. Did you give away one of these bags?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I did, John. I know it was against regulations, but, well, a tramp came in one day asking for some scraps of food, and...
Yes, and...
Well, I felt sorry for him, you know how it is.
Yes, quite.
I gave him a couple of tins and, well, a canvas bag to carry them in. Sorry, John, but that was the only occasion I have given one away.
Now, could you tell me, how long ago would this have been?
Oh, I suppose about 6 weeks, perhaps a bit longer. I'm afraid I can't remember the exact date.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Gregory. I don't suppose you can help us in this matter of the murdered woman. I mean, you've no idea who it might be.
None whatsoever, Inspector. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you very much indeed, gentlemen. Good day to you. Good day.
The inspector left the warehouse deeply disappointed. It seems that the trail led nowhere. For the inspector believed this story of the tramp that George Gregory had told him. There's no reason why he should not have believed it. But today, evidence that proved the lie can be seen in the Black Museum. There are hundreds of women reported missing every year throughout England. Now to the local police stations throughout the land, the messages went out in a long and slow search to find the identity of the murdered woman.
Desire information on any woman reported missing within past 2 months. Special attention to young woman about 5 feet in height, of slight build, well dressed.
In answer to your inquiry, we've checked all missing persons approximating to the description given in the Glasgow area during the last 2 months. There are 3 missing persons whose descriptions might fit the one given, and further investigation is being made in each case. I shall report further within the next 7 days.
Hello, sir. This is Scotland Yard. We've been looking into your inquiry, and we find that in the London area there are 27 cases of missing persons. That would seem to justify investigation in relation to your inquiry. From preliminary inquiries, 13 of these cases can already be discounted. On the remainder, further inquiries are still being made. We'll be in touch with you later, sir. Goodbye.
The reports came flooding into Scotland Yard. The leads faithfully followed. Dead ends, all of them. The investigation into murder was bogged down because nobody knew who had been murdered.
Here's another one, Inspector. People by the name of Wilson in Birmingham. Worried about their daughter.
Oh, I never knew there were so many youngsters who run away from home. Well, still, have it checked, Sergeant.
Right, sir.
Another patient inquiry begins. When did your daughter leave home? Where was she going? Have you heard from her? The questions were asked, the answers were written down, and the result was sent to Scotland Yard.
Wilson, yes. Number 9 High Street, Birmingham. Left for London to marry a young man named Tom Reynolds.
Seems like she didn't get there, sir.
Yeah. Family had a letter from Reynolds, just a sort of friendly note, no mention of the girl.
I understand young Reynolds went to Canada, sir. He was once engaged to the girl, but they broke it off.
Oh, yes?
The next thing, when he was in London, the girl had a letter from him asking her to marry him and go out to Canada.
Yes, but did the family see the letter?
No. It was all pretty hurried. They were upset, but she seemed to be able to get her own way.
Oh, I've heard this kind of thing before. Now, I wonder who the man was.
Not Tom Reynolds, that's certain. His letter to the family is enclosed there, sir.
Oh, let's see it, will you? Yes, wait a minute. Now, rough crossing, how is everyone? Misspelled neighbors. No, he doesn't mention her. Now, what was her name?
Mary, sir.
Mary Wilson. 9 High Street, Birmingham. Sergeant, that seems familiar.
To me too, sir. I can't quite place it,
Wait a minute, I got it.
What, Inspector?
George Gregory, that warehouse manager. His address is 7 High Street, Birmingham.
Number 7? Well, that means he lives next door.
Patience had paid off again. Careful and painstaking methods had given them a new lead, or rather, the renewal of an old lead. For the canvas bag had first led them to the Gregory warehouse. The detectives went back to Northampton, back to interview George Gregory.
Mary Wilson, Inspector? Well, of course I knew Mary Wilson.
Now, tell me, when did you last see her, Mr. Gregory?
Oh, some time ago. She went to Canada, you know. She married a young chap named Reynolds.
Yes, but did she marry him?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, she did.
You said, I knew Mary Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Why the past tense?
I don't know. Well, don't you always use the past tense when you're not likely to see a person again?
Oh, you don't think you'll see her again?
Well, Inspector, with her married and living in Canada, that'd hardly be likely, Inspector.
George Gregory seemed at ease. His answers rang true. It could be nothing but a strange coincidence. Inspector Courtney gave certain instructions.
I want a cable sent to Tom Reynolds in Canada. Find out if he married Mary Wilson or not. The odds are he's still single.
Then Courtney went to Birmingham, to number 9 High Street, where he talked to Mary's mother.
I don't want to alarm you, Mrs. Wilson, but I'm from Scotland Yard and I want to make certain inquiries.
Scotland Yard? Oh, my Mary's done nothing wrong, has she?
Of course not, no. Now, tell me, Mrs. Wilson, do you really think your daughter might have gone to Canada with her young man?
Oh, I don't know what to think, sir. I was always puzzled. I mean, the way she seemed to patch things up with Tom.
Yes, did you question that?
No, I didn't say much. I was glad, really.
About her marrying the young man?
Yes. Well, you see, for a while I was worried there was another man she seemed to like, but too much, if you know what I mean.
Oh, you disapproved?
Oh, Mary was never one to take criticism, but I didn't like it, I can tell you.
Was the other man older?
He was, old enough to know better. Him with a wife and 2 children of his own. I tell you, I was relieved when I thought Mary was going away to marry Tom Reynolds.
Now, there's one more question I must ask you, Ma'am.
Yes, Inspector?
The name of this attentive gentleman.
Well, I don't like to make anything of it, mind.
No, but I'd like to know his name.
Well, he happens to live next door, and his name is George Gregory.
We've had a reply to your Canada cable, sir.
Okay, Sergeant, go ahead and read it.
Tom Reynolds is living in Ottawa. He's a bachelor. Last time he saw Mary Wilson was in Birmingham 3 months ago.
What about his letter from London?
There was no letter from London.
It was beginning to add up. Point by point, link by link, a chain of circumstantial evidence was being forged. Forged by the patient police.
I think he's our man, Sergeant.
And imagine it, sir. He's been here under our noses since the very first clue you picked up.
Yes, the canvas bag. Led us right to him. But we haven't tied it up yet.
What's the next move, sir?
Mary Wilson left for London to meet Reynolds.
Or so it seems she told her parents.
Yes, it seems more than likely, sir, that they came here. So they must have lived somewhere. She and the man she met.
Now the detectives went through the town, front streets and back streets, fashionable hotels and cheap boarding houses. They went wherever there was a sign, rooms to let.
Well?
We're from Scotland Yard, ma'am. We're inquiring about a young couple who might have stayed here some, 6 weeks to 2 months ago.
No, not here. Only take regulars. Had all my boarders for the past 12 months.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry to have troubled you.
They ran the whole gamut of landladies. The suspicious landladies, the mean, the garrulous landladies, the kind, the generous, the curious. Then in a lodging house in St. John's Street, their work paid off.
A young couple? Yes, I've had a few. What was their name?
We're not sure what name they might have been using.
Oh, you mean Crooks? Well, let me see. Oh, it couldn't have been that nice young couple, Mr. and Mrs. Reynolds. Now,
What was that name?
Reynolds.
Tom Reynolds?
Yes, I believe it was. Such a nice man. Oh, and his young wife was named Mary. She was awfully sweet.
Mrs. Marsh, can you give me a description of Mary Reynolds?
Why, yes, I think so. Short, about 5 feet tall, brown hair, rather pretty.
Yes.
Not much help, I'm afraid. I can't remember any other details.
Oh, you helped a lot, thanks. And the man?
Tall, dark hair, and a small mole on his left cheek, older than her. Oh, but he was very nice indeed. Oh, surely they couldn't have done anything wrong.
Mrs. Marsh, can you, I want to attend the police station tomorrow morning at 10?
Me? Why, sir?
Well, we'll be having an identification parade at 10 sharp.
All right, quiet, everyone. I've got together a group of 8 people, Inspector.
Thank you, Sergeant. Mrs. Marsh, I want you to try and identify the man you knew as Tom Reynolds.
All right, Inspector, but really, I know he and his wife went to Canada.
Nevertheless, if you don't mind, just walk slowly down the line and examine each man.
8 men. A couple of detectives, 2 men taken out of the cells, 1 recruited off the street, and in the middle of them, a protesting, indignant George Gregory.
It's not this man. Nor this. No, not him either. Why, Mr. Reynolds!
Gregory, grab him, man!
I got
There were enough policemen present to overpower the hastily departing Mr. Gregory, who was immediately arrested on a charge of having murdered Mary Wilson. Today, the evidence that brought about his downfall, the canvas bag that first directed police attention to him, occupies a place of honor in the Black Museum. George Gregory killed the woman, he said, because she was too much in love with him to let him go, but he couldn't afford the scandal that might arise if he continued his association with her. Not a very nice reason, but then, the reason for murder seldom are. Anyway, George Gregory was tried and convicted, and paid for his crime one morning at 8 o'clock. And now, until we meet next time in this same place for another story about the Black Museum, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. From time to time, most men and women ask themselves,
what will I be doing when I'm 65 years old?
Well, that's largely up to you and the decision you make right now. Opportunity for an important decision will be offered to you in our middle commercial. It tells about the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan. This plan means exactly what it says. Financial independence for you in your 60s. Listen carefully to this important message from the Equitable Society coming in about 14 minutes. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, homicide. Its title, The Night Rider.
Special agents of the FBI come in contact with all kinds of criminals, ranging from the weaklings who drift into crime from sheer lack of character to some of the world's most brutal killers. Yet, with all their experience, no agent would ever think of claiming the ability to pick out a criminal on sight, by his face or bearing or the look in his eye. The point is this: don't be misled by the villainous gangsters you see in the movies or on the stage. A visit to any prison will show you instantly that the vast majority of criminals don't look like criminals. Most of them look like ordinary, respectable citizens. Tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation has been chosen because it demonstrates that you can't be too careful in your casual contacts with strangers. Honest-looking faces and frank, pleasant manners are meaningless. You can't recognize a criminal at sight. Tonight's file opens at a gas station located on a desolate stretch of highway in a western state. It is early evening. A car approaches and pulls into the station. The driver orders a full tank of gas. As the attendant cranks the pump, a young man approaches the car.
Evening.
Hello.
You heading for Santa Fe?
No, not that far.
I'd appreciate you taking me as far as you're going.
Well, all right. Hop in.
Thanks, mister.
The young man gets into the car, and when the tank is filled, they drive off, streaking swiftly across the lonely desert road as miles accumulate on the turning speedometer. Finally, as they reach the top of a high plateau, the young hitchhiker speaks.
I guess you better pull over now.
Huh?
Yeah, pull over and stop.
Look,
This is a real gun, mister.
Oh.
All right, come on now, get out.
What for?
This is as far as you're going.
You're not leaving me here.
I'm afraid I've got to.
But I'll freeze.
Yeah, that'll keep you from minding the cold too much.
A short time later, at a nearby county courthouse, Sheriff Martin is in his office when Deputy Watson enters.
They call you from the morgue, Sheriff?
Yeah. All they said was you brought in a body. Whose was it?
A man named Paul Jackson. He'd been shot and dumped.
Where?
Out near the state line.
Morgue see how long he'd been dead?
About an hour.
Find anything besides a body?
Some good tire impressions and a few footprints, but they weren't clear enough to be worth anything.
Never are when you need 'em.
This wallet was laying by the body. No money in it, but lots of papers.
Is it Jackson's?
Yep. His picture's in it. From the papers, he was a traveling salesman, so I'd guess those tire tracks was made by his car.
Car gone?
Uh-huh. Body was laying just off the highway.
Those footprints lead anyplace?
Nope. They was concentrated just beyond the tire marks as if two men come out of the car.
Any money in Jackson's pockets?
Not a cent.
Yeah, this adds up to a hitchhiker.
Mm-hmm.
Any lead on the car?
Yeah. A charge slip from gas station over in Arizona. It's got a license number and Jackson's signature.
What's the date?
Today's.
Better call the gas station. Describe the car and see if they remember anybody riding with Jackson.
Evening, ma'am.
Oh, didn't hear you come in.
The radio's too loud.
That better?
Uh-huh, much.
What can I get for you?
Hey, that sign telling the truth?
Which one?
Southern fried chicken?
No, it's too late for that. That's on the dinner.
Oh. Any coffee left?
No. You can have any of those sandwiches.
Uh-huh. Baked ham?
All righty. Coffee now or later?
Now, please.
All righty. Not much traffic tonight.
No, ma'am, hardly none at all.
Here you are.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll be back in a minute.
Where you going?
The kitchen. Make your sandwich. Cream and sugar's on the counter.
Thanks.
We interrupt this program to bring you a bulletin. Be on the lookout for a black Plymouth sedan bearing California license plate number 7, letter T 7929. The driver is believed to be armed. I repeat that license number. California 7, letter T 7929. If you see this car, notify the Winslow County Sheriff's Office immediately.
I forgot to ask whether you wanted... He's gone.
Later that evening, at the FBI field office for that area, Special Agent Jim Taylor is finishing a report when his phone rings.
Special Agent Taylor.
Sheriff Martin calling, Taylor.
Oh, yeah, Sheriff.
Got another case out here for you.
Yeah. What kind this time?
Murder. A man named Paul Jackson was found on the highway earlier tonight.
Now, how do we figure?
Jackson gave a hitchhiker a ride over in Arizona. Killing was done this side of the state line.
Uh-huh. Any description on the car?
And we just found it outside of town. Nobody near it, though. No prints.
Any idea of the hitchhiker?
Partial. Owner of a trading post where Jackson stopped for gas tonight remembered him giving someone a lift. Party was young, medium height, and wearing a short, heavy coat.
Yeah, it's not much help.
I know. You got a full circle of roadblocks up, and I'm bringing in every hitchhiker my men can find.
Good.
Can you get down here?
Yep, tomorrow morning. I come in, Sheriff?
Sure, Taylor. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Well, how's it going?
We've questioned 40 men so far without any luck. Oh, sorry. Mr. Carter, this is Special Agent Taylor of the FBI.
Hi, Mr. Carter.
Hello.
Mr. Carter's the owner of that gas station Jackson stopped at last night.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Carter, have you seen anybody who even comes close to the hitchhiker?
No, sir, not yet.
All right, send in the next men. Stand right there. All right, man, this won't take long. Start at that end. What's your name?
Pete Miller,
Where are you from?
Frisco.
When you leave there?
Last week,
For where?
Santa Fe.
Santa Fe. Mr. Carter, isn't Santa Fe where that hitchhiker last night wanted to go?
Yes, sir, it is.
Uh-huh. Is that the kind of coat the man was wearing?
Well, I don't think so.
Does his face look familiar?
No. No, sir, that's not him.
Sure.
All right, Miller, you can go. Next man. Name?
J. Adams,
Where are you from?
Biloxi, Mississippi.
When'd you leave there?
Oh, a couple, 3 months ago.
For where?
Ain't no place special. I just kind of let myself drift, get me a ride, and go where it goes.
Mr. Carter, that leather jacket look familiar?
No. I didn't hear the man do too much talking last night. But from what little I did hear, I don't remember him having a southern accent like this fella.
Recognize his face.
No, I'm afraid that's not him either.
Right, Adams, you can go. Next man. Well, that does it, Taylor. We run out of suspects to question.
Sheriff, are you sure the killer was inside the circle when you set up those roadblocks?
I'm positive. We found Jackson's car cracked up. The radiator's still warm.
No.
Even if we got another lift right away, he couldn't have gone more than 20 miles.
Pardon me, Sheriff.
Yes, Watson?
Somebody named Miss Gray to see you. Wants to talk to you about the Jackson case.
Yeah, I'll be right out. Come on, Terry.
All right.
Miss Gray,
That's right.
this is Special Agent Taylor of the FBI.
All right,
How do you do?
I understand you want to talk to us about the Jackson case?
Yes. I own the Two States Diner out near the Arizona line.
Uh-huh.
Heard you were looking for a black Plymouth sedan. I saw one last night.
Did you see the license number?
No, but a young man came in for dinner last night, ordered some food, and when I come back from the kitchen, he was gone. And I looked out, and I saw him driving away in this black sedan. Stopped a short piece down the road. He got out, threw something, got back in, and drove away.
What time was this, Mrs. Gray?
Coming up to 10 o'clock.
Just after the killing?
Yeah.
And this morning, after I heard the news, I went and looked near where he stopped, and there was this gun.
Wrapped like that?
Oh, no. I saw some policemen do that in the movies so they wouldn't get any fingerprints on it, so I did it, too.
Good for you. Now, what did this young man look like?
Well, he was medium height, wore a short coat coming out at the elbows.
Sheriff, where are those pictures of the hitchhikers?
Well, I'll get them.
Fine.
Yeah.
Thanks. Now, Mrs. Gray, will you be good enough to look at these? Tell us if you can see anyone who looks like the young
That's
man.
him.
Which one's that?
This one.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Sheriff, we had the killer here and let him go.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official file of your FBI. But now, listen. Those are the check writing machines at the home office of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Every month, those checks go out to members who have paid up their Equitable Independent 60s plan. And here's Mr. George Ryan. You finished your payments last year, didn't you, Mr. Ryan?
Right, Mr. Keating. So I resigned my job and started to enjoy life.
In other words, Mr. Ryan, you're now cashing in on the 3 freedoms that go with an independent 60s plan. First, freedom from money worries and job worries. Financial independence.
Well, I guess I'm like the village blacksmith in Longfellow's poem, Mr. Keating. You know, he looks the whole world in the face, for he owes not any man.
Second, with an Equitable Independent 60s plan, you're free to live anywhere you please.
My children moved out to Arizona. Now we've moved out there to live near them.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
I'm getting my fill of sunshine at last, Mr. Keating. And it all happened because I talked to an Equitable man years ago, and he showed me how little it costs to start a plan like this.
That's a fact. You don't have to earn big money to begin an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Ask your Equitable representative to explain why you probably have a big head start towards Independent 60s because of your Social Security and the life insurance you already own. Often only a small amount of additional insurance is all that's required.
A few dollars a week did it for me.
Friends, why not profit by Mr. Ryan's experience? Phone your Equitable Society representative without delay, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Night Rider.
In dramatizing tonight's case from its files, the Federal Bureau of Investigation had one important purpose in mind. Your FBI wished to repeat a warning issued again and again by almost every law enforcement agency in the land. Every month in all sections of this country, scores of assaults, robberies, even murders are committed by hitchhikers. To those of you who drive a car, do not give any stranger a lift. Remember, you can't recognize a crook on sight. For all you know, the harmless-looking individual who thumbs a ride may be a hardened criminal or even a homicidal maniac. This danger is so well recognized that in more than one half of our states, hitchhiking is against the law. Many communities also have local ordinances prohibiting hitchhiking. If 1951's pattern of crime is similar to those of previous years, thousands of our citizens will be victimized by these hitchhikers. Moral: don't give anyone a ride. Then no one can take you for a ride. Tonight's FBI file continues later that day as Special Agent Taylor enters the county sheriff's office.
Sheriff, anything come in on that hitchhiker yet?
Not a word.
Well, at least we're sure about him being inside that circle of roadblocks.
Pretty small bone to chew on. Sheriff's office.
Sheriff, I gotta talk low.
Who is this?
Gus Rogers at the Chili Bowl.
Go ahead, I can hear you.
You still looking for that bird?
Who?
The one in the short coat.
Yeah. You seen him?
He's out front at the counter working on some tamales.
Well, feed him slow. We'll be right there. Let's look in the window first here.
All right. Nobody at the counter.
Better go in.
Look, there's somebody on the floor.
It's Gus. All right, Gus, we'll have that gag off you in a minute.
Bad cut on his forehead. I'll cut the ropes on his legs.
Gag you. There we are.
Oh, thanks, Sheriff.
Jump you, Gus?
Yeah. Ed bashed me with a sugar bowl.
How come?
Well, he must have heard me call you. Happened right after I come back.
Yeah, your legs are free.
Oh, thanks.
Roll out your arms. I'll release them for you.
Were you not cold, Gus?
No, but I wish I'd been. I sure didn't like hearing him drive off with my car.
Now he's got transportation.
And my gun.
There you are, sir.
Oh, thanks.
Gus, you better have a doctor look at you.
Oh, I'm okay.
Sheriff, let's send an alarm on his car.
Doc said Gus ain't hurt bad.
No, it's fine.
Better get back to my office.
Roadblock 9 to car 1. Roadblock 9 to car 1.
Car 1 reporting. Come in, Watson.
Adams just tried to shoot his way through.
In Gus's car?
Yeah. We stopped the car, but he got away.
Where'd he go?
Up the hill toward Painted Cavern.
You head for there. We'll meet you.
Right.
Where is this Painted Cavern, Sheriff?
Up in the hills.
Oh, how far?
A couple miles.
Up here, Sheriff.
Right.
Adams is in the cavern.
Sheriff, is there any tear gas in your car?
Yeah, it wouldn't work.
Why not?
Roof of the cave's about 100 feet high. It's plenty long.
Yeah, besides at least 25 passageways leading off the cave.
Oh, I see. Well, what's our procedure?
We've just got to root him out.
You know your way around in there?
Very well.
Mm-hmm. We stay together?
No. Watson knows the place, too. We take the left side. You stay with me. We'll walk around to the right. Meet at the back of the cave.
Hold it, Sheriff. I thought I heard something.
Probably watching.
Think he's reached the back of the cave?
Just about.
You know, this would be a lot easier with a flashlight.
All right, Adams, stop.
Watching.
They came from back in there.
Don't come no closer. I just shot one of you guys. How bad? I suppose you want me to light a match so you can see.
What do you think we should do, Taylor?
Hey, I'd like to make a deal.
What kind?
I want to get out of here, but I don't know my way. You give me directions, I'll carry your man out with me, then I'll leave him.
I don't trust you.
Looks like you've got to. Your guy here is hurt real bad.
You better do it, Sheriff.
But what do you say?
Okay. Go ahead.
Can you feel the wall? Yeah? Well, keep walking with your right hand on the wall. You come to an exit.
About how far is that?
About 200 or 300 feet.
You better be telling me right. If I don't get out, your man here stops another bullet.
I told you the truth.
Okay.
There he goes.
You guys better stay here.
We won't follow you.
Come on, Taylor, follow me. Feel that moss on the walls, Taylor?
Yeah.
We're getting close to water.
Water?
Underground river. Safe enough to use a flash now.
Oh, fine.
There it is. Come on.
Well, now what?
Now we'll lose some clothes.
Hey, what?
Swim the rest of the way.
You mean to get out?
Yeah.
Okay. Goodbye, Jacket.
These are new shoes.
Yeah. Sheriff, I don't see any outlet for that river.
It's below the surface. You swim under that wall of rock on the left.
Where does that take us?
Outside the cave. Ready?
Yeah, let's get in. Oh, brother.
Cold, huh? We go under right here.
How far down?
About 5 feet. Just grope for the opening.
Okay.
And take a deep breath.
Right.
See outside. That's it for the bank.
Where to now?
To that opening. It's exit St. Adams, too.
Oh. Think he's made it in?
Oh, he went the long way.
Oh.
Now, let's climb this hill. You stand on each side of the opening.
Our guns may not be much good. We better grab him.
Yeah. Stand over there.
Okay.
I think we might even...
What now?
Hey! Let it go! Hold him, Taylor. I get his gun.
All right.
I got it.
All right, come on. Come on, get up.
I'll carry Watson.
Right. All right, come on, Evans. Come on, let's get out of the car.
J. Adams was turned over to local authorities, tried and convicted on a charge of first-degree murder. You've heard tonight how one woman helped your FBI solve a murder. Not every woman has a chance to identify a fugitive killer, as did Mrs. Gray in this case. But in the current issue of McCall's magazine, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover tells what every woman can do to help prevent crime, or to clean up a crime-ridden community. If you want to know what you can do about the situation in your city, read what the women of Gary, Indiana did about it in theirs. And read J. Edgar Hoover's 10 Commandments of Crime Prevention in the current issue of McCall's magazine, now on the newsstands. America's criminals can be conquered if you do your share of the job. But that share has a price tag on it. You can buy a cleaner community only with civic alertness, energy, personal decency, and wholesome self-sacrifice. Decide for yourself whether that price is too steep for you. Before making your final decision, though, consider one thing. Upon your answer depends not only the welfare of every coming generation, but also your own self-preservation.
40 years ago, on June 1st, 1911, the Equitable Life Assurance Society issued the first group insurance contract in the United States. On this 40th anniversary, the Equitable Society is proud of having pioneered a form of coverage that today furnishes life insurance protection to over 20 million American employees, accident and health insurance protection to over 10 million, hospital, surgical, and medical expenses insurance to over 8 million, and assures retirement insurance pensions to over 2 million workers. But we are proud of more than mere numbers. The group insurance movement, which the Equitable started 40 years ago, operates within the framework of the free American private economic system. It provides security without infringing upon liberty. It is an American system, and of that, we at the Equitable Society are particularly proud.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, hijacking. Its title, The Return of Father Crime.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Herbert Ellis, Stanley Farrar, Lamont Johnson, Wally Mayer, Henry Morgan, and Peggy Weber. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you the return of Father Crime on This Is Your FBI.
Dolores trusted me, I trusted her. Hey, you think no? You look at me and you're saying in your mind, no, Reina, Lopez, Sanchez, Cortez, no, these people, extranjeros, foreigners, they're not like me, the great McCormick. No, they're too hot-blooded and jealous to trust so, to love so. See, but you are wrong. We are like you, as you, all kinds. They're good, bad, hating, and loving. Now, why do you put me in a pigeonhole in your mind that says murderer?
The indictment, a formal written charge of crime, as the basis for trial of the accused. Indictment. The drama you're about to hear is from New York City and is based on stories of the criminal law, with authentic procedures as detailed by Eleazar Lipsky, former Assistant District Attorney of New York. It is the Assistant District Attorney who directs criminal investigations, assembles facts and witnesses, builds the case to a just indictment.
Oh, come on now. Take it easy, boy. Easy now. Hey, you act like you've never been in the park before. Oh, now listen, Mutzo, will you stop yanking on the leash? Will you take it easy? Oh, gee. All right. Come here. Okay, so there are no cops around. Look, I'll take the leash off, okay? Now take it easy. There, go ahead. Bring yourself ragged. Boy, like a pup. A crazy pup. Oh, now what you got? Hey, what do you got, boy? Squirrel? Come on, go get him. Get him, boy. Oh, you crazy dog. Look, I don't want no old shoe. You keep it. Now what? Oh, you want to show me something, huh? You found something. No, all right, now, easy on the pants. All right already, now. What do you... Oh, gee. Come on, get away. Get away from her, huh? Stay, sit. Oh, she's dead. Good dog, sit. Police! Hey, you kid! Hey, you! Baseball! Go over to the avenue! Get the car! Get the squad car! Stay back! Get the car!
McCormick.
Ed, Tom Russo. On the girl in Central Park yesterday.
Yeah, Tom.
I'm up at the 28th. I think we've got something coming up.
Do you know who she is?
They've got a fella named Rayner. Reyna. Peter Rayner. Think she might be his wife, Dolores. Been missing 2 days.
All right, take him over to the mortuary. I'll meet you there.
He came in with another girl, Ed. One Rita Morales.
Girlfriend?
Wife's cousin.
Bring them both. Let them both view the body.
Pobrecita, mi mujer, mi bebé. Dolores?
Was his wife.
Dolores.
Mr. Reyna.
No, en este momento terrible. No, por favor, no.
He says, not now, senor, please. This terrible time. Let me talk to him. Let me answer whatever there may be questions.
You'll talk for him.
For now, yes, please.
I'm sorry, Miss Morales. I want to talk to you a little later, but for now, I don't think you can answer the question I want to ask him.
I am sure.
You are? All right. Why did he kill her?
There is a difference, a great big difference in Vicks medicated cough drops. There is a difference, a great big difference. Get relief with every single drop.
Yes, there is a big difference in Vicks medicated cough drops. The medication makes the difference. Only Vicks cough drops are medicated with the exclusive throat-soothing ingredients of Vicks Vapor Rub. 2 delicious flavors, Vicks Regular and new Wild Cherry. Next time your throat feels raw and irritated from coughs due to colds, remember,
there is a difference, a great big difference in Vicks medicated cough drops.
The medication makes the difference.
Yes, the medication makes the difference.
And for a stuffy nose, just 1 whiff. With a Vicks inhaler, and that miserable feeling of a stuffy nose goes in seconds. Use it anywhere, anytime. Vicks inhaler. All right, you worked that night at this hotel banquet as a waiter for the caterer.
From 7 to midnight. You can check this.
We will. Where did you go after work?
Home. To my house. She was gone.
Your wife?
Yes, but I was not worried. Not yet then.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Well, I was not worried because often when I work nights, she goes dancing. Went dancing. Roseland.
Your wife went dancing at Roseland alone?
Often, yes. Why not?
You tell us.
Well, it's not like we had kids or anything. Why keep a pretty girl, a young wife in prison, cooped up in the house?
You trusted her?
Of course. Roseland, such places like that, they are muy respectable.
Very respectable? Why?
Well, they are for people who only want to go dancing. I know. I went there once. Strangers to dance with strangers. Yes, it's true. But the girls do not make the dates. There are rules. All is proper. The management is carefully watched.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
And which is better, Mr. McCormick? To suspect and to forbid, or to trust and allow?
And you trusted her?
I trusted her. She trusted me. You think no?
Go on with your story.
You look at me and you're saying, a Reina, a Lopez, a Sanchez, a Cortez. No, these people are extranjeros, foreigners. They are not like me. They are too hot-blooded and jealous to trust, to love so.
Go on with your story.
See, but you are wrong, see? We are like you. We are all kinds, good, bad, hating, and trusting. Now, why do you put me in a pigeonhole in your mind? It was extremely respectable.
Get on with your story. What did you do when you found your wife wasn't at home?
I went to bed to sleep.
Mm-hmm. Next morning?
To see if Dolores stayed with Rita Morales.
She often do that?
Sometimes, after dancing together.
She ever call and tell you?
There's no phone. Then I begin to worry. Rita worries. We report her to the police, missing.
That's right, Mr. McCormick. It's on the record.
All right. And would I do this if I had done the terrible thing you say?
If you didn't kill your wife, go on, prove it. Prove to me you didn't.
I did not. Now, it's as simple as that.
Were you in Central Park last night?
No. The last time I am at the park, in the summer, a long time ago.
Were you ever near that spot?
Spot?
Yeah.
Oh, where? No, never.
Rayna, I'm going to give you a break. Would you mind if we sent your clothes to the laboratory for testing?
These clothes for testing?
For blood and such.
And the rest of your suits at home?
Do you have this right?
It's for your own benefit, Rayna. If you're not guilty, finding them clean will be in your favor.
There. My keys. Take them all. These two.
These are all the clothes you have?
Yes. No.
Oh?
In my locker at the caterer's is my uniform and a pair of sports slacks. Nothing else. With my home keys, you have the keys to my locker. You have all.
All right, let's go on. You went directly home from the banquet.
Yes.
You found your wife missing.
I went to sleep. I woke up. I went to Rita's. We went to the police.
Is there anything going on between you and Rita?
How do you mean?
You know. Come on.
No. How does Rita feel about you?
There is nothing between us. Nothing. That's a terrible thing for a gentleman like you to say.
All right, just one more question for now.
And then I go.
You'll sit in that room to think the whole thing over a while, sure. But for now, just one question. You know the question right now.
I know I have answered all the questions with the truth.
All right, work on this one then. Why did you kill your wife?
Not going to work, is it, Ed?
Oh, I don't know. I'll keep throwing it at him for his reactions.
Think he did it?
He could have. When are they going to have those tests ready?
Give him time. He had you right, though, didn't he? Oh, you taking him as typical, pigeonholing him?
All right, I'll ask you. Don't you think he's a little too atypical, a little too broad-minded for an older man with a younger wife? A waltz-me-around-again nightlifer? She didn't sway dreamily in the arms of girls at those dime-a-dance dives, did she? No matter how respectable they may have looked to him. Okay, you tell me.
And you think he killed her?
Tom, how would I know? I wasn't there. I'm suspending judgment pending the ME's report and the tests on those garments. Maybe he's telling the truth, maybe not. I'll keep trying to shake him up until I'm convinced one way or the other.
Well, I get the same thing from the girl, Ed, and from relatives and neighbors, too. If anything, Rita was, well, aloof from Rita. Her friend was her cousin, Dolores. And Rita came out with the same pitch. Sure, Dolores liked to live it up, but Rita says Rayna happens to be a man in love with his wife and in trust with her. In trust, she says.
Yeah, great place to show your respect for your husband. Dance halls while the guy's working to pay for your fun.
Well, as for that, Rita says...
All right, Tom.
Well, Rita says a girl's safer on a dance floor than in a subway and farther off from strange men. And she's got something there, Red. Seriously. Are you going to hold Rayna?
As a material witness, if nothing else, certainly.
Okay. I'm inclined to believe his story.
Well, that's your privilege, Tom. It doesn't sound right to me.
Special Bureau, Russo.
28 squad detectives. Mr. McCormick there? Is that Central Park homicide?
Right here. You want to talk to him?
No, we're coming down. Guy just walked in. Fellow named Dave Campbell. Just walked in and confessed. Be right down.
What'd y'all check my clothes for?
For tests.
How's that, mister?
Tests for blood, body fluids.
Oh, you find blood, all right. I done it. I've been telling you.
Now, let me get this straight now.
Yeah.
You met her at Roseland. You dated her.
That's right,
You
yeah.
rode around in taxis.
Rode all around, that's right.
You made the rounds.
Bar after bar, lots of bars, that's right. And I remember clear as day. Last thing was we had Boilermakers. 3, 4 Boilermakers. A little old place on 125th, down near the railroad, you know.
You both had Boilermakers.
Oh, yes, sir. Bourbon Boilermakers it was.
What time was that?
Let's see. Last I remember it was about 2 a.m. in the morning.
2 a.m. All right, then what?
Why, then over to the park. Kind of loving it up. Uh-huh.
Did the girl offer any resistance?
Well, scratch me some. Right here, you see? I must have got mad. Drunk. I didn't know what I was doing. Drunk. Didn't know what I was doing.
Go on.
Well, I just don't remember. But I done it, that's for sure. I know I done it. And I ought to go to the chair. I deserve it. I sure do.
Okay, Campbell, what did you do with the knife you killed her with?
Well, I throwed it down a sewer. I don't remember where. Just a sewer.
Was she still alive when you dragged her from the park bench into the brush?
Oh, yes, sir. She come with me from the bench willingly.
But she was drunk.
Oh, boy. Drunk on the hoot owl, uh-huh. And me too, boy.
Campbell, what did you do with the watch and rosary?
Well, I swapped the watch in for drinks next night. What's a rosary?
String of beads with a crucifix attached.
Oh, sure. I throwed it in the brush. I ought to get the chair. What's them papers, boss? You gonna sign me over for the jailhouse?
These are reports from the medical examiner and the police laboratory. And you, Campbell, you're a liar. You're a sick, infantile, exhibitionistic, masochistic liar.
No, sir, I done it. I tell you what.
The autopsy showed no alcohol in her stomach or brain.
Now, wait a minute. What's the matter?
You said you threw your knife away, but she was strangled. You said you dragged her from a bench. There isn't a bench within a half a mile of where she was found.
And she had no watch, and her rosary was still clutched in her hand.
But I was there. I done it. I swear. That's the truth. And I'm going to get the chair.
You're going to get 90 days for vagrancy and run out of town. That's all you're going to get. Sergeant, take him away.
So, leaves us with Rayner.
Nope.
What?
Some reports. Read them and weep.
What? What reports?
Police lab. Went over every garment he owns. Trouser cuffs, interstices of his shoe uppers, jacket pockets, everything. Not a molecule of anything remotely resembling the earth or the vegetation anywhere near the spot marked X in Central Park. As far as we can prove, he was telling the truth. He was never there.
Turn him loose?
No! McCormick.
Tom Russo.
What have you got, Tom?
Rayner on a skewer. I picked up Rita Morales in a pawn shop, Ed, trying to raise some money on a man's suit.
Rayner's.
Traced the label clear back to a sales slip. Rayner.
Get it over to the lab and come in. Oh, wait a minute, Tom.
Yeah?
Pick up the doorman from the Roseland. After the lab's gone over the suit, we'll put it on Rayner and see if the doorman remembers him. All right, Rayner, now. Why'd you do it?
I did not do it.
The doorman says you picked your wife up at 1 a.m.
Many men picked up many women that night at that place. He's wrong.
Rita had the suit you wore that night in her closet. You swore we had all your clothes.
I had forgotten. It was a long time ago. It's last summer, I think.
You said there was nothing between you. What were your clothes doing in her closet?
Perhaps my wife gave them to her for the poor.
Rayner.
Senor?
You'd better confess.
Never. No, not even if you beat the lies out of me.
Not that I need a confession. I have the truth.
The truth I have told you. I did not kill Dolores.
You did.
No.
Rayner, this is a report on what was found in your trouser cuffs.
I'm not interested. The truth
is the microscope and the spectroscope and botanical experts from New York colleges and 3 Arboretum saw it. That you were there that night.
Never in my life was I there.
You stand by that statement?
It is the truth.
I read you this. Sample submitted is identified as the seeds of an alpine grass. Pleuropogon sabinii.
Seeds, grass, these are everywhere.
Pleuropogon sabinii. Found only on Melville Island within the Arctic Circle.
Then it could not
Shut up! Specimens have been cultivated only in Central Park Arboretum. And only one path of said grass genus is known to have reseeded. Wild. In one certain area. Namely, Rayner, where you murdered your wife.
This is proof? No, I laugh. I scorn. Seeds a man can pick up anywhere. Anytime.
I read further. Pleuropogon sabini is unique in that it seeds during only 2 days in this climate and on no others. The second of those 2 days, Raina, was the day you dragged Dolores into the park and strangled her. What do you say, Raina? Well? All right, you don't have to say a word then. The lies you've told already are enough. That you went straight home, a lie. That you never went to Roseland to pick her up, a lie. That we had all your clothes, a lie. That you'd never, repeat, never have been in that part of Central Park, a lie. Lies at every crucial point, crying out guilty knowledge.
Well, you have no witnesses. Nobody...
I have 45, and they add up to 1. Murder 1, and an indictment. All right, Raina, why? Was it Rita?
Rita, will you keep her name out?
Detective Russo, call in a stenographer. In just a moment, we will return to Indictment.
I'm the Vicks Medi-Mist spray. Get relief. Try me today. Clear stuffy nose fast with relief that will last. Just 2 quick squeezes do the trick.
Yes, Vicks Medi-Mist nasal spray. Just 2 quick squeezes. Open stuffy nose fast. You breathe easy for hours. You see, the antihistamine in Medi-Mist checks the sniffles and sneezes of allergies and head colds. Nose opens, head clears. And because Medi-Mist is antibiotic, it kills millions of germs that can cause infection, yet it never stings or burns. So why put up with that clogged up feeling of sinus or head cold? Get handy Vicks Medi-Mist nasal spray and open stuffy nose fast. You'll breathe easy for hours.
Clear stuffy nose fast with relief that will last. Just 2 quick squeezes do the trick. Medi-Mist.
Where do you get 45 witnesses, Ed? I make it a half dozen. A doorman, reader, pawnbroker, medical examiner, a couple of botanists.
Plus 11 samples of Central Park soil, identical with the soil where Dolores was found. And on Raina's trouser knees.
The seeds. I see, yeah.
28 seeds of Pleuropogon sabini. Seeds of doubt, death. Pleuropogon sabini. Common name, northern catchgrass. Family Polygonum aviculaire. It says here. Common name, knotgrass.
Knot?
K-N-O-T. As in hangman's. The chair will do just as well. The story you just heard was drawn from New York City and based on stories of the criminal law as detailed by Eliezer Lipsky, former assistant district attorney. The names of all persons and places were changed. Indictment is written by Alan Sloan, produced by Nathan Kroll, and directed by Paul Roberts. Nat Polan is starred as Edward McCormick. Jack Arthur is heard as Tom Rousseau. The Master was played by Sam Raskin. Peter Reyna by Mario Alcalde. Rita Morales by Bryna Rayburn. Dave Campbell by Frank Barron.
The Police Reporter. Again, we present the Police Reporter dramatizing bizarre mysteries from the police records of the world.
On an October morning in 1930, a Coast Guard and the town marshal of Ketchikan, Alaska, were sitting in the Coast Guard station at Point Higgins.
Say, Taylor, why do you go fooling around with all them microscopes and telescopes and all them other scopes you got around here?
These are scientific instruments, Stone.
Well, what good are they? You'll end up in a nut house if you don't stop playing with all them do-jiggers.
Well, I'd rather be like I am than like you are.
That's just a matter of opinion, and I can't say I think much of yours.
Hey, take a look through that telescope and see if there's anything doing out there. 11:30, time to check up on the boats.
Okay, what's the matter? You expecting trouble?
Nope, the weather's been too good. But my job is watching those fishing boats out there. You see anything?
Yep. There's a fishing boat away out there.
This time of day?
Yep.
Who is it? Can you tell?
Nope. You better look. You see it?
Yeah, looks like old man Marshall's boat.
He's out kind of late in the morning, ain't he?
Hey, there's something wrong with that boat. She's just drifting with the tide.
Do you suppose something's happened to the old man?
Maybe. Guess I'd better run out there and take a look.
Anybody moving around on her?
Nope, not a soul. That's what makes me suspicious.
Maybe I better come with you. This may be a case for the law.
Come on, then. We'll run out in the launch. It won't take us 10 minutes.
Wait till I get my hat, and I'll be right with you.
15 minutes later, the two men were standing on the deck of Old Man Marshall's boat.
Hey, look out.
Holy smoke. What do you know about that?
It's Old Man Marshall, ain't it?
Yeah, dead as a doornail. Looks like he'd been shot.
I'd say he'd been knocked down first and then shot while he was laying on deck. You can see where the bullet went right through his head and into the deck.
Hey, what's that he's got in his hand?
It's hair. Black hair.
Hey, give it to me. I'll put it in an envelope and take a look at it under a microscope.
Sure looks like the old man put up a fight before they got him, don't it?
Say, Stone, get out your jackknife and dig that bullet out of the deck while I take a look around.
What do you want with the bullet?
You're a cop, ain't you? You ever hear of ballistics?
Sure, that's that newfangled business of looking at bullets through a microscope.
Say, here's a broken hacksaw blade. And maybe we better take that along with us, too.
I got the bullet dug out.
Let me have it. Thanks. Let's go in the cabin.
Gosh, sure is a mess in here. Why do you suppose anyone would want to kill the old man?
Looks like robbery to me.
Robbery? Do you think he had any money on board?
Certainly. The old man was a fish buyer for the canneries. He always paid cash, so he generally had quite a bit of money aboard.
Say, look at that safe, will you? All busted to pieces. What do you think we'd better do?
Well, we'd better tow this boat into Point Higgins and see what we can find out there.
At Point Higgins, they discovered that George Marshall had gone out to buy fish from two men, Burt McDonald and Lloyd Close. At the city float, they found the boat of one of the wanted men and boarded her.
Doesn't seem to be anybody here.
He must have just left. This cabin smells of fresh tobacco smoke.
Sure does.
Now, if Lloyd Close did kill the old man, it'd been nice to have catched him before he had a chance to go uptown.
Why, we can get him any time.
Well, he'd still have whatever he stole on him. Now he's had a chance to get rid of it.
Say, will you take a look in this chest? Plumb full of new tools and about 50 hacksaw blades.
Yeah, the same kind of blades as the one we found on Marshall's boat.
This looks like the stuff that was stolen from the cannery about a week ago.
I wouldn't be surprised if it were.
Well, this trip wasn't a waste of time anyhow.
Well, looks like that cannery robbery is solved.
Yes, and I've got a feeling we've gone quite a ways towards solving Old Man Marshall's murder.
I wouldn't be at all surprised.
What you got there?
38 caliber revolver.
Well, that cinches it. I'm going to find Lloyd Close and arrest him for both these crimes.
Hey, what's the matter with Burt McDonald? Old man Marshall went out to buy fish from him, too.
What's the use of taking him? No doubt but what Lloyd did both jobs.
Well, it won't do any harm to talk to McDonald. We know he went to see Marshall aboard his boat.
It'd be just a waste of time.
Never can tell. Let's talk to him anyhow.
What's the use? This case is in the bag right now.
Say, do me a favor, will you? Arrest both men.
We next find Stone and Taylor in the former's cubbyhole office in the city lockup.
Well, I got both of them.
Good. Let's talk to them. I want to hear what they've got to say.
We'll take McDonald first. He's mad as a hornet about the whole thing.
All right. If we're satisfied with his answers, we'll let him go.
Sam.
Yes, sir.
Bring Burt McDonald in here.
Yes, sir. I'm going to set my microscope up on this table by the window.
What are you going to do with that darn fool thing?
I don't know yet, but I got some ideas.
Well, kids have to have their toys, I guess. Go ahead.
Here's McDonald, Mr. Stone.
Thanks. Sit down, Mac.
What's the idea of pinching me, Stone?
Well, it wasn't my idea exactly. But now I've got you, I want to ask you a few questions.
About what?
Oh, a couple of things.
Well, let's get it over with.
Did you see old man Marshall yesterday morning?
Sure, I sold him a catch of fish like I always do.
I see. And then, was he still alive when you went aboard his boat?
Of course he was.
And you didn't have any trouble with him?
Oh, why should I have any trouble? He's a square guy who always paid the market price for fish.
Well, did he buy from anybody else while you was there?
No, he didn't.
You see anyone else around?
Yes. Saw Lloyd Close's boat heading towards the old man's when I was leaving.
Well, what do you say, Taylor? Got anything you want to ask him?
Yeah. Would you mind giving me 3 or 4 of your hairs, McDonald?
My hairs?
Yeah, just cut a few off your head.
Don't mind him, Mac. He's potty about that microscope of his.
I'm serious, Stone. How about it, McDonald?
Oh, go ahead, Mac. Give him a couple of hairs to play with.
All right. I'll pull out a couple. There.
Thanks.
Can I go now?
Why, yeah, I guess...
Hey, let him wait here till you've talked to Lloyd Close.
You mind, Mac?
No, it's all right.
Hey, Sam, bring Lloyd Close in here.
Yes, sir, Mr. Stone.
When you get 4 people in this office, it's a crowd.
Hey, excuse me while I go take a look at this hair.
Sorry to keep you like this, Mac, but it can't be helped. You understand, don't you?
Sure, I know. It's all right, Stone.
Here he is, Mr. Stone.
Well, Lloyd, I'm afraid you'll have to stand. Ain't another seat in the place.
I don't mind, Stone. I can talk better standing. I guess that's what you want me to do, ain't it?
Yes, Lloyd. I'm afraid you got a lot of explaining to do.
About what?
About the cannon factory robbery, for one thing.
So, Mac, you couldn't keep your mouth shut.
I never said a word.
Then how did they know we pulled a cannon factory robbery?
What do you mean, we?
So that's it, eh? Trying to dump all the blame on me. Well, you won't get away with it. You had just as much to do with it as I did.
They didn't find any of the stolen stuff on my boat.
Well, you're in it, and you're in it just as deep as I am. You can't blame it all on me.
Now, the fact is, Lloyd, he didn't. But that's neither here nor there. We brought you here for another reason.
What other reason?
The murder of old man Marshall.
I didn't have nothing to do with it.
That's going to be pretty hard for you to prove, Lloyd.
Well, I didn't do it. I didn't see the old man yesterday.
Mac here says he saw your boat headed for old man Marshall's when he left.
That's a dirty lie.
You didn't sell him any fish yesterday?
No. I had a bum catch, so I took him into town and sold him retail. And I can prove it.
Taylor here says the old man was killed with your gun.
Well, how can he say that when the gun ain't been out of my cabin in months?
Well, but some kind of microscope business. You tell him, Taylor.
The rifling on the bullet that killed the old man is the same as all the slugs I fired from your gun. I can prove that your gun killed the old man, Lloyd.
I don't care. I didn't kill him.
And that ain't all the evidence we got either. We found a broken hacksaw blade in the cabin of old man Marshall's boat. It was the same kind of a blade that was stolen from the canning factory.
Well, what of it?
Explain that one if you can, Lloyd.
I ain't explaining nothing. I'm telling you. I never saw old man Marshall yesterday. I ain't fired my gun in 2 months, and I ain't used one of them hacksaw blades I stole from the cannon factory. There it is. You can take it or leave it.
That won't do, Lloyd. It won't do at all.
I've had my say.
Well, that's all right with me. All I can do now is charge you with the murder of George Marshall and put you back in jail to wait for trial.
I didn't do it.
What's the use denying it, Lloyd? When we got the proofs. Why, there ain't a jury in Alaska that wouldn't convict you.
You're through with me, Mr. Stone.
Well, now I guess,
Hey, you've been doing a lot of bum guessing, Stone. Now let me tell you some scientific facts.
Stuff you found out with that there microscope?
Well, that microscope doesn't make mistakes like you do.
Say, what mistakes have I made?
Well, the first thing this microscope has told me is that the hair we found in old man Marshall's hand was McDonald's hair.
How do you know that?
Well, you can look in the microscope and see for yourself. It's exactly the same color and texture as the hair McDonald gave me less than 10 minutes ago.
There's a lot of people have the same kind of hair.
Yeah, but it don't look the same under the microscope.
Lloyd has the same kind of hair I have. Why didn't you put that under your microscope?
I will if it'll make you feel any better. How about it, Lloyd?
How about what?
He wants to look at a couple of your hairs under the microscope.
It's all right with me. I'll pull out a couple. There.
Come over here, Stone. Take a look.
Do we have to go on with this foolishness?
Don't be bald-headed. Take a look at that eyepiece. What do you see?
Why, it looks like 2 cables with rings around them.
Do they look alike?
Yes, sir, exactly.
Well, what you're looking at is one of the hairs we found in Marshall's hand, which was evidently pulled out of the murderer's head. The other one is one of the hairs Burt McDonald gave me.
Well, what do you think of that?
Now I'm going to put one of Lloyd Close's hairs with these 2. There. Now what do you see?
Why, it looks like an altogether different kind of cable.
Are you satisfied?
Yeah, I'm satisfied. I've made a mistake. But evidence like this is kind of hard to hang a man on.
Well, here's something else that don't quite hitch. Did you notice a hold of the old man's boat when we discovered the body?
Well, can't say that I did.
Well, there wasn't a fish in it. What'd the old man do with those that McDonald says he sold him? Throw them overboard?
You're sure of that, Taylor?
Of course I'm sure. And if you've got the sense of a flea, you'll hold Burt McDonald for the murder of Old Man Marshall.
And Burt McDonald is serving a life sentence on McNeil Island, and all because of a hair.
You have just heard the police reporter bringing you another dramatization of an actual happening. These stories are taken from the police records of the world. If you like this type of entertainment, write to the police reporter in care of this station and tell him so. This is a radio release production.
All right, our last three shows of this True Crime Radio Tales collection starts with A Cup of Coffee, Some Strychnine 2, from Calling All Cars. Airing from 1933 to 1939, it was one of the earliest police dramas on radio. It dramatized actual cases from the Los Angeles Police Department, and it was hosted by Chief James E. Davis of the LAPD. It was written by William N. Robeson. You might have heard of him. A young man falls in love with a woman from Texas through a matrimonial agency, and he marries her in Reno, Nevada. When they and her young boy from a previous marriage come back to live with his parents, his father is against the union. The marriage soon turns sour, and the young couple begin fighting a lot. When the husband dies after being poisoned in a cup of coffee, suspicion falls on the wife. Did she kill her new husband? And if so, why? This one aired on December 11th, 1934, 91 years ago. Next, an episode from Wanted, which ran for less than a year in 1950, featuring a fugitive on the FBI's Most Wanted list every week, airing a dramatization of the crime interspersed with actual witness testimonies. Listeners were asked to be on the lookout for the fugitive during the program. In Willie the Actor Sutton, the leader of a robber gang, who is also a theater actor, that has been robbing store safes and banks for 20 years, is the subject of the manhunt. This is a really exciting story that gives the background of the crimes committed, and the actual witness testimonies add a great element to it that is lacking in a lot of other true crime shows. And then our final show of the collection, Florence Maybrick from Secrets of Scotland Yard. This show served as the inspiration for The Black Museum, which you heard earlier, both telling stories of actual cases from the London Metropolitan Police. This one ran from 1949 to 1951. In this episode, one of the most famous murders of the 19th century is told. In 1889, in Liverpool, England, Mr. Jim Maybrick is married to his much younger American wife, Florence. Now, Jim has been taking nerve pills for years that contain a small amount of arsenic in safe quantities. Unknown to him, Florence is having an affair with a younger man, Mr. Briley. After seeing them flirting with each other in public, Jim hits Florence. Florence promises not to see Mr. Briley anymore, and then she visits a chemist and orders arsenic for the purpose of killing flies. Mr. Maybrick suddenly becomes sick after every meal. A doctor determines that he is suffering from arsenic poisoning and that his nerve pills do not contain enough to account for it. Is his wife slowly poisoning him to death? You will find out in this intriguing true crime mystery tale. And now, before we listen to these last three stories, let me give a big thank you to all of you listeners for watching and listening and enjoying. I hope you'll give it a like and leave a comment if you did. I'm Greg, and I will see you on the next one.
Calling all cars, attention all Tuolumne County Sheriff cars, broadcast number 55. A murder at the Tuttleton Schoolhouse, suspect unknown, that is all.
All right, what's the matter? Where's the commercial announcement?
Why, it's lost.
What? That's all right. Well, Dr. Lindsay, you ought to know the sales story on Rio Grande cracked gasoline by now. Ad lib it.
Oh, Bill, the audience knows that story by heart.
Oh, you mean that one about Rio Grande cracked gasoline powering more police cars in California and Arizona than any other brand?
Yes.
Well, tell them something else then.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's an interesting point. Do you realize that the success of this program depends on several hundred listeners getting up after every broadcast, going to a nearby Rio Grande service station and saying,
I just heard Calling All Cars, and I want to try that Rio Grande cracked gasoline.
Well, let's not ask everybody to do that tonight. Tomorrow morning will do. But I hope our audience does realize that we put on this show once a week, then we spend the rest of the week gathering data to give you another good show, and we can't hear your applause. Neither can the Rio Grande Oil Company.
The only way we can tell if you like calling all cars, and if you want this show to go on, is for you to go to a service station and ask for Rio Grande cracked gasoline. I don't care how you say it. Ask for calling all cars gasoline if you wish. But let's hear from you. And now, on with the show.
It is with great pleasure that we now introduce the man under whose direction the investigation of tonight's crime was conducted. Sheriff Jack H. Dombacher of Tuolumne County.
Good evening. It is an honor to be permitted to speak to the largest radio audience in the West, the audience of Calling All Cars. I have listened with keen interest to the cases of those fine peace officers, Jim Davis, Bodie Wallman, John Black, and others which have already been broadcast. My work in policing a more rural territory naturally embraces problems different from those faced by the police chiefs of metropolitan communities. Though, because of less populous centers, our crime rate is lower, still it often happens that our crimes are more difficult to solve. Such was the case with the story you're about to hear tonight. The murderer, the last person one would logically suspect, had carefully planned and accomplished the crime, and would be free today had it not been for modern police science and the technical assistance of that eminent criminologist, Dr. E.O. Heinrich of the University of California. This is one of the most interesting cases I have ever worked on. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
It is late afternoon, some years ago in Tuttletown, a small community in northern California. Hank Turner is sitting in his parlor, waiting for his son to return from work in the lumber mill. Hank is annoyed about something and pays scant attention to the day-old San Francisco paper he is idly scanning. He hears footsteps and the knob turning in the door.
That you, Herb?
Yes, sir.
Come in here.
Coming. Well, what's in the paper today?
Nothing. Letter come for you today.
Oh, yeah? Where is it?
There on the table.
Well, that's Jim Dandy. Mind if I go up to my room and read it?
Yes, I mind. Sit down, boy. I want to talk to you.
What is it, Pap?
That's the second letter's come for you in 3 weeks. And both of them come from that there town in Texas.
Well, what of it?
That woman's still writing to you.
Well, what if she is?
We talked that all out, Herb. I ain't going to have you man up with some woman you hear from to one of them there matrimonial agencies.
They only have the best people at that agency.
Best people? How do you know?
She sent me her picture. Told me all about herself.
Yeah, and she told you she has a brat. She's been married afore.
But she's divorced.
Divorced. Yes, and God-fearing people don't get divorced. They stay married.
Why, Pap, in New York and in Hollywood, lots of people get divorced. That ain't no sin.
The church frowns on it. It ain't right. It ain't decent.
Alma's decent.
A lot you know. If she couldn't be a good wife to one husband, how do you know she'd be a good wife to you?
She writes a mighty pretty letter.
Now, that won't bake no bread.
Well, I'm in love with her.
In love with her? Why, you ain't even seen her. You're in love with a picture. In love with some scrawls of ink on a piece of paper. You ain't old enough to know what love is.
I'm going on 27, Pap.
I was 35 before I married your ma. I know what I'm talking about. You ain't much more than a shirt-tailed brat yet.
Look here, Pap. You gotta make up your mind sooner or later that I'm a man. And what's more, Alma's coming up from Texas next week, and I'm a-going to marry her.
Son, you ain't a-going to marry her. I forbid it.
Pap, I got a mind of my own, and it's made up. I'm a-going to marry Alma next Tuesday.
With the determination of a young man in love, Herb carries out his threat, meets his mail-order bride in San Francisco, journeys with her to Reno, where, reversing the usual procedure, he marries her on November 12, 1927. 2 days later, Herb brings his bride and her young son back to Tuttletown for the parental blessing.
Pap, this here's Alma.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Turner. Can I call you Paul?
What?
You see, Pap, we was
married up to Reno yesterday.
Married, eh? I thought I forbid it.
Well, Pap, you know the saying is, love will find a way.
And where be you figuring on living?
Why, I thought as how we'd light here for a spell.
You take a lot for granted, don't you, boy?
I'm mighty willing, Paul Turner. I learned my keep doing the housework, and I can cook right well, too.
I told you, boy, I wouldn't.
Alma's awful willing, Pap. Why don't you let her stay?
Well, I guess we could do with another hand around here. Your ma ain't got as much get up and go as she used to have.
Then you give us your blessing, Pap?
I ain't a-saying it how I do. We'll see.
What's that?
Some little brat throwed a ball through the window. Hey, come back here. Come back, don't try to run away.
Why, it's Joey. Oh, I'm sure he didn't mean it, Paul.
Joey? Who's Joey?
He's Alma's boy, Pap. And mine now. We brung him along.
Oh, Alma's boy, eh? Brung the brat with you, did you? Well, if he spends any time around here, I'll take that sort of devilment out of him with a razor strap.
Hank Turner's attitude does not change, and poor Joey is the object of his step-grandfather's constant criticism. Whenever Alma objects, Herb, once the first flush of love has subsided, sides with his father. 2 years of constant wrangling over the subject of the boy create a strange circumstance in the Turner household. On the night of the 26th of April, 1929, all Tuttletown is in a flurry of excitement. In the rough board schoolhouse, a dance is being held. From the cow ranches and from the gold camps, the countryside flocks to the social. And by 9 o'clock, the dance floor is filled with couples strutting to a Virginia reel, to the music furnished by Hank Turner and his brother. Outside, Herb sulks in his car.
What's the matter, Herb? Ain't you coming into the social? No. Don't feel like it. How come? Oh, me and the old woman had another battle. Ain't getting along so good, huh? Oh, I guess we get along as well as the next one. I reckon all women are alike. Yeah, you know how it is, Herb. We can't get along with them, and we can't get along without them. Well, see you later, Herb. Good evening, Mrs. Herb.
Good evening, Mrs. Johnson. Well, Herbert, are you going to sit out here all evening?
I told you I didn't want to come to this monkey shine.
It looks mighty funny when a woman's husband won't come in and dance with her.
I can't dance, and you know it.
Well, you'll catch cold sitting out here. And I brought you some coffee. That'll warm you up.
Thanks. How late are you going to stay?
As late as I want to.
Well, Mrs. Turner, you feel like going to the dance?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Suppose we do take a turn or two.
Right nice gathering tonight, ain't it?
Sure is. My, it makes me feel young again to be dancing.
Young again? I shucks, Mrs. Turner. You're feeling chicken.
Mr. Johnson.
Sure thing. If you want Herb Turner's wife, I declare I think I'd court you myself.
Really, Mr. Johnson?
You know, I'd like it if you call me Pete.
All right, Pete. Something's wrong with Herb. He's something awful. He's rising and groaning. Oh, where is he? Outside. You better come quick. Yes, I'm coming. Say something. Call a doctor, please.
A doctor is called from Sonora, and before he can arrive, Herb Turner is dead. The sheriff is called. He orders the body turned over to the coroner for autopsy, and he and a deputy get the names and addresses of the guests at the party. The next morning, Sheriff Dombacher and a deputy are seated in the sheriff's office discussing the case as they await the findings of the coroner.
You know, Ed, I'm positive that guy was murdered.
Well, what makes you so sure? All you have to go on is circumstantial evidence.
I realize that. But I think we can find the murderer and convict him on that evidence. We've got the cup that the victim drank the coffee from, and this empty vial I picked up near the car last night.
What was in it?
I don't know, but I put in a call for the druggist who sold it. I'm expecting him up here, and I've asked him to bring his poison register.
Poison register? You think Turner was poisoned?
Yes. Come in.
I'm Edward Swallow. You sent for me?
Yes, Mr. Swallow. Sit down, please. You brought your record of poison sales?
Oh, yes, sir. It's right here.
I have here an empty bottle from your drugstore. There's a number on the label. 1263. Have you a record of that sale?
Let me see. 1263. Oh, yes, sir. Here it is.
What was the sale?
1/8 of an ounce of strychnine.
Strychnine. What did I tell you, Ed?
Well, still that doesn't prove anything.
Well, when I find an empty poison bottle and a dead man within 6 feet of each other, I begin to put two and two together. Who did you sell this strychnine to, Mr. Swallow?
Mrs. Joe Williams, sir. She said she wanted to poison a dog who'd been killing her chickens.
Do you know this Mrs. Williams? Have you ever seen her before?
No, sir.
Would you recognize her if you saw her again?
Yes, I think it would.
That's fine, Mr. Swallow. We may call upon you for an identification. Now, if you let me have the page out of your register that has Mrs. Williams' signature on it...
I couldn't let you do that, sir. The law says I must keep the record.
Well, I'm the law, Mr. Swallow.
Yes, sir, but I...
The reason you're required to keep a record of all sales of poison is to be of assistance in just such cases as this.
Yes, sir, I suppose that's so. Well, very well, then. Here's the page.
Thank you, Mr. Swallow, and we'll let you know when we need your valued assistance again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good day.
Good day, Mr. Swallow. Well, Ed, we're getting places.
Well, not that I can notice.
Well, stick around and watch this case grow. Oh, good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Sheriff.
Well, have you completed the autopsy?
Yep.
And?
The man died of strychnine poison.
Just as I thought.
Well, how did you know?
I just finished tracing the sale of a bottle I found near his car. It contains strychnine. Undoubtedly, under analysis, the coffee cup will show strychnine.
Yeah, which doesn't prove he was murdered at all. He could have poured the strychnine into the coffee himself, thrown the bottle away, and committed suicide.
He could have, but he didn't. I'm going to question everyone who was at that dance last night until I get the information I'm after.
Painstakingly, Sheriff Dombacher questions the guests who had attended the Tuttletown dance. He learns from witnesses that Alma Turner had carried the fatal cup of coffee to her husband. He learns that at least one person saw her stirring the cup in a dark corner. Then he interviews a Mrs. Ruby Carter.
Mrs. Carter, you were at the dance the other night?
Yes, sir.
I understand that Mrs. Turner took a cup of coffee out to her husband shortly before his death. Is that right?
I believe she did.
Did you see her carry the cup out to him?
Well, not exactly. But I was sitting near the door talking to some friends, and Mrs. Turner came by with a cup of coffee in her hand. Someone bumped her, and she spilled some.
Some of the coffee on your dress?
Yes. Well, it wasn't her fault, really. But I couldn't help feeling put out about it. The dress is ruined.
Have you got it here?
Why, yes, in the cupboard.
Do you mind showing it to me?
No, of course not. I don't see what you want to look at it for.
Well, I've got my reasons, Mrs. Carter.
Well, just a minute. I'll fetch it. Here it is. Just look at them coffee stains. Ain't it a shame?
Yes, it is, Mrs. Carter. These are the stains here?
Yes, right there on the skirt.
Mrs. Carter, I'll have to take this skirt with me.
What for?
For evidence.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. But if you want that dress, you'll have to pay me what it's worth.
Well, I thought you said it's ruined.
Well, it is, but I can still use it around the house.
Well, I think we can arrange to pay you for it.
I can't for the life of me see what you want with it.
Well, I'm not at liberty to tell you now, Mrs. Carter. But I've got a hunch you'd be surprised if you knew what else was in those stains besides coffee.
Sheriff Dombacher turns over the evidence he has collected to C.H. Grayson, District Attorney of Tuolumne County. And he immediately consults the distinguished criminologist, Dr. E.O. Heinrich, who carefully examines all the items. Several days go by, and then Dr. Heinrich makes his report to Mr. Grayson.
Well, Dr. Heinrich, what's the verdict?
The sheriff's hunch was correct. We'll begin at the beginning. First, I examined the poison register from the Tuolumne drugstore. I found the handwriting of the signature, Mrs. Joe Williams, to be similar to the examples of the handwriting of Mrs. Herbert Turner submitted to me.
Similar, Doctor. But are they identical?
In my opinion, they are. If necessary, I am prepared to demonstrate their identity by the customary methods of photomicrographic enlargement.
That's fine. Now, how about the coffee cup?
In the cup, I found a residue. On the outside of the cup, I found stains. Both residue and stains contained evaporated coffee, milk, and strychnine.
Enough strychnine to cause death?
More than enough.
Of course, it could have been suicide.
I personally doubt that.
Why?
Do you remember how I examined the car in which Turner met his death?
Yes, I remember you threw a reflection of sunlight against the fenders and body.
Right. I noticed in the strong reflected light some stains of foreign substance.
Yes?
I analyzed those stains. They contained original undissolved crystals of strychnine. They were deposited in such a position on the door and fender of the car that they could only be deposited in the act of spilling the coffee. Not as a result of coughing or spewing the liquid, as the victim might have done himself.
Then you conclude...
that the polluted coffee was given to him. I have further reason to believe that.
And what is that?
I have analyzed the coffee stains on the red silk dress sent to me.
And what did you find?
The stains on that dress were caused by the coffee spilled by Mrs. Turner, weren't they?
So we understand.
Those stains contained strychnine.
Then Mrs. Turner placed the strychnine in the coffee, carried it out to her husband, and served him the poisonous drink?
It would appear so from the evidence, although it's all circumstantial.
Then Sheriff Dombacher's hunch was correct.
Howdy, Sheriff. Hello, Mr. Turner.
You found the murder of my boy yet, Sheriff?
I think we have. Is Mrs. Turner at home?
You don't mean Almy?
I mean your son's wife.
Well, I always thought as how she done it. I always knowed she'd do her no good. That high-stepping
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Turner. I haven't said anything.
But Alma did do it now, didn't she, Sheriff?
I'm not saying she did or did not. But I want to know whether you'll sign a complaint charging your daughter-in-law with murder.
I'll be glad to. Give me them there papers.
Here you are.
There. That make it legal?
Yes.
Oh, Almy.
Yes, Paul.
Come out here. You got a visitor.
A visitor? Well, who's come to see me, Paul? Is it Mr. Johnson?
No, it ain't Pete Johnson. It's the sheriff. He's come to take you to jail for murder and harm.
What? What? You're fooling me, Paul.
I ain't a fooling you. Tell her, Sheriff.
Mrs. Turner, I arrest you for the murder of your husband.
You arrest me? For murdering her? No. I didn't kill him. Why, I loved him. He was the only man in my life. No, I'm not guilty. I'm not. I swear I'm not.
On May 14th, 1929, less than a month after the fatal Tuttletown dance, Alma Turner comes up for preliminary hearing in the town of Columbia in Tuolumne County. The courtroom is so crowded with curious town folks and ranchers from the surrounding country that the trial is adjourned to an open-air dance floor in the town square. Here, amid a pastoral scene, while calm spring sunshine filters through lazily waving tree branches, while sparrows twitter and meadowlarks sing, a woman goes on trial for her life. District Attorney Grayson presents his damning evidence item by item. After examination of the attending physician and the coroner, he calls Mr. Swallow to the stand.
What is your name, please?
Edward Swallow.
And where do you reside?
Tuolumne, sir.
What is your occupation?
Pharmacist.
On the 26th of April, did you have occasion to sell any poison of such a nature that would require the signature of the purchaser?
Yes, I did.
To whom was the sale made?
A person signed the name Mrs. Joe Williams.
What kind of poison was purchased?
Strychnine, sir.
Had you ever seen this Mrs. Joe Williams before?
No, I hadn't.
Was the signature of Mrs. Joe Williams attached to the record in your presence?
Yes, it was.
Will the defendant please stand up? Thank you. Mr. Swallow, Is the lady who is now standing the same person who made the poison purchase that day?
I believe it is.
But are you positive?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Mr. Swallow. Your witness.
Mr. Swallow, I have heard you testify that you are positive the defendant purchased strychnine from you and signed her name as Mrs. Joe Williams. How are you positive? I'm waiting for your answer.
I can't answer that.
Just you and the purchaser were in the store at the time the poison was purchased.
Yes, sir.
Now, you cannot tell me the reason why you so positively identify this woman.
No, I can't.
What was the color of her hair? Tell me quickly without looking.
It was brown.
Yes, the defendant's hair is brown. But, Mr. Swallow, have you any idea how many other women in the world have brown hair? Have you any idea, Mr. Swallow, how many shades of hair coloration are referred to as brown?
Why, no, I haven't.
Then how can you be so positive in this identification you've made?
Well, I got a small store and I don't sell poison every day. I remember the people I sell it to.
And you are positive that this is the same woman?
Yes, I am.
That is all.
Your Honor, I submit to the court at this time that there is sufficient evidence in my mind to bind the defendant over to trial in the Superior Court, and I will ask that she be held to answer for trial in the Superior Court.
Has the attorney for the defense any remarks?
We have no evidence to offer, Your Honor. However, I might say at this time, if the court please, the defendant has not been informed of her rights. Neither has she been charged with anything in this court that I know of. I have not seen any indictment or any complaint or anything at all.
Your Honor, if my worthy colleague has not seen a complaint, then he has not looked for it. The record is here for him to scan if he wishes to examine it. I feel that the prosecution has shown just and sufficient reason why the defendant should be bound over to the Superior Court for a trial on charge of murder.
In view of the testimony just heard, it appears to me that the offense of murder has been committed, and that there is sufficient cause to believe that the defendant, Alma Turner, is guilty thereof. Therefore, I order that she be held to answer the same, and that she be committed to the sheriff of the county of Tuolumne to await trial on the charge of murder.
Committed to a cell in the Sonora jail, Alma Turner loudly protests her innocence as District Attorney Grayson knits together the last vagrant thread of the splendid evidence provided him by Sheriff Dombacher. Then the District Attorney holds a brief conference with the attorney for the defense.
Well, I don't know what defense you plan for your client, but I can assure you that whatever it is, we'll beat you in court.
What makes you so certain?
I'm so certain that I don't mind telling you some of the points you'll prove before the jury.
What are they?
Well, you already know we can prove that Mrs. Turner purchased the strychnine. Furthermore, we'll prove that she placed the strychnine in Mr. Turner's coffee, that she carried the coffee cup from the schoolhouse out to the car, that she herself gave the coffee to Turner, and in so doing spilt some of it on the car.
I'm still not convinced that you can prove all those things.
May I inform you that this is not guesswork? That every fact I've stated we will prove on the sworn reports of the findings of Dr. Heinrich on the evidence we've procured.
In that case, I had better consult my client.
Yes, I think you had.
On June 4th, following the consultation between Alma Turner and her attorney, she is led before Superior Judge Warren.
Alma Turner, you are charged with murder. How do you plead?
Guilty.
And 5 days later, in spite of her last-minute plea that she had entered a suicide pact with her husband, Alma Turner, pale, frightened-looking, young and small, faces Judge Warren again. Solemnly, he pronounces sentence.
Court believes that the defendant, Alma Turner, should be required to suffer the full penalty of imprisonment for life. And the court recommends to the Board of Prison Directors and also to the Governor of California that if application for parole or pardon is ever made, that it be denied. The court, believing that this was a cold-blooded, premeditated murder.
Wanted for armed robbery. This is the program that brings you for the first time on the air a nationwide manhunt in action. The actual facts to date of a man wanted. From the record, hear the on-the-spot reports of the people involved. Nothing is withheld. No one is protected. Here are the dramatic eyewitness accounts of a man wanted. Wanted for armed robbery.
And now, Alan Hind, America's foremost recorder of the criminal scene.
Good evening. Tonight and every week at this same time, you and I are going on a manhunt. We're going to trace the career of a wanted man through the actual eyewitnesses involved, through innocent bystanders, through the friends and relatives of victims, and through the police officers who have worked and who are now working on the case. The voices you will hear are those of actual people involved, speaking to you from actual locales involved. They are putting themselves on the spot to give you first-hand information about a man who is wanted. A few weeks ago, one of the most daring daylight robberies in the annals of modern crime crashed into the headlines. The criminals were no strangers to the police. Their leader is wanted, and has been wanted, off and on, for 20 years. Today, he is the hottest fugitive in this country, and believe me, you may be his next victim. So listen, here are the facts.
The date, October 29th, 1930. The location, M. Rosenthal & Sons, a jewelry shop on Broadway in the Capitol Theater building, the heart of New York City.
The voices you hear next are those of the actual people who, through no fault of their own, are involved in the case of FBI number 241884. First, a 68-year-old man.
I was a porter for M. Rosenthal & Son. One morning, a postal messenger came to the door with a telegram for my firm. I went to the door, received the telegram. He handed me a paper saying, "Sign here, please." I took the paper, signed it, handed back to him. At the same time, he pushed a gun in my stomach and says, "Back, back." I backed back. He came in and he said, "Stand still. My partner will be in just a moment." A few seconds later, his partner came in, a smartly dressed businessman with a fall overcoat, a gray hat, gray kid gloves, and a black bag. Then they put me in behind the showcase. He took out a box of picture wire, placed it around my left leg, and started to play it out. In the meantime, the messenger said, "Just do what you're told, and you will not be hurt. We know what we came in here for, and we're going to get it." They played the wire so I could walk across the floor, allowing me room enough to come from there to the door, with the businessman holding the other end of the wire. They asked me what time the employees came in, and I said around 9 o'clock. The first employee to show in was Mr. Charles F. Hayes.
My name is Charles Hayes. On the morning I arrived at the store, I was greeted by the porter. And suddenly a gun was stuck in my back, and I was asked to sit down, and my hands were tied with a wire, awaiting the arrival of Mr. Fox, who had the combination of the safe.
I'm Julius Fox, a salesman at Rosenthal's. When I arrived, I was greeted by a postal telegraph messenger. He told me this was a stick-up. He says, "Just be quiet and we won't harm you." He then told me to go to the safe to open it. I went to the safe, but being that I very seldom use the combination, I told the porter I don't remember it. So they then tied me up, and they told the porter to call Mr. Rosenthal at home to get the combination.
My name is Joe Rosenthal. I was awakened early one morning by the phone ringing, and when I answered it, my porter was on the phone asking me for the combination of the safe. I was so disgusted with the idea of their having to call me for that I gave it to him twice. I then went in to have my breakfast, and something dawned on me rather strangely, and I called back on the phone. And when I did, the police were already there, and my salesman informed me that we were robbed of $130,000.
This is Captain McVeigh, the New York City Police Department Main Office Squad. We received a call of a robbery in M. Rosenthal & Sons jewelry store. Went down to investigate. We found out it was a well-planned job. Number one, there was gloves worn because there was no fingerprints. Two, they had known all about the burglar alarm system in the store, which they avoided. Three, of the two safes was in there, they know which one to go to. But we had a good description of both men.
The job was to find two unidentified men in a city of 7 million. Police reasoned these men were experienced operators, so they searched the files looking for jobs done in a similar pattern. They came up with 8. 8 jobs, 1 pattern, no solution. That was lead number 1, and it pointed nowhere. The second lead came from the postal telegraph uniform worn by one of the crooks.
My name is Anthony Lanzell. I'm with the Eves Costume Company. We furnish costumes for all occasions, masquerade and so on. A man came in one day and asked for a messenger boy's uniform. So I found a postal messenger's uniform, and I packed it up for him, and he paid me $10 the rental of the uniform and $15 deposit. He handed me a card marked J.R. Hancock, the Waverly School of Drama, 507 Fifth Avenue.
Mr. J.R. Hancock at 507 Fifth Avenue was a mailing address.
Dead end? No. Mr. J.R. Hancock had appeared at that office just once when he rented it, and he had been in the company of an unforgettable red-haired young lady. Note, New York is full of blondes and brunettes, but redheads are scarce. Armed with descriptions of 2 men and a redhead, detectives spread out, covering greater New York. Then, a real break.
I don't know if this will help you, mister, but 2 postal telegraph messengers were stopped by a man who wanted to borrow their uniforms. He sounds like the man you're looking for. Interesting thing, both of the boys were stopped on West End Avenue. Matter of fact, the 500 block.
The 500 block of West End Avenue was staked out. Object, 1 redhead. Days of legwork, thousands of questions, and a few answers.
Yeah, I seen a redhead who looks like her somewhere around here.
Why, the girl you mean lives 3 houses down from here.
Well, you'll find her tonight at Child's Restaurant over on 73rd Street.
My name is John Bialy. I was relief manager at Child's Restaurant at 73rd Street in Broadway. That evening, about 7 p.m., a pretty red-headed girl came in with a dark-haired young man who seemed to be a little nervous. About 10 minutes later, 2 detectives came out from the service entrance and tapped him on his shoulder and said, "Come along with me," and that's all I know.
That arrested man was Willie Sutton. William Sutton, a name familiar to the police. They looked up his record.
Arrested 5 times. The first 2 charges were dismissed due to youth of defendant. 3rd arrest, homicide, Sutton was acquitted. The 4th charge, burglary, sentenced 5 to 10 years, paroled after serving 4. On his most recent arrest, he was picked up for possession of burglary tools. For that, he spent 1 day in the city jail.
Now William Sutton was booked for the Rosenthal robbery and placed in the lineup. The witnesses were called in and...
Sure, that's the fellow in the postal uniform.
Yep, that's the one that held the gun.
Absolutely, he's the man.
Identification confirmed. In short order, police picked up Sutton's accomplice in Buffalo, and he confessed. They got the book. 30 years in Sing Sing. Now Sutton was safely behind bars. But he formed a prison partnership with a hulking burglar named John Egan. On December 12, 1932, prison officials announced,
Convicts William Sutton and John Egan are wanted by this institution for jailbreak.
William Sutton and John Egan had crashed out of the escape-proof wing of Sing Sing. Now Sutton had priority attention of police departments throughout the nation. Police began developing information. Soon they got a line on Egan, and they found him.
Egan was murdered. Somebody had filled him full of lead.
Sutton was suspected, but with Egan's death, Sutton's trail came to an end. Then Sutton made his whereabouts known.
New York City. On the morning of July 9th, 1933, the 110th Street branch of the Corn Exchange Bank was robbed of $23,835. One of the hold-up men was disguised as a captain of police. January 15th, 1934, the West Philadelphia branch of the Corn Exchange Bank was robbed of $21,000. The bandits timed the job to avoid all burglar alarms.
2 bank heists, and in both, the unmistakable Sutton trademark was evident. Out of the New York and Philly jobs, police had one clue. A piece of paper found on the floor of the Corn Exchange Bank.
This is Captain John J. Hanlon. Philadelphia Police Department. In making the investigation, we found a small portion of an automobile registration card. It was not much to go by other than it contained several words of handwriting. The card was then sent to the Automobile Registration Bureau, where the writing was compared with 28,000 cards in the files of the Automobile Bureau. And as a result of the check made, we learned that the card belonged to Ed Wilson, from which we learned his automobile license number.
Ed Wilson. That name had a familiar ring to New York police. They checked. Wilson, small-time hoodlum, robber, gun punk. Where did he fit in? Was he one of the two men with Sutton on the New York and Philly jobs? Police got a line on Wilson, and according to our reconstruction of the facts.
Ed Wilson. Sure, he's around town. She won't find him with his wife and family. He's laying low, hiding out in Yonkers. I heard tell he'd be driving into New York on Sunday night with that girl.
Sure, Wilson and Nina were planning on a big time. They were headed for Broadway. But on 262nd Street, a squad car spotted his license plate and tailed him into town. The police tried to force Wilson to the curb. The dope got panicky and tried to knock off 5 cops.
At Broadway and 240th Street, New York City, detectives Frank Phillips and Daniel Shee in self-defense fired, wounding one Ed Wilson in both eyes. No further resistance was offered.
Wilson thought he was dying and was willing to talk. Taken in for questioning, he admitted his part in the New York and Philly jobs. He implicated Sutton and one Joseph Perlongo. He didn't know where Sutton was, but he did give police Perlongo's Brooklyn address.
My name is Detective James E. Sheehy. I was attached to the West 47th Street Station House in New York City. The boys raided the Perlongo apartment. Perlongo was brought in. He wouldn't talk, but as a result of the search of his apartment, a letter was found, which letter was received from a Richard Courtney. This handwriting, after analysis, proved to be the handwriting of William Sutton. In the upper right-hand corner of this letter was found an address, 47th and Chester Avenues in Philadelphia. Our department notified the Philadelphia police.
Detective John J. Kelly, field number 1667, Detective Headquarters, Philadelphia. Upon our arrival at the apartment house at 47th and Chester Avenue, it was found that Mr. and Mrs. Richard Courtney, who in reality were Mr. and Mrs. Willie Sutton, were absent. Our commanding officer detailed a squad of detectives, including myself, to continue the surveillance from the adjoining apartment. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, the Suttons were observed to return. That was the signal for our descent upon their apartment. It was well that we had a concentrated force of men. Upon bursting into the apartment, it was found to be a veritable arsenal of weapons. 3 pistols, a submachine gun, a sawed-off shotgun, and a vast quantity of ammunition was found. In addition, concealed in Sutton's trunk was found the uniform of a captain of New York City Police, and in addition, the uniform of the United States mailman. For recreational purposes, no doubt, there was also found, among Willie's effects, a large, expensive set of golf clubs.
Willie, the actor, confessed to the Philadelphia bank job because he felt Pennsylvania would be easier on him than New York. He went to court looking for a light sentence. According to the court record, Judge Harry S. McDevitt ruled,
I will see that you are sentenced to spend the rest of your life in prison where you belong. I've been criticized by spineless men and weak-minded women for imposing the maximum sentence on such men as you. My answer to that criticism is that I will give you every day the law allows.
Total sentence, 25 to 50 years of solitary confinement at Eastern State Penitentiary.
This is Warden Burt to the Eastern Penitentiary in Philadelphia. I think you can hear the prison band playing now. We have here at this institution a population of 1,100. I spent a day at Alcatraz prison. At that time, they had a population of 268. Out of the population of the Eastern State Penitentiary, we have at least 400, just as dangerous and vicious as they have at Alcatraz. And amongst them at one time was Willie Sutton, who has since left us. Now, Willie Sutton, while an inmate at the prison, never gave us any trouble. But at the same time, we knew Willie Sutton's mind, or at least we knew that Willie Sutton's mind was working and working to one end, and that was to leave us, other than the right way. And I mean by the right way is going out the gate.
My name is Officer John Craig. I'm in charge of the 7th Cavalry, where William Sutton formerly locked. In this cell, the floor was formerly covered with wood. And one morning while making the inspection, I noticed the floorboard had been loose. When discovering this, I opened it, and underneath found a plaster Paris head made up identically like Willie Sutton. The head was covered with hair, which was no doubt gathered from the various barber shops, and the head was painted and was a very good likeness of William Sutton. I also found a arm under there, 3 crude bombs, a bunch of keys, and a revolver carved from a piece of wood. Of course, we sent out for Willie Sutton and placed him under arrest, and of course this broke up the attempted escape. But later on, another attempt was made by him, which was discovered by Officer Brown.
This is Officer Brown, guard Eastern State Penitentiary. One morning, I missed 11 men from my section. I went to the back of the block, and there in the cell, I saw a form in bed, which I thought was phony. Entered the cell, I ripped the covers from the bed. There was a phony body and a head made of plaster. And knowing the work of Willie Sutton, I knew this was the break. Looking around the cell, I saw a coat hanging on the wall. It looked out of place. This coat I ripped from the wall and found a large hole leading to a tunnel. I went down in the tunnel, and I found it was a narrow, slimy mud pit. These men had to crawl on their hands and knees, on their backs, and anyway, to wiggle out of that hole, which is 97 feet long. At the end of the tunnel, underneath the wall, was a pit of water, 8 feet across, with a high-tension line with electric lights dangling in the water. There was 3 inches of airspace separating the water and the wall. These men had to crawl and slide through this water to get their freedom on the other side of that wall. I then made my report to Major Tees.
Major Tees, Deputy Warden of the Eastern State Penitentiary. I received a report that there had been an escape made. I immediately notified the Philadelphia police and the state police. Within 25 minutes, we had Willie Sutton captured. Within a week, we had the entire group back into the prison. We found that Willie Sutton was too familiar with the Eastern State Penitentiary. We then had him transferred to the Philadelphia County Prison at Holmesburg.
Escape-proof Holmesburg. Slick Willie had been transferred because here was one penitentiary where he would be helpless. Holmesburg hadn't had an escape in 50 years. 2 years later, on the 10th of February, Sutton and 4 others crashed out. Again, Sutton was wanted. This time, police flooded the country with wanted bulletins. Lead after lead developed, but no payoff. Then on March 9th, 1950, in Sunnyside, Long Island, at 8:30 a.m., the New York police got their first definite lead on William Sutton.
My name is James Weston, a vault custodian for the Manufacturers Trust Company at 4711 Queens Boulevard. The morning of March the 9th, I came to work at 8:30. As I opened the door, I was rushed from the back. I thought it was somebody kidding, and I wrestled with him. He then stuck a gun in my ribs, ordered me to get inside, saying, "We're desperate." I then realized it was serious. I got inside. He then went back, admitted the other 2, locked the door. They then chained me with a chain round my ankle to the grill of the radiator inside the door. Ordered me to admit all employees as they came to the door, saying it'd be too bad if anybody turned away, not to use any signs. I did this for an hour and a quarter, till all employees were admitted.
I worked at Sunnyside. I thought it was rather unusual when the floor custodian was at the door. As a rule, he's never at the door. I always have to ring the bell, and then I stand there and say, what's the idea of making me wait? So that's my usual routine with him, you know. I thought it was rather peculiar this morning. So as he opened the door, you know, that was his routine, to open the door. He had no alternative. He had to open it. And no sooner I entered the vestibule, see, we have a vestibule going into the bank, I was grabbed by my arm like this, see. And what I had thought is probably it was the auditors. See, we had the auditors there. There were a couple of months before, and they were coming in, and something new has been added, you know. So I got inside, and I saw all these chairs lined up, facing towards the wall of the cages. So I thought, yeah, it's rather funny. Not thinking any more of it, you know. I was sat down in the chair, and I sat there. So I was wondering why everybody was shaking, you know. It didn't enter my mind that what was transpiring during this here, during my coming in. So I sat there and watched everybody, and I saw them shake, their hands shaking, you know, of the other girls, not the boys, but the girls. So as I had turned my head this way, I was sitting this way, and I turned my head, and the fellow that was in back of us doing all the directing, I noticed his hand was like this, and he had a revolver in it. So immediately when I saw that, it entered my mind what was transpiring, and the assistant manager and teller number 1 had already opened the vault.
My name is James Brady. I'm the head teller Manufacturers Trust Company Sunnyside office. Mr. Sands and I were ordered to open up the safe, which I have part of the dual control. The bandit warned us that nobody had anything to lose but the insurance company. Inside the vault, I was ordered to give him nothing but the green stuff, which amounts to $63,933.29.
Once again, a polite little man with a gun left the Sutton trademark. So once again, police dug into official files for a photograph of Willie the actor. And once again, Slick Willie was identified. Based on the facts you've heard tonight and or other pertinent material,
the grand jury of the county of Queens, by this indictment, accused William Sutton of the crime of robbery in the first degree, committed as follows. The defendant in the county of Queens, on or about March 9, 1950, unlawfully took certain property, to wit, United States currency owned by the Manufacturers Trust Company.
It is not our function here to determine the guilt or innocence of a man, nor do we intend to. But by this indictment, this formal charge by society, William Sutton is wanted.
Here again is Alan Hind.
You can put the finger on Willie Sutton. All right. What are the facts about this character? What does he look like? How does he dress? What are his habits? These we will give you. But first, where does a hot can of corn like Sutton hide out?
My name is John Quigley. I'm employed in the Farm Colony Hospital, Staten Island, New York, as a plumber. In picking up the paper a couple of weeks ago, I discovered a photograph of a chap that was an old bedmate of mine at the name of Edward Lynch. Edward Lynch worked in the Farm Colony for 2.5 years, and a very fine, upright chap he was. A prisoner who wanted away at any time to lend a hand. And imagine, to my great surprise, to discover this photograph to be a photograph of one Willie Sutton, a bank robber.
John Quigley lived with the man alleged to be Willie Sutton for 2.5 years, and he never got wise. This could happen to anybody. It could happen to you. Willie the actor might be your next-door neighbor. You might be his next victim. How can you recognize him? Listen to your local announcer.
On page 16 of today's New York Daily Mirror, you will find a picture of William Sutton. Page 16 of today's New York Daily Mirror. If you know of or have any information which can lead the police to the hideout of William Sutton, do these 3 things. First, be sure of your facts. Don't accuse an innocent man. Second, dial operator and say, I want the police. Third, give your name and address clearly. Remember, page 16, today's New York Daily Mirror. And now back to Alan Hind.
If you should spot Sutton, don't go near him. He is branded by the FBI as highly dangerous, probably ready to shoot to kill. Now study Sutton's picture. Remember that face.
Sutton is 48 years old. Height 5 feet 8 inches. He's a mild-looking, mild-mannered man. Hair dark brown, possibly gray. Eyes blue. Complexion medium. The end of his little finger is scarred and deformed. Sutton may be wearing any number of disguises.
What kind of a man is William Sutton? Listen to a voice from the underworld.
Willie Sutton. He's some actor. This guy is crazy about his brown, wavy hair. And he's a very neat dresser. This guy can walk into a joint, lay $125 on the line for a suit, then rig a flower in his lapel, and on top of it, wear dark-tinted horn-rimmed glasses. And boy, can this guy eat. He can walk into a ballpark, lay 5 to 10 frankfurters away in one shot. But this guy is hot. He can't be seen at ballparks, and he's nuts about the Dodgers, so you'll probably find him at television bars where he thinks nobody can know him. And let me tell you another thing about this guy who's pushing 48. He's got some twist. He's crazy about young, stupid, pretty broads. The younger they are, the better he likes them.
Those are the complete facts on William Sutton. Police know the Sutton pattern, and they've studied their man. They suspect him of several other jobs, including the $1,500,000 Brinks robbery in Boston. But to this date, they have absolutely no leads as to his present whereabouts.
Ladies and gentlemen, Willie Sutton must be brought to justice. Sutton has become, in these past 20 years, a legend, a dangerous legend. Willie the actor, clever, smart, too smart for the cops, too smart for any mere honest citizen. Willie the actor is slick, Slick Willie. That's the legend. Well, let's examine the facts. Just how slick is Slick Willie Sutton? He's spent almost 20 of the last 27 years in prison. With all his bank robbing, he's averaged less than $75 a week. He's lived like a hunted rat in constant danger of being shot down or stabbed in the back. That's slick? Not in my book. But Sutton is dangerous, so keep on the lookout. You, Mr. Average Citizen, you're a lot slicker, and you can put Sutton back where he belongs. Now, this is Alan Hines saying there is no time like now to wipe out crime.
Be with us next week when you will hear the eyewitness accounts of Edward Sadowski. Wanted. Wanted for murder.
All material heard on tonight's program was factual, from the record. The voices of the late Captain McVeigh and the late Joseph Rosenthal were impersonated. Alan Hines' latest study in crime can be read in this month's issue of True, the magazine for men. Tonight's report was written by P.L. Mayer. Music was by Morris Pomorsky. The narrator was Fred Collins. Wanted was directed by Walter McGraw, supervised for NBC by James Kovac, and produced by McGraw Associates. This is for audition purposes only.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooke. Clarence Darrow, the American lawyer and writer, once said that everybody was a potential murderer, and that although he himself had never killed anyone, he frequently got great satisfaction in reading the obituary notices. Mr. Darrow perhaps goes further than most of us, but the fact remains that we are all intrigued by a murder trial. The reasons may very well be that subconsciously we put ourselves in the position of the accused, and the more normal the accused person is or appears to be, the greater our interest. Now why? Because we consider ourselves to be normal, and as we watch and listen to the murderer, we are saying, there, but for the grace of God, go I. Nothing so stimulates the imagination of the public as the trial of a man who, to all appearances, has led a respectable, normal life, and who suddenly has that life splashed across the front page of every newspaper in the land because he has been accused of murder. The man or the woman. And the case I'm going to tell you about today is that of a woman, Mrs. Florence Elizabeth Maybrick. Her trial in Liverpool just 60 years ago was one of the outstanding murder cases of the 19th century, and it remains to this day one of the classics of its kind. For added to the factors which go to make a good murder case, The normality of the prisoner, the respectable family life, the fiendish plot of which he was accused, added to these factors was the element of mystery. And next to a good murder, the world loves best a good mystery. The case of Mrs. Florence Maybrick had both. It was March in the year 1889. The days had been unusually sunny for so early in the year, and in Liverpool, England, the inhabitants went about their work smiling, for sun in March was something to be cheerful about. In Liverpool was the home of Mr. and Mrs. James Maybrick. Mr. Maybrick was a wealthy cotton merchant. He was a native of Liverpool, and it was natural that he should live in that city, for it was the principal port in England for ships westward bound, and it was in America that Mr. Maybrick sold his cotton. It was also in America that Mr. Maybrick found his wife. But let us hear him recall that occasion to his wife and his brother on this sunny day in March at his home in Liverpool.
It's 8 years ago today, Michael. I'm surprised that you and my own brother should forget my wedding anniversary.
It is bad of me, Jim. But you know, the date has never really stuck in my mind. I suppose it's because it all happened out there in America.
Well, you're wrong again, Michael. Oh, yes, I know Jimmy met and wooed me out there. And how he wooed. We were married in London while you were in America.
There you are. You see, I knew someone was in America at the time.
You're too tricky for us, Michael. Well, anyway, it's our 8th anniversary today. 8 years of very happy marriage, eh, my love?
Very, very happy, Jim.
Oh, I'll admit I've had my doubts and fears, but thank the Lord they've come to nothing.
Well, what were you afraid of, Jim? Did you think Florrie here would want to live in America? Were you ashamed of dear old Liverpool?
Oh, it wasn't that so much, but, well, you know how old I am, don't you, Michael?
You do sound solemn about it, old boy. Well, I know you're over 45.
50 last month.
Come now, Jim, that's no very great age.
No, my love, but sometimes it worries me that you're so much younger. Well, only 26.
Did it worry you when we met in New York? I was only 18 then, and you were 42.
It was different then.
Oh, stop fussing, Jim. I've never known such a worrier. If it's not your health, it's your age. You ought to be very grateful. You've made a lot of money. You can sit back a bit now and tell others what to do in the firm. You've got a lovely young wife.
Thank you, Michael.
You've got two of the sweetest kids I've ever seen, a grand old house with 4 servants to run it. What more could a man want?
You're right, of course, Michael. We must count our blessings.
It was 3 o'clock, Jim. Time you took your medicine.
Quite right, my dear. Thank you for reminding me. Thank the gods for giving you good health. Michael, I can't think of anything worse in life than always having to take these infernal tonics and tablets.
I really think you enjoy it, Jim.
Enjoy it? I wish I could. It's no joking matter, you know, Michael. Some of these drugs I take are very dangerous. I learned all about them when I was last over in the States. This one, for instance, contains a good deal of strychnine.
Strychnine? I thought that was something to kill you, not to cure.
It's poison, isn't it, Jim?
Yes, it's poison, all right. But not when taken in these small quantities. It's used to calm the nerves. My nerves are terrible, you know.
Does Dr. Hopper still attend you? What does he say about all this?
Hopper isn't much good. I still take the medicine I brought in the States, as well as this one that Hopper's given me. The American one contains arsenic, I believe. So really, you see, I'm just dosing myself with poison.
I should be careful there, Jim. They're dangerous things to monkey about with.
Don't worry, Michael. I shan't do away with myself.
What a depressing conversation. Come on, you two, cheer up. This is supposed to be a celebration.
On the whole, a happy little group. There was nothing to indicate to Michael Maybrick that his brother and his sister-in-law were not completely in harmony. But then Florence Maybrick was good at acting the part of the loving and considerate wife. Even Jim, her husband, did not suspect her of disloyalty. But Florence had recently met a Mr. Brierley, a good-looking cotton broker from London, who had been most attentive and complimentary to her. She was, after all, young and attractive. Her husband was 50. Life was rather dull in Liverpool. Perhaps a weekend in London would make life a bit more pleasant. With this in mind, she wrote to the Grand Hotel, Cavendish Square, London, pretending to write for her brother. She was, in fact, booking rooms for herself and the gallant Mr. Brierley.
Hello, my dear. Writing letters?
Oh, yes, Jim. I'm afraid I have to go up to London for a few days. My aunt's been taken very ill, and I must be with her. I've just written to the hotel, booking a room for myself. Will you be all right, my love? I shan't be gone for more than 3 days at the most.
Well, perhaps I could get away from the office and come with you.
Yes, that'd be splendid. Oh, I don't know, Jim. I'll be spending most of my time with my aunt, and you'd be awfully bored.
Maybe you're right. Some other time, then. You'll be back for the Grand National.
Oh, as if I'd miss it. Have you ever known me miss a horse race if I could possibly help it? Of course I'll be back. Yes? What is it? Begging your
Pardon, mum, but the doctor's come to see the master.
Dr. Hopper. Oh, yes, of course, it's Wednesday, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll see him in the next room. You show him in there, will you?
Very good, Mr. Maybrick.
Darling. Darling, I don't think that doctor's doing you much good, is he?
No, I'm going to change. I shall probably consult a specialist if I don't get better soon. You know, I suddenly came over completely numb in the legs and arms.
You poor darling. I hate the idea of leaving you even for 3 days.
Oh, I'll be all right, Florrie. Anyway, your aunt needs you more than I do at present.
And so Mrs. Maybrick and Mr. Brierley discreetly visited London. And as far as we know, Mr. Maybrick suspected nothing. But after being so discreet, Florence was just the opposite when she accompanied her husband at the Grand National on her return from London. For it was there that she happened to run across Mr. Brierley once more. And her behavior with him in public was enough to put Mr. Maybrick in a very bad temper indeed. In fact, to make him leave the racecourse and return home to wait for his erring wife. The housemaid with the curious name of Yap was surprised to see her master home so early.
Oh, Mr. Maybrick, you quite startled me. Are you back from the racecourse already?
Yeah, you can see I'm back, can't you? I left early.
And the mistress, sure, she returned too?
No, I don't know where she is, and I don't care. She's probably still enjoying herself at the course.
Begging your pardon, sir, it's Mrs. Maybrick coming up the pathway now. She must have come on just behind you.
Oh, there you are, Jane. Well, that's a fine way to treat your wife, I must say, walking off and leaving me like that.
How dare you? How dare you making a fool of me in front of all those people? It's such a scandal. It'll be all over the town tomorrow. How could you, with that Brierley man, too?
What, may I ask, is wrong with that Brierley man, as you call him?
What's wrong with him? Tell me something that's right about
well,
him.
He's certainly a great deal more fun than you in your present mood.
Why, you little... You deserve to be beaten black and blue for this.
It's the end, James. You realize it's the end. I'm leaving this house.
I leave it by all means. And remember that once you cross the threshold, you'll never enter it again.
Madam, please.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, madam.
Billy? What of him? He's not ill?
Oh, bless you. No, madam. He's just asking for you. That's all. Would you come up and see him?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Jim.
Yes, Florrie. What is it?
Jim, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry I upset you. Will you forgive me? I'll never do it again, never.
All right, Florrie. Let's say no more about it. 6 o'clock. Time for my tonic.
I'll fetch it for you, dear. I'm going upstairs anyway.
Well, thank you, Florrie.
It was during the next month, April, that James Maybrick made a journey to London, but not for pleasure. He went to see a specialist about his liver, his nerves. He was given a new prescription which he had made up in London and sent on to him. While he was giving his instructions to the chemist in London, his wife was visiting her chemist in Liverpool.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Maybrick. Lovely day, isn't it?
It surely is. When the weather's like this, I don't miss the States one little bit.
What can I do for you?
Oh, well, I've made out a list for you. There are quite a few things, so perhaps you'll send them round the house.
May I see the list, please? Oh, yes, just the usual household articles. Certainly, Mrs. Maybrick. I'll have these sent round this evening.
Oh, well, I forgot to put down fly papers. Do you have some?
Yes. Are these the type you wanted?
Well, have they got arsenic on them? I want them real strong.
Oh, I think you'll find these quite strong enough, madam.
All right, send me around a couple of dozen, will you?
Very good, madam. I'll add that to the list.
Florence Maybrick did not use the fly papers to kill flies. She soaked them in water and thus composed a weak solution of arsenic. She did this quite openly as she had bought the fly papers from the chemist. And when the maid Yap asked her what she was doing, she explained that a chemist in America had taught her that an arsenic solution was excellent for the complexion. This idea was held by quite a number of women at the time, and there was nothing odd about Mrs. Maybrick's explanation. Perhaps it was also just a coincidence that on that particular evening, after taking some of his medicine, James Maybrick was violently ill. A new doctor, Dr. Humphreys, was called in. He attributed the sickness to the new medicine from London, which contained strychnine. This was discontinued, but still Mr. Maybrick got worse. What was the cause of the illness? Why was it that everything Mr. Maybrick ate made him sick? Was he being slowly poisoned to death? It was on the 7th of May, 1889, that Mrs. Florence Maybrick called in a second doctor to examine her husband. This new man, Dr. Carter, was perplexed at what the attending Dr. Humphreys told him.
Carter, these vomiting fits that Maybrick has, they have all the symptoms of arsenical poisoning. But there's only a minute quantity of arsenic in the medicine he's been given.
Couldn't that be responsible?
I don't think so. I've spoken with Maybrick, and he tells me that he's been taking nerve tonics for years, and that they've all contained arsenic or strychnine. He hasn't suffered like this before.
Then if you're right and the cause of the vomiting is arsenic, it would appear that the poison has been given him without his knowing it.
Yes, but who'd do such a thing?
Who is there staying at the house at present?
Besides Maybrick, there's his wife, his brother Michael, he just arrived this morning, and 4 servants.
And I suppose Mrs. Maybrick is taking care of her husband?
Yes. Would you like to see her? I believe she's in the garden. There she is, over by the summer house. Mrs. Maybrick, this is the doctor I've called in for your husband. Dr. Carter, Mrs. Maybrick.
How do you do, Dr. Carter? Have you examined my husband?
I have, Mrs. Maybrick, and I also have a full report from Dr. Humphreys here. I think he's over the worst, and his recovery should now be speedy. I must admit, however, that I have not found the full cause of his illness.
I think it's those medicines, especially the new one from London.
It's very doubtful whether the medicine itself would make him sick, unless it were added to.
Well, that's what I mean. Didn't I tell you he had me add some white powder to it?
No. White powder? You never tell me that, Mrs. Maybrick. What was it?
Well, I really can't say. It's something he got from the States, I believe. But I don't think he has any more of it. Is it all right for me to go up and see him now?
Oh, yes, quite all right. And don't worry about him, Mrs. Maybrick. You may take my word for it that he's well on the way to recovery.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear you say so. I'll see you before you go.
Very well. White powder. What do you make of that, Carter?
The whole thing's getting a bit beyond me. Surely the man isn't dosing himself with poison. What's the position here, Humphreys? Happy family, aren't they?
Yes, as far as I know. I believe there was a row a few weeks ago about her behavior with someone at the Grand National. But that blew over.
You know, what struck me, if anyone's in an ideal position to poison Mr. Maybrick, it's his wife. She is in full charge of the household. She takes his meals to him personally, and she nurses him night and day.
Oh, I'm sure your suspicions are utterly based.
Nevertheless, I'm going to have a nurse brought in, and Mrs. Maybrick is going to be kept away from her husband as much as possible.
The nurse arrived that afternoon, and from then on was in constant attendance. It was also on that afternoon that Mrs. Maybrick gave the maid Yap a letter to post. Now, Yap was a suspicious little creature, and when she saw the name Bryerly on the envelope, she remembered the scene between her master and mistress over someone of that name, and decided to open the letter. First, she dropped the envelope in the mud so as to have an excuse for putting the letter in a clean one. What she read was enough to send her straight to Michael Maybrick, the brother who was staying in the house.
Yes, who is it?
Begging your pardon, sir.
Yes, Sept, what's worrying you?
Well, sir, I wonder if you'd read this letter. I'm not really supposed to have opened it.
Then why did you?
When you read it, sir, and you'll see for yourself.
My dearest, since my return, I've been nursing M day and night. He is sick unto death. It would be best for you not to come back here for some time. Although he doesn't know about our time in London.
She says that Mr. Maybrick is sick unto death, but the doctor told her this morning that he was well on the way to recovery.
Yes, yes. I think you'd better leave this to me.
Very good. Thanks.
Michael Maybrick's suspicions were now thoroughly aroused. Even though his sister-in-law was not supposed to enter her husband's room, Michael instructed the nurse, a lady with the charming name of Gore, to keep a special watch. On the 9th of May, James Maybrick showed a marked decline. It was on this day that Mrs. Maybrick had a word with the maid Yap, who had been left in charge of the patient while the nurse had an hour off duty.
Yeah? Yeah, come here a minute, will you?
Yes, madam. What is it?
You've been behaving rather strangely to me this last day or so, yeah.
Strangely, madam?
Yes. I don't want you getting any funny ideas into your head about me. What's the doctor been telling you?
The doctor, madam? Why, nothing at all. Why should the doctor be talking to me?
He suspects me, yeah. He suspects that I'm trying to do away with my poor husband.
Oh, I'm sure you're wrong, madam. You're not going in to see Mr. Maybrick now, madam, are you? He's resting.
I don't think it's your position to tell me when and when not to see my own husband. Can I come in, Jim, dear?
Hello, Florence. Have they been keeping you away from me?
Mrs. Maybrick, I'm afraid I must not allow you to stay very long. Doctor's orders.
Not allow me? Really, yes. Don't forget that I'm the mistress in this house.
She's only trying to do her duty, Florrie.
Are you getting plenty to eat, Jim? What's this bottle got in it?
Oh, please don't go touching that, madam.
Stop touching it. I'm only taking it over to the light so that I can read the label.
Really, madam? I can't...
Me too. Well, smells quite nice.
Here, put it down, Florrie. Can't you see you're driving poor Yap off her head? Now, come and sit down and tell me what you've been doing. Yeah, I wish I could come up and about with you. Yeah, how's the gal?
Yap was certain that she saw Mrs. Maybrick slip something into the bottle while she was examining it over by the window. Sure enough, the contents of the bottle were analyzed later, and they were found to include arsenic. On the 10th of May, Michael, the brother, came across Florence Maybrick and 2 bottles in her hand.
Hello, Florence. What are you doing?
Hello, Michael. I was making sure that Jim was getting the right medicine.
I'm sure you are.
Oh, what a nasty way you're speaking to me, Michael. Something wrong?
I've just had the analysis of that meat juice you handled yesterday. It was found to contain arsenic.
Was it examined before I handled it?
No, but there's no suspicion attaching to anyone else in the household.
Perhaps there should be. Actually, I'll admit I put something in that bottle. Jim asked me to. He said they kept too sharp a watch on him, so he gave me some powder and asked me to slip it into his food when Nurse wasn't looking. I suppose there must have been some arsenic in the powder. I certainly didn't know, otherwise I wouldn't have done the asked.
I'm sure you would. May I see the bottle you have in your hand, please?
I suppose you're going to have that analyzed, too.
I am.
Mr. Michael, madam, oh, come quickly, please, you must come, oh, do come, please.
What is it? Yeah, calm down and tell us quietly.
The master, oh, madam, he's taken very bad. It looks like the end. Oh, dear, oh, the mistress is fainted.
By the time Yap brought Mrs. Maybrick round, her husband was dead. The post-mortem showed inflammation of the stomach and intestines, and rather less than half a grain of arsenic was found in the body. A search was immediately made of the house. Arsenic was found in many places. A packet of the poison was found in Florence Maybrick's trunk. Traces of it were found in her clothes, and traces in bottles of medicine. There should have been none. There was some of it among the dead man's belongings as well. The evidence pointed strongly to the wife, and as soon as she was well enough to be charged, she was taken to the police station and committed for trial. Naturally, the case excited wide interest. Here was something for a journalistic field day. The possibility of a wife administering arsenic under the cloak of devotion. Was this Maybrick woman the tender nurse or the fiendish assassin? The loving wife and mother or poisoner? Whichever was the true picture. The public, at least, was out for a hanging when the case opened on the 31st of July, 1889, at the Liverpool Assizes. The trial lasted 6 days. Medical opinions were sought and given on both sides. The specialist who had examined the body was positive that death was caused by arsenical poisoning, long drawn out. Mr. Maybrick's doctor pointed out that his patient had long been taking nerve tonics containing arsenic. But there was the purchase of the fly papers and the discovery of arsenic in meat juice. What had Mrs. Maybrick to say to that? Although in those days prisoners were not allowed to give evidence on their own behalf, they were allowed to make a statement. And Sir Charles Russell, the defending counsel, called on his client on the 5th day. This is what she said.
My lord, it seems that the two things that are most against me are the buying of the fly papers and the addition of the powder to the bottle of meat juice. First of all, the fly papers. I bought these to get the arsenic out of them, but not for poisoning my husband. Many years ago in America, Dr. Grace of Brooklyn prepared a cosmetic for me, which I've been unable to obtain in this country. Its basis was arsenic. And he told me that it was good for the complexion. As for the powder I put in the meat juice, my husband had many times asked me to give him some of his old medicine, which he thought did him more good than the stuff he got from London. He asked me to slip one of these powders into the bottle or into his food so that the nurse and doctor wouldn't notice. He swore to me that it would do him good. Finally, I would like to say that for the love of our children and for the sake of their future, a perfect reconciliation had taken place between James and me, and that on the day before his death I made a full and free confession of the fearful wrong I'd done him.
Perhaps it was her open association with Brierly that made Florence Maybrick so unpopular. Certainly the evidence against her was not overwhelming. Mr. Justice Stephen, who tried the case, gave the jury no definite direction. I don't think he was very sure himself. After going through all the evidence that had been given in court, he admitted that there were still two great difficulties. Not simply questions, difficulties.
These difficulties, members of the jury, are quite apart from the question of motive. The motive would seem to be that of the infidelity, at least so the prosecution makes out. But the two difficulties that remain are these. One, was the arsenic that was found in the body less than half a grain sufficient to cause death? You have heard the medical opinions. You must decide. Two, if it was sufficient, and if you believe that it did cause the death, who administered it?
The jury believed that the arsenic in the body was sufficient, and they found Florence Maybrick guilty of administering it. He was sentenced to death. But strangely enough, popular opinion, ever fickle, had swung round. Whereas the prisoner had been hissed as he entered the court, it was the judge who was booed as he left it. And immediately many influential groups went to battle to save Mrs. Maybrick from the gallows. Committees met on the Liverpool poisoning case. Demands for reprieve were signed and sent to the Home Secretary. Numerous letters were written to the Times. And the reprieve was granted. After many years of imprisonment, Mrs. Maybrick went back to America. There, not long afterwards, she died. And with her died the secrets of her husband's death. What do you think? Could that small amount of arsenic be sufficient to kill a man who had been accustomed to the poison through taking it in medicinal form for years? And which was the true Mrs. Maybrick? Now, a long time afterwards, the judge who tried the case was sitting at dinner when his neighbor turned to him and said, "I've never heard you express an opinion as to the guilt or innocence of Mrs. Maybrick." "I never did express an opinion," replied the judge. And he would say no more. And I will say no more, but I shall be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye and pleasant